Good morning. This is the 2025 Michigan State Championship Regatta. I'm Jim O'Mardian. I'll be speaking with you this morning, and I'll be joined later by the legendary Chris Zarnecki. We've got a wonderful day of racing lined up. The weather conditions are a bit windy. We have a very strong tailwind pushing us down the course. And so it's going to be a bit challenge for these crews. So we've moved to a modified schedule where we are going to have semifinals in the morning, and the winning times from the semifinals are going to determine the medals. So we are going to line up the first event, which will be the men's varsity 8. Maple Beach here at the beautiful Kensington Metro Parks. Kathryn Bennett Racecourse, Milford, Michigan. And we've now started event 1, our men's varsity 8. In lane 1, that's going to be the closest to the right of your screen in the black boat, is Northville. Lane 2, Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Lane 3, Forest Hill Central. And lane 4, Skyline. We're crossing through the 500-meter mark. Those pink triangular buoys represent 500 meters of this 1,500-meter race course. And out of the first third of the race, we have Orchard Lake St. Mary's in first place, followed by Northville, about 4 seats down on Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Skyline is in third place, and Forest Hill Central still has contact with Skyline. Very fast conditions today. We are already at the halfway point. The island that you'll see off to the top of your screen here is the 750-meter mark in this beautiful race course here. And we still have Orchard Lake St. Mary's at about half of a boat length lead over Northville. But Northville is giving a strong push here, challenging Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Battling for third place is Skyline and Forest Hill Central. Forest Hill Central just bow to stern on Skyline, about 3/4 of a boat length of open water between the second 2 crews and the first 2 crews. And we have a strong push here from Northville. They seem to be moving as we're coming in to the final third of the course. This is a screaming fast race time today with these very strong tailwinds. The pink buoy that you see there is the 1,000-meter mark, 500 meters to go, and a very strong push here from Northville. Northville is about 2.5 seats down on Orchard Lake St. Mary's here, 2.5, 3 seats, but they are charging. They have lifted their stroke rating and are pushing on the sprint. Northville are really fighting to bring it right in, and this is a very tight race here now. We've got about 2 seats separating the Orchard Lake St. Mary's crew in the lead and a charging Northville. Skyline pushing through for third place, and Forest Hill Central still battling these conditions. But we have a barn burner right here for Northville and Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Now, the important thing to remember is these are semifinals, so it is not just these 4 crews that are battling. We have 5 crews in the next run of this, and we're going to be determining points by time. Still very tight. Orchard Lake St. Mary's holding on to that 2-seat lead over Northville, but Northville is pushing, and these crews have stepped up their stroke rating. They are sitting tall, and they are pushing by Maple Beach here, coming to the finish line. It is going to be a very, very close finish. Coming by the award dock here. Bow balls are almost level. Northville has stepped it up, and it is going to be very, very close. And you can see the flag go down and up. Those 2 crews crossing just at about the same time. We'll have to see the official times to determine who won that semifinal here. Coming in strong here, Skyline, third place in the semifinal. Forest Hill Central attacking in these last couple strokes. Now we'll go to the second heat, or excuse me, the second semifinal of the men's varsity 8. The 5 crews battling in this second semi looking for times, comparing both the first and the second semifinals. This is the last race that we're going to have this spring on the Kathryn Bennett race course here in Milford, Michigan, Kensington Metro Parks, Maple Beach. Beautiful 8-lane course. We've now had it for a couple years now. It's really a great addition to the rowing community here in Southeast Michigan. And we're lining up the second event, which is the second semifinal of the men's varsity 8. You can see the boats are getting locked into the stake boats here at the start. In lane 1, which is furthest right on your screen, is Cranbrook. Lane 2 in the white boat, Pioneer. 3, Huron. 4, Forest Hills Northern. And then in the red boat in lane 5, Grosse Ile. Coxswains are getting their point here. Now at the start of this race here, we have docks that are anchored to the ground, one for each lane. And there is a person sitting on that dock on a bit of a diving board that they're laying down and actually grabbing on to these boats, holding them in place. And the starter is getting the boats lined up so that we have a nice even start. All the bow balls are at the same position, and all the coxswains are pointed straight down the river. Or, excuse me, the race course here. Technically, this is a river, but we're dammed here, and so it's more of a lake. Just getting our final points here, making small adjustments. This is a challenging part of the race course here, getting lined up. And we're off. Now, strong start coming off. It looks like early lead off the first 5 or so strokes from Cranbrook in lane 1, Pioneer in lane 2, Huron in lane 3, and Grosse Ile and Northern. And we have a very strong tailwind today, so that means that we'll be pushed along, and so we'll have very fast times. It also means that the rowers can row at a higher stroke rating. So the stroke rating is the number of strokes per minute that they're taking. And we have a good strong start here, level with Cranbrook and Pioneer, lanes 1 and lanes 2. Huron still contact in lane 3 in the yellow boat. Grosse Ile in the red boat there, lane 5. Forest Hills Northern still in contact with Grosse Ile. And we're approaching the 500-meter mark here. The first buoys there that you'll see on the side of the course, these triangular pink buoys. And coming through first is Cranbrook by about a seat. Pioneer still strong. And good contact in third place right now from the Huron crew in the yellow boat. So the second semifinal, the men's varsity 8 here, coming to the halfway point. We still have Cranbrook in the lead in the black boat there by about half a boat length over Pioneer. Huron has made a strong charge into Pioneer and is about 2 seats down in third place, but they are gaining on Pioneer. We've got some good crosstown rivalry from the Ann Arbor crews. In fourth place, looking at Grosse Ile in the red boat, and Forest Hills Northern still in contact, bow to stern, on the Grosse Ile boat. Now it looks like as we come in to probably about 600 meters to go here, it looks like Cranbrook has raised their stroke rating a bit, trying to take advantage of the shorter times that we're going to have today with this real strong tailwind. So Cranbrook is starting to pull out to a bit more of a lead here. We're at about 2/3 of a boat length with 450 meters to go. Pioneer has pushed up, and it looks like that push that Huron has made is starting to trail off a little bit. So we're at 3/4 of a boat length between Pioneer and Huron. As you can see on your screen, the waves are a little bit stronger in the second half of the course here, as the wind is a bit stronger, and the crews are going to have to be making sure that their catches, the start of their stroke, are really clean, and that their finishes are as well. Tailwind will make the boat feel lighter, and the rowers are going to need to push a little bit stronger with the legs. Coming up to Maple Beach, we're in the red zone here. The buoys have changed to red, so we've got about 150 meters to go here. We have Cranbrook in the lead, followed by Pioneer. Huron still bow to stern on Pioneer. But remember, we have the times from this event will be compared against the times of the semifinal that we just saw to determine the final positions in the men's varsity 8. And as we cross the finish line, we have Cranbrook first. There's Pioneer. And Huron crossing now. As you can see on the screen, the finish line is just before these orange buoys here. There'll be a finish line official there with a flag indicating to the crews when they cross, and you can probably just barely see it on your screen, moving up and down as the bow balls cross. Gross Eel sitting up tall, coming through the finish line here. 4th place in this semifinal. And Forest Hills Northern making a strong push in this ripping tailwind here. And for those of you either here or at home, you can check out the official times that are updated in Crew Timer. Just go to crewtimer.com and you can find a link for the Michigan State Championships right there. And you'll have up-to-the-minute details on race positions and finish times. Moving on now to the men's 2V Junior 8, first of the 2 semifinals. And I'm now joined by the legendary Chris Zarnecki.
Morning, Jim. How are you?
Great to have you here.
Thank you, sir. It is a beautiful day for racing, despite what many people might say. The lake is absolutely gorgeous and ready to go for us today. As you mentioned, we will be seeing some really, really quick times today. The wind is going to be your friend.
Yeah, let's see if we have any updates on the times here from the first event. It looks like it's finished, but we don't have the official times yet. So we'll be sure to give you an update when those come through here. Now, the way this course is laid out, the start, as you can see, there's land behind the starting line here. So it's a bit more sheltered for these crews. So as they're pushing through, how is that going to affect their progress down the course, Chris?
So it is going to be really sheltered through the first 4, maybe 500 meters. Things are going to be quite clean as you've got an island just off to everybody's port side. But as things begin to open up for the second 500, it is going to be tricky conditions, and you're going to have to be very, very clean, very, very precise with what you're doing with your blade. Today, precision wins the day.
So it's not going to be just brute strength in a tailwind like this.
No. You again, I think crews that are going to rely on their strength, on their fitness, are not going to be rewarded on a day like today because, again, you're going to have some tricky strokes. You're going to have some strokes where your blades hit some white caps and things like that. And it's who can stay locked in the longest with precision that's going to win the day.
And just looking at some of the times from the first two semifinals that we saw, it looks like very fast times. Looks like first place, Northville. We saw that photo finish. Looks like Northville just edged out Orchard Lake by 0.2 of a second here.
Yeah, very close race. Very close.
Very, very close race. Very strong push from Northville on that because Orchard Lake was leading there.
Yeah, it was their final 300 meters that they were just more effective insofar as accelerating the hull and keeping the hull accelerating between strokes.
But to give you an idea about how strong this wind is, these times are a full minute and a half faster than what we saw last week at the Midwest Scholastics here.
I don't know if they're quite that much faster, but they're definitely faster, absolutely. And to that point, like, you just don't have time for mistakes, right? I mean, as you have less time in a race, things get condensed in a race like this, and you really have to take advantage of the strokes that you do have. Like I was saying, making sure that you're just stacking up precise stroke after precise stroke. Big push here from EGR. Look at them.
Yeah, so we're into the men's 2V Junior 8. At the bottom of your screen there in the yellow boat, lane 6 is East Grand Rapids. As you can see, Chris just informed us about that strong lead there, already out to a full boat length. Looks like Forest Hills Central in lane 5 is in second place, but Gross Eel is pretty much dead even, maybe a seat down on him in the red boat there in lane 3. Then moving back here, we have Pioneer in lane 4, pretty much dead even with Wyandotte in lane 1. And Trenton is in lane 2, still contact.
Yeah, definitely a tight pack there behind East Grand Rapids. East Grand Rapids really appearing to take the race to the race here and make some definitive moves, some definitive decisions in the early going, and to see if anybody's going to come with them. So far, no one's answered the bell, but there's still a good bit of race left, Jim.
Yeah. Now, as we've seen here, early leads at the start here can certainly help in a short race like this, but it's not over until it's over, as we saw with the first event here.
And we are getting into the tricky bit of water here. We are getting into the tricky bit of water. As everyone can see, the lake opens up a good bit here as we're passing the island. You can see on the course that the water is not so placid, that there's definitely some bumps to it. So again, really being precise here. Hopefully the coxswains are reminding their crews, match those blades, match those blades, match those blades.
So it looks like at probably about 650 meters to go here, we have East Grand Rapids out to about a 2-boat length lead over Forest Hills Central in the darker boat there in lane 5. Still contact from Gross Eel in the red boat in lane 3. We then have, it looks like, Pioneer and Wyandotte pretty much dead level, and Trenton still in contact.
I'd keep an eye on Forest Hills here in this final 500. They are definitely understroking East Grand Rapids, have plenty of room to go insofar as being able to bring both the rate and the hull speed up here. If they are looking to make a charge in the final 500, they're in a position to do so.
Now, Chris, what do you mean by that, by understroking?
So if you can see here, East Grand Rapids, I would imagine, looking at it, is likely around 36 strokes per minute, whereas Forest Hills is likely around 32. So they still have some room to go insofar as bringing the rate up, taking more strokes per minute, and thus accelerating the boat more and not having as much slowdown between strokes. Obviously, you run into the challenge of the conditions today. That is going to mitigate some of what you want to do there, but they have the room if they choose to take it.
Well, it looks like Gross Eel has responded to your call there to raise the rate, because it looks like they've now sitting a bit taller, taking more strokes per minute, starting to push into that Forest Hill Central crew.
if they can stay clean here, they can make a real effort and really ask some questions of Forest Hills and see what they have in a response.
Coming up to the beach, you can see a nice crowd developing here. It's a beautiful day to come out and watch a race if you're in Southeast Michigan.
Oh, there goes East Grand Rapids.
Yeah, they're
going to say, nope, not today, friends, not today.
That's a great sprint coming from this East Grand Rapids crew. And crossing the finish line, you see the finish line flag drop right there. Now remember, East Grand Rapids hasn't yet won the event. They still have to compete with everybody who's going into the second semis. Central's able to hold off the red boat from Grosse Ile. Oh, and this is a tight finish here. Yeah. Strong charge from Wyandotte in lane 1 there.
Got a couple of seats. It looks like they're going to hold on there.
And there you have it. Great to be with you again. I am Jim O'Mardian.
I'm Chris Zarnecki.
And we're happy to be with you this morning. Milford, Michigan, the Kensington Metro Parks, Kathryn Bennett Racecourse here at Maple Beach. Now, how have the athletes been preparing for this day? You know, this is the state championship. This is an important race for them, right?
For all the athletes here, this is a day that has literally been months in the making. You come back to school in the fall and you start putting in your miles in the fall, and that season finishes up, and it's no rest for the wicked. It's right into the ergs through the winter time, and you're putting in session after session after session to put yourself in a position here to be in the chips with 250 to go and be able to help your team capture a state championship. So yeah, these kids have been getting after it for a while.
Now, we're talking about 4.5, 5 minutes of racing today. Yeah. It's a lot longer of a race if you consider that whole season and all the prep that's been put into it.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, to give you some perspective on the training that our athletes at St. Mary's go through, this week alone, there were 10 training sessions scheduled.
Wow.
Right. Now, not everybody's coming to every one, but we're hitting the morning, we're hitting the afternoon, so that everyone who's rowing here today has had multiple opportunities to get prepared for this day.
It's just phenomenal that these high school athletes are able to juggle the academics and a sport of this physical demand and the mental demand.
Yes.
It's not an easy thing to do, to get in a boat with other people and try to match up.
No, it's not. It is a big ask. It is a big ask, and to see these athletes seeing this commitment through and executing at a high level is just so impressive.
Now we're into the second semifinals of the men's 2V Junior 8. In lane 1, on the farthest right of your screen, is Northville, followed by Cranbrook in lane 2. But the gentlemen from Orchard Lake St. Mary's have pushed out to early lead in lane 3 here. You can see right in the center of your screen there, having some nice long strokes at the high ratings here. We then have Huron in the darker boat in lane 4, followed by Saline in the white and yellow boat, lane 5, bottom of your screen there.
Yeah, things looking very interesting in the early going here. OLSM and Northville really getting after it, really pushing each other to see who's going to flinch first. That's a lot of what racing comes down to, is making a decisive move in the early going and seeing if someone is willing to go with you.
As we come up to that pink buoy that you see there, the triangular buoy, getting a nice vantage point here. That's a third of the way down through this race course here. And we have Orchard Lake St. Mary's out to an early lead, but Northville is not rolling over. They still have contact, and it looks like they've stepped it up.
Yeah, some nice catches coming there from Northville. If you just watch their blades, how uniform they are. They're all squaring together at the same time and reaching that apex of the recovery, so that blade being behind them, right? The speed for the hull is created behind you. You want to be able to lock your blade onto the water behind you and leverage that connection past you. Northville doing a nice job of that.
And as we pan around to the side here, it looks like Northville has maybe about 2 or 3 seats of overlap with the Orchard Lake St. Mary's crew. Now, these crews, are they going to know what's happened already in the Varsity 8 event here?
No, they saw the 8 coming by as they were launching or as they were rowing up to the start, and there is no communication. You're literally kind of on an island here, which is the way you want it, in all honesty. It's this race is about the 9 guys in that boat and you executing together to be the best crew you can be this day. So the other events, you got to just trust your teammates to take care of the other things, but you need to be the best teammate you can be right now and lock in on your crew and your race.
Really nice blade work out of the Orchard Lake St. Mary's crew here. Out to a little bit of open water over Northville in lane 1 there in the orange and black. Now, it's really impressive that the Orchard Lake St. Mary's crew is able to stay this long in these tailwind conditions here.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Jim. Again, like the further the blade comes to the bow, the longer the blade is in the water. And from that point on, it's just physics. Science is real. We're not making it up, right? Like you get that blade in behind you and accelerate for as long as you can, and the boat responds well. And the boys from St. Mary's are doing a nice job staying long in these tricky conditions and getting after it with that rate.
As we're coming into the final portion of the race course here, the buoys will change from yellow to red when there's 250 meters to go. Now remember, in that first event here, the Varsity 8, Northville was trailing behind, and they were able to pop through at the end on that sprint. We'll see if they can repeat that playbook here.
Northville's pushing. Northville is pushing.
They have stepped up that stroke rating, staying taller, focusing mostly on the legs and back here. Orchard Lake still staying nice and calm, staying long.
Here comes their rate.
There we go.
And a response. Oh,
now,
boy.
What's going through your brain here in these last couple strokes in a situation like this, Chris?
I mean, honestly, you are just trying to keep up with the speed of the boat. You're getting connected and getting through the water so fast that it is really, really hard to keep up with the speed of the boat. All the while, you are utterly gassed. You are absolutely gassed. You really don't have a lot of juice left, but you know that there really isn't an alternative. You've got to stay long. You've got to stay committed to getting the blade in and getting your bow ball ahead.
Now that was an amazing finish there. We saw that flag go just down and up.
Yeah, you got me. I think that's going to be another photo finish here.
And it looks like Cranbrook here pushing in for 3rd place here.
Is that Huron just behind?
Yeah. And you could see that the race conditions are a lot harder for the crews here towards the finish line here, with the waves being higher, the wind whipping.
As you can see, some of those blades splashing on the recovery there.
Good finish here from Huron and Celine in the white and yellow boat.
Yep.
Now, in a tailwind condition like this, Chris, does it favor a certain type of crew, or is it good for everybody, bad for everybody?
I think a crew that is particularly technically proficient, because the wind is going to push your blade and take control of it. You have to be able to stay in control of your blade. As the late, great John Bancheri said, the bottom edge. You have to control the bottom edge. Edge control on a day like today is absolutely critical, so that you make sure you are maintaining your length in the water and really leveraging the boat past you. All the while, too, I mean, you still have to stay light on the recovery. You can't be slowing the boat down between strokes. But it's the control of that blade that is so critical on days like this, where you do have a good bit of wind that's pushing you. You are going to have some chop. So I think the crews that are most proficient in edge control are the ones that are going to have the advantage.
Just lining up here for the men's 3V/novice 8 first semifinal. So we have some updates on official times. You can find all of these on crewtimer.com. Search for the Michigan State Championship Regatta. But it looks like for the men's varsity 8, first place with a time of 4:28.62 was Northville. Second place with a time of 4:28.87 was Orchard Lake St. Mary's. And it looks like third place was Skyline with a time of 4:45. Waiting to see on the official times for the second varsity junior 8 that we just observed. But we have a start here in the first semi of the 3V novice 8.
Here we go.
So on the far right of your screen, in lane 1 is Huron. Lane 2 is Northville. 3, Skyline. 4, Forest Hill Central. 5, Cranbrook. And 6, Pioneer on the left side.
That is a tight pack there in the center. That is a tight pack. Not a lot of room to breathe.
No. That's what we like to see in this type of race conditions here.
These are the races you dream for, though. As an oarsman or oarswoman, these are the kind of races that you want to be in. On a big day when your team is expecting a lot of you and there is little room for error and you get to execute the way you've been practicing to execute. These are the moments that you absolutely thrive in. It doesn't get any better than this, Jim. You want it bow ball to bow ball, all the way down the course.
And as you say, bow ball to bow ball, it looks like right now Skyline and Central are bow ball to bow ball in 3 and 4, with Northville out to about 3/4 of a boat length lead in the orange unisuits, white boat lane 2. But they're having a strong charge on from lane 5 here. Lane 6, Pioneer.
Pioneer pushing into the conversation again. You sometimes get lost in that pack, right? As I'm sure you can attest with some of your coxing acumen and experience, that sometimes that crew that's out on the outside and you're in this middle of this pack and you're focused on the crew to your port and your starboard, and then there's somebody coming up from out of nowhere that all of a sudden you have to account for, right?
Exactly.
And Pioneer's trying to be that crew.
Well, and on a day like today where the race conditions are really choppy, that you're focusing on technical proficiency and executing well, it may be the crew that's able to focus internally that has an advantage rather than a crew that's looking to the others.
Absolutely, absolutely. That the coxswain has to be aware of a number of things. That job is so difficult, and to see high school athletes be able to execute it at such a high level is really an impressive thing, because like you just said, like, you've got to be aware of your surroundings, of where your crew is relative to the race, but at the same time you've got to keep 8 athletes all focused on the same thing at the same time, achieving it the same way, and that is a tall order.
Now into the second half of the race, we've passed by that halfway point, the island, and it looks like in lane 1, in first place with about a boat length, maybe a little bit of open water lead, is Huron, followed by Skyline in lane 3. I'm mistaked here. Northville in lane 2 is in first place, followed by Forest Hill Central in lane 4. Skyline is in third place.
Yeah, Northville looking long, smooth, relaxed, really sustaining good speed between strokes, as well as overcoming the challenging conditions. Staying connected to the water, bodies are moving really well together, and you can see, Jim, like this, the discrepancy between speed of the drive, speed of the recovery.
Yeah, so describe, what are those two parts of the stroke there, the drive and the recovery?
So the drive is when the blade is in the water and you're accelerating the boat, right? Like, you're building speed. Along the recovery, all you're really looking to do is sustain, or at the very least mitigate how much you're slowing the boat down. Like, everybody's going to slow the boat down. The blade's out of the water, you're no longer accelerating it. But if you can be relaxed and light and smooth and clean, especially on a day like today, keeping your blades above the water so that there's no scraping, no resistance, that's going to really help you maximize speed and conserve energy. Because if you don't have to build up that speed every single stroke because the boat isn't slowing down that much between strokes, you're going to have some juice left in the tank for later in the race.
Coming up to Maple Beach, we are in the last 250 meters here of semifinal 1, men's 3V novice 8. Northville out to a 2-boat length lead, followed by a battle between Skyline and Forest Hill Central. Forest Hill Central at about half a boat length ahead of Skyline. Looks like
Oh,
Pioneer.
it's a battle for second here.
Yeah.
Boy, oh boy.
And it looks like Skyline has stepped up their stroke rating here. Central seeing that, responding. Now, as an oarsman in one of these crews, where would you rather be? I mean, obviously you want to cross the line first, but being behind a crew, not being able to see them, does that matter?
Oh, it is so much easier to row while you're ahead. Hence why I think every crew practices starts. I mean, every day, right? From the first time you get on the water in the early spring to the last practice of the season when you're about to put the boats up on the trailer, you practice those starts that you can be the one to dictate the race, to give yourself an advantage, to get that seat or two that somebody has to find a way to get back. It is such an advantage to row from ahead than it is to try and work your way back to the front.
And we have Huron crossing the line here. We have some updates from the men's 2V event. It looks like in the 2V, Northville just cinched it at the line, a time of 4:44.91. Orchard Lake St. Mary's right behind at 4:45.35. And then in third place, East Grand Rapids with a time of 4:55.26. And we're lining up for semifinal 2 of the men's 3V/novice 8. On the right-hand side of your screen in the yellow boat, East Grand Rapids. Lane 2, just getting their point there, Orchard Lake St. Mary's in the white boat. Lane 3, Forest Hills Northern. 4, Wyandotte. 5, Grosse Ile. And 6, Rockford. The black boat, Orange Blades, closest on the left side of the screen here.
You know, it looks pretty clean up there at the start.
It does.
That's a really good sign for us insofar as being able to get this whole thing in today, because sometimes the conditions can just be too much, and you can't get the boats locked on at the start. But it looks like we're good to go.
Really nice start there from Orchard Lake St. Mary's, pulling away from the starting blocks there, out to almost a full boat length into the high strokes here.
Again, the advantage of being able to get out in front and dictate the race to the race. We're going to go this fast. Are you coming with us? Yes or no?
And it looks like Wyandotte's picking up some speed in the high strokes here now.
They're not going anywhere.
Yeah, typically off the start now, you'll do five or six strokes that are shorter strokes to get the boat up to speed, and then sit up tall for high strokes. You know, in a men's 3V or a novice boat, what kind of stroke rating are we looking at during that high 20? Do you think, Chris?
These guys are going to be up in the low 40s.
Okay,
they're going to be between 42, 44, and really tapping it along. But as they go to lengthen out, you know, it's no longer the rating. You've gotten the hull up to speed, and now it's about maintaining that speed and finding a rhythm you can sustain. And I got to say, I hate to be partisan here, but I like the way that the St. Mary's 3V is rowing right now. It looks sustainable. It looks long. They seem as though they could sustain this cadence for quite a long time. It doesn't look like they're working as hard to build that speed as maybe some other crews.
Yeah, they've got nice, clean blade work here.
Save for that one. Never fails, never fails.
Maybe I won't say anything like that. Right. It won't jinx them. But coming through the 500-meter mark there, we have Orchard Lake St. Mary's out to about a boat length and a half, almost 2 boat lengths of lead over Wyandotte.
Wyandotte with a commanding lead over the rest of the pack, though, and rowing well. Again, good uniformity with the blade work there. Blades squaring together, grabbing behind at the catch to leverage themselves past that point and accelerate the boat. Really nice from Wyandotte. And then it's anyone's guess back there. I mean, there's a lot of race left, and it looks like Rockford out there and FHN really battling.
East Grand Rapids in the yellow boat also fighting hard against Grosse Ile. Still have a lot of race course to go. Orchard Lake St. Mary's just crossed through that red buoy there at the halfway point at the island here. They have a really nice long stroke. They are starting to pull away from the rest of this pack. But remember, it is not just the 6 crews in this semifinal. We are battling against the times in the other semifinal as well.
And that makes it tricky. You know, all the athletes know they've got to throw down, right? Like, it's not the crews that you're racing per se. It's very much yourself in the sense that you need to be able to put together your very best performance regardless of the crews around you. Because, again, there have been races before you or there's another race after you. You don't know what the time is. You've got to execute like this is the final.
Because it is.
Absolutely. 100%.
Coming through the 500-meter to go mark, Orchard Lake St. Mary's out to 3.5, 4 maybe boat lengths of lead. But again, they cannot let their foot off the gas here because they are battling not only these 5 crews, but the other crews in the first semifinal. Wyandotte in second place in this semifinal, coming through the 500-meter to go mark. In third place, Forest Hills Northern.
Yeah, got to stay clean here. Got to stay clean. Coxswains really got to stay in the ears of their crews to continue to sit tall, hold on to that water, and let the blades slip out of the water cleanly. Don't want to see the blades scraping along the water on the recovery in these conditions, as that's really going to slow you down.
Yeah, not only does it slow you down in that it's obviously resistance that you're having to your forward progress, but it's also going to tip the boat to one side, right?
Yeah, and then it's going to make for an uncertain catch for that side. They're not going to be able to get to where they normally get to. So your length is going to get shorter. The boat's going to slow down. It really sort of just creates a cycle of badness that you just really want to avoid. You really want to avoid that because you need the boat to be level so that you know where your catch is. You can lock in and send that handle on to the bow with speed.
And we see Orchard Lake St. Mary's coming by the medals dock here, out to a real commanding lead over the rest of the pack.
But as you said, you can't take the foot off the gas.
No.
It's got to be through the line.
It's really impressive from those guys that they're able to continue that when they can see that they have that much of a lead, to still say, no, we need to push even harder.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And it looks like the wind has died down a bit here, Chris.
Oh, I think I'm seeing some caps out there, though, Jim,
Think
as
so?
we come into the finish line there. If you kind of look just in front of these buoys, you can see a couple of white caps popping up.
There you go.
And those will be the things that grab your blade on the recovery and make for an uncertain recovery, which is something no rower wants.
We got a really tight race to the wire here.
Yeah. Rockford coming after it here.
Coming strong.
Does East
Grand
have
Rapids
enough?
has it a little bit. Let's see if they cross first. Just barely.
Yeah. Yep. That was
Strong
tight.
push from Rockford. Northern
getting across as well. Yep.
Grosse Ile battling the conditions here as they come across the line.
Not going to be easy for anybody today, but the big boats are the ones that are most adept at being able to handle some of this. Should be real interesting here with the ladies' pairs.
So we are in the women's varsity pairs. So 2 rowers, no coxswain, 2 oars, as opposed to a double where there's 2 rowers and 4 oars. In lane 1 at the top of your screen, we have Forest Hills Northern. Lane 2 out to a lead, Rockford in the black boat with the orange blades crossing the 500-meter mark. Lane 3, Forest Hills Eastern. 4, Celine, and 5 in the yellow boat at the bottom of your screen, East Grand Rapids.
Now, in these smaller boats, you can see a bit more variety insofar as ground that's able to be made up. And a lead like this in an 8 is, it's, for all intents and purposes, insurmountable. But a length in a pair, that is not a comfortable situation to be in. I know that obviously the circumstances with not having finals today, Rockford certainly isn't going to be taking their foot off the gas because they're well versed in so far as knowing that these sorts of races can change very, very quickly. The smaller the boat is, the more responsive it is to both the good and the bad. And if you catch a couple of tricky strokes here in the middle 500, things could change very quickly.
Yeah, in an 8, as you're saying, in 8, 1 blade catches, you handle it, but in a pair, you only have 2 blades. If 1 blade catches, that could really disrupt the flow of the boat.
Yeah, and your rhythm too. That rhythm, that timing that you've built, and you're sustaining all the way down the course. It's going to take you a few strokes to get that back. All the while, somebody else has still got that rhythm coming, and they're just gaining ground.
That island marks the halfway point, 750 meters down, 750 meters to go. And it looks like Rockford is out to a strong lead with about 650 meters to go.
Looking long and in control here. Mm-hmm. Really nice strokes from the ladies from Rockford.
Celine in second place in the first of 2 semifinals in the white boat with the yellow blades. Now, in the chase boat there, Chris, he was just raising the flag and pointing at what's going on there.
Yeah, so we've got the buoys here, but with these crews, they do their own steering. There is no coxswain, so they've got to do the steering either with a rudder that's attached to one of their toes, and they'll move their toe to turn the boat, or sometimes you just go old school with it and you just use pressure to do your turning, or length. The bow person will shorten up a little bit or lengthen a little bit so as to keep the boat between the buoys. As a rower, you don't want to be on the buoy line. That creates situations like that where you could catch a buoy in your stroke and it gets real wonky, right? You don't have that control over the handle. It doesn't feel like a smooth draw through the finish. So you really want to try and keep yourself in the center of the lane. But on a day like today with wind like this, easier said than done. Even with a coxswain,
exactly.
Easier said than done.
So we have Rockford out in a lead. Celine pushing through second place here.
Really like the way the Rockford crew is sending their shoulders to the bow. That is so uniform, so powerful. Really nice send, right? You can just see the stern of the boat there continue to accelerate after the water is released.
Really clean blade work from the Rockford crew.
Yeah, right? And like a small boat like this, that is really, really difficult. Really difficult.
In the red buoys here, so we are in the final 250 meters. In this vantage, you can just see Maple Beach coming up. Rockford's going to be hearing the cheers from the shore, so if you are on the beach, be sure to cheer your crews along.
Here comes the rate from Rockford.
Stepping it up strong. And it looks like we have East Grand Rapids making a steering correction there.
Yeah, again, easier said than done on a day like today. Like getting down the course and being able to stay in the buoys, I think is is one of the focuses these blind, quote, blind crews without a coxswain, are going to have to make today. That is just real priority so that you can be as effective with your strokes and take the straightest course to the finish line.
Celine crossing the line second. East Grand Rapids in the yellow boat, crossing now.
Chen up there.
And there we go. There's Northern. Hey, we got the second semifinals of the women's varsity pair.
Oh boy, a banger.
About 150 meters into the race. At the top of your screen, Skyline. Lane 2 in the darker boat, Carlson. Northville in lane 3 in the middle. Lane 4, Cranbrook. And Northview, bottom of the screen, lane 5.
Tight pack for first, tight pack for third down here.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll see who blinks first, who can sustain their rhythm, who can sustain their position between the buoys. All these sorts of things are going to affect the crew's performance here in the early going. And you want to really make sure that you've put down that solid rhythm. It's sustainable, you're staying long, you're staying clean, and all the while you're staying centered.
Can really tell the difference in the conditions in terms of just how big those waves are at the finish compared to the start here.
Yeah. No, that at least they get a clean start. We'll give them that. All right, they're able to get up and running before things get interesting.
Early lead from Carlson, battling against Skyline in lane 1 at the top of your screen, but Northview in lane 5 still has contact.
Yeah,
this is anybody's race here.
They're not going anywhere, and Carlson. Pretty high with the rating, high with the rating. I've no doubt that those athletes are well trained, that they've put in the time. And this just may be their fastest race, whereby they just move the boat better at a bit of a higher cadence and have the fitness to be able to sustain that. Skyline not going away though. They are keeping this interesting, continuing to push in to Carlson and make them uncomfortable.
And we have an update from the men's 3V novice 8, the 8s that we just saw finishing. And it looks like Orchard Lake pulled off the victory at 4:55, close behind Northville at 4:57. So we've seen a real battle between these two schools.
Yes.
There's some rivalry there, Chris, right?
Yeah, no, we've got some history. It has been back and forth for the past 5 years or so with the men's side at this regatta, and it does not look like it's going to be any different this year.
And it looks like third place in that men's 3V novice 8 was Wyandotte.
Well, good battle for second here. Northview pushing into Skyline. And as we're getting into the trickier bit of the course here, Jim, you can see that things are starting to get bumpy. These crews really got to make sure they're hanging onto that water. The longer you are in the water, the better on any day, but in particular a day like today, because you just know you're going to take some off strokes. It's going to happen.
Mm-hmm. I will say it's impressive that the Northview crew able to really keep that steering there. You can see Skyline made a little bit of a steering correction there that may have given Northview an opportunity to pull in.
Yeah, that's all
because
it takes.
they're about level now coming in to the last portion of the course here. We got a good lead from Carlson, but remember, we are not just battling the 5 crews here, we are also battling the crews from the prior semifinals. Now, you mentioned that Carlson crew started out with that early high stroke rating. You think that's going to pay off here? It doesn't look as
though it does not look as though it has phased them whatsoever. Their rhythm looks the same as it did 300-400 meters into the race as it does right now. Like I said, this just might be for this crew the best way for them to race. This is their most efficient. They have to be super fit, and I mean super fit, to be able to sustain this kind of cadence in that boat for this long. So to their credit, I mean, I'm impressed with their ability to rate that high, sustain it, and keep themselves in a position to dictate the race to the race. Obviously, some space to go here. We'll see if the other crews have an answer to the question that they've posed to the field, and see if those other crews have the skill to bring up the rate, because it's not just automatic, right? I'm sure you've been a part of crews where, like, look, they're just better at a little bit lower rate.
Yeah. And we can see, we have this vantage here, and you can see the Carlson crew there. You were talking about the importance of staying out of the buoy line there, because those blades could catch one of those buoys there and just knock you off your rhythm there.
Yep.
And it looks like
you don't get a clean release. It gets a little bit wonky, and next thing you know, the boat's not set, and now the catch is a bit uncertain. But it seems as though the ladies from Carlson regained that rhythm, making a strong push here. Going to have to be careful about that buoy line. Skyline's asking some questions of their own. They seem to have taken over the second place position from Northview. Oh, but you can see those caps there. Oh, yeah.
And in a small boat like this, it's going to be very, very challenging.
Yes. It's good and bad. The smaller the boat, the more responsive. And when you do something right, you really know it. But when you do something wrong, you really know it.
Coming by the awards dock there.
Got to stay clean. Grab that water and hold on to it. Hold on to it for as long as you can.
Stroke rating Skyline has really come up.
Yeah.
I think they're going to just run out of race course here.
Yep.
But in this second semifinal, first across the line, Carlson, Skyline second, and it looks like Northview is going to be in third. And we've got the Northville crew in
Joined
lane
by
3. Looks like Cranbrook may have moved on over.
Fortunately, Northville was ahead of them, so it was a non-issue.
Yes. And the ladies crossing the line here from Cranbrook. Everybody is tired after a race like that.
Yeah.
And we are now into the first semi of the women's varsity single. So one rower in the boat here in lane 1 at the top of your screen, Rockford, 2, Forest Hills Eastern, 3, Huron, 4, Cranbrook, Forest Hills Central in 5, Northville in 6, Orchard Lake St. Mary's, and then Skyline, bottom of your screen, lane 8. Oh, excuse me, Forest Hills Central is a scratch here.
So you want to talk about challenging boatings, challenging conditions. I feel as though this is the epitome of it. Having these athletes out there in singles, with the sort of course conditions we're seeing. Like, there's a reason they are the most skilled. That's what it comes down to. The athletes that row the singles are, by and large, some of the most skilled athletes on anybody's team. Their feel for the boat, their sensitivity to its set, to its run, to its rhythm is really top-notch. They may not necessarily be, not always, sometimes they are, the strongest athlete on the team, but you can put them anywhere and they will make a crew better because of their ability to be sensitive to what the boat does. Again, these small boats are so responsive.
And you have to be very mentally tough in a boat like this because it's just you out there.
It is. It is. I mean, again, like, you know, we look at sports really as preparing young people and helping them develop a skill set to be functional adults, right? To be able to get through life's questions, life's uncertainties, and being able to do something like this, not back away, handle adversity, control yourself, control your thoughts.
Yeah.
On a day like this, in a race like this, just kind of keep the bad vibes quiet, keep the internal monologue positive. Like, that is absolutely an essential life skill.
At the halfway point, island marking 750 meters of this 1,500-meter race course, we have Skyline out to an early lead.
And the battle for second is on.
It's on.
Wow. These ladies just throwing hands, right? Stroke for stroke, a punch-by-punch account of the morning here. Again, you get in these tight races, and I'm sure you've been in them, Jim, where, like, you just can't back away.
No,
right?
you can't.
That it is so tenuous all the way down the course. Like, everything has to be dialed in. Your technique, your power, your relaxation, all of it has to be so dialed because the issue is so uncertain.
Getting a great view of that Skyline oarswoman here, and it's very impressive how clean her blade work is in these conditions here.
Yeah.
This is not easy to row with wind this strong. It's not a steady wind also. It's a bit gusty.
Right.
So very impressive coming into the latter portion of the course here. Looks like in second place, Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Third place, pretty much dead even. Looks like between Forest Hills Eastern in lane 2 and Northville in 6.
Yeah, real battle there, real battle. And again, like we've talked about all morning, you know, to a certain extent, the race gets made here because you've got to be clean so that you can put yourself in a position as the race gets to its close to be able to make some moves and change the outcome. If you're not keeping yourself close right now, it might be too little, too late.
Yep. Through the 500-meter to go mark there, those pink triangular buoys mark the last third of the course here. Now remember, we have 7 oarswomen in this event here, but it's not just the 7 in this event. There will be 7 more singles in semifinal 2 that they're competing. So even though Skyline is out to a pretty strong lead here with in the closing portions of this semifinal, she's battling everybody still coming.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Has to stay on it. And easier to do that in positions 2, 3, and 4 here, as you've got a really tight race behind the young lady from Skyline. These girls are absolutely getting after it, trying to keep the strokes as clean and as long as possible. And once again, that is far easier said than done.
Orchard Lake St. Mary's in second place in this semifinal, lane 2. Fighting off Northville oarswoman, who looks like has stepped up her stroke rating.
Yeah.
And we have some more crews behind. Buoys have changed from white to red. We are in the final 250 meters. Final less than 100 meters to go for Skyline here as we come by Maple Beach. The awards dock you'll see at the top of your screen, and then you'll see the finish line. Finish line is just before that line of orange big ball buoys that you see.
Big thing here. We see that the ladies are bringing up the stroke rate, But as that stroke rate comes up, you cannot compromise length. Length is what gets the boat going. You have to stay long in the water. That despite wanting to bring up the rate, the most important thing you've got to do is bring up the hull speed. Oh boy.
And it looks like we had maybe
a
crab
bit of a crab there. Things could get quite interesting here. She's got to get across the finish line. I'm not sure if she is.
She just crossed. Looks like she just drifted across.
She's not the way you draw it up, but she'll take it.
Yeah. Well, and we'll see if that makes a difference because we have
100%.
a second semifinal as well.
100%.
And in a single, that's scary because it's very easy to flip these boats.
Yeah. That's. I really think that that's a good thing. I think that you don't want to row a single scared or careful, right? Mm-hmm. Because that's not going to help you get better. Now, obviously, in a race situation, that's a bit of a different scenario. But all of these athletes have been practicing these boats for months. This is not the first time that they've jumped into this. And they have to be able to really push themselves and challenge themselves with what they're doing. Get the blades off the water, row on the square, row with your feet out to really develop your skill.
Looking now at the second semifinal of the women's varsity single. Lane 1 at the top of your screen, AACS. Lane 2, Yellow Boat, East Grand Rapids. Mercy in lane 3. Lane 4, Northview. 5, Traverse City Central. 6, Celine out to an early lead. And 7, Traverse City West. Through the 500-meter mark here, it is Celine in first place, ACS in second, and Northview in third.
Celine looking particularly impressive. And it's not just because this is the boat in the lead. Again, you take a look at what an aggressive rhythm she is throwing down. The rating is considerably higher than the other crews, but she's sustaining it, right? She's sustaining it. She's able to hold on to this. And again, might be a bit of a strategy here, right? Really push it through the first 600, 700 meters and get yourself into a position where you can ward off all comers, right? Yes. Because again, the advantage of being able to row from the lead.
Island marking the halfway point here. Celine, lane 6, out to a strong lead. Probably about 4 boat lengths over Ann Arbor Christian School. Lane 1. In Northview in lane 4.
A tight pack back here. I mean, Celine has the advantage, but the issue is still very much in doubt for the rest of the field.
Mm-hmm. There's the halfway point here. Now, Chris, we're seeing here sculling. Women in a single, they have a blade on each side. We saw in the larger boats, in the 8s, we saw sweep where each oarsman or oarswoman only has one oar and both hands are on it. How different is the technique between the two? I mean, obviously there's got to be something different. Is it the same basic fundamentals? Is it completely different?
It's very similar, but there's clearly some nuance. Because the sculling boats are typically smaller, the largest sculling boat you're going to see here today will be a quad with 4 rowers, each having 2 oars. The boats are just going to be more sensitive. So what you're doing with your sculls has to be complementary to that. I think in an 8 in particular, you can kind of get away with some heavy-handedness. But really, the sculling boats are going to reward poise and grace over just raw power. Because you can't just get up there and slam the blade into the water and jump off the footboard. Like that's not going to work. It is a more nuanced acceleration where you make connection, you drive the hips to bow, and you keep the handles accelerating with a strong push of your shoulders through your hips. So it's kind of like the acceleration goes up throughout the drive so that by the time the handles get to the body, they're moving their fastest. And again, really nice work. A great example here from the young lady from Celine insofar as how to lock on, how to stay long.
She just looks so relaxed too.
Yeah, that's big.
I mean,
That's big.
It's easier to be relaxed at the front of the pack, though.
Yeah, but like at the same time, like therein lies the challenge. If you find yourself down in a race, a seat or two, and you start getting tight, you're no longer as fluid. Your rhythm isn't as sustainable. Your strokes tend to get shorter. So it's sort of counterintuitive in that you have to just kind of keep yourself loose, keep yourself relaxed, allow the stroke to happen, allow the boat to travel between strokes, because anything counter to that is really going to be a negative for your boat speed.
You can see the conditions much worse here in the last 250 meters. I mean, this is where the Skyline, Skyline crew had a little bit of a bobble there.
Yeah,
We'll
likely caught her blade on a white cap or something like that, or just caught water in a white cap, and then at the release it wasn't there, and out went the blade sooner than she wanted. So yeah, just staying locked on. Maybe right now isn't necessarily the time to bring up the rate. Now is the time to just take clean, powerful strokes and make sure that you keep that boat accelerating.
Just get across the line.
Yeah.
We do have an update from the women's varsity pairs that we just saw. Winner of that event was Rockford from the first semifinal.
Yeah, an impressive crew.
And then second place, Carlson. Third place, Skyline. Rockford had a time of 6:21. Carlson 6:24.62. Skyline 6:26.44.
That's tight. That's a tight pack.
Mm-hmm. East Grand Rapids crossing the line. Traverse City Central, Traverse City West, and Mercy. To give you an update on the points trophies. So we have 5 overall team trophies that we're fighting for. An overall state championship winner, and then women's sweep. So sweep being 1 oar per oarswoman. Men's sweep, women's scull, and men's scull. We've just started the sculling events. But right now, Northville is at the lead overall with 68.4 points. Orchard Lake St. Mary's, second place, 61.2 points. Third place overall, Skyline with 21.6 points. We've had more men's sweep events, so Northville in the lead there. But we are now into some women's racing here with the women's 2V Junior 4. So these are going to be 4 rowers and a coxswain in the boat there. On the right of your screen, lane 1, Cranbrook. 2, Trenton, off to maybe an early lead. Celine in lane 3 with a lighter boat. 4, Rockford. 5, Grosse Ile. 6, Northview. And 7, Huron in the yellow boat, bottom of your screen.
Nice push here from Cranbrook in the early going.
Mm-hmm.
That is a crew that I would say, like top to bottom, Cranbrook has really made some improvements this year. You're seeing more of their crews in finals and performing really, really well. I think that's a testament to Chris and his team over there. They're putting in good work.
And we Huron, good push here.
Here they come.
Yeah, they were maybe a little bit slower in the first few strokes off the starting blocks here, but in the high strokes have really found it. Yeah, exactly.
You take a look here. This is like rowing geek stuff here, but I'll share it with you anyway.
Please.
You watch bow seat here in the Huron boat. Look how clear her puddle is. She gets locked on, sends through. She's at the right depth and really effectively moving the boat. That's slick. If you see that white water, it means that the blade's not necessarily at the right depth and you're kind of tearing water instead of pushing it. And you really want to push water. That's the way we do it. You get that good lock. You can think of it as like landing a punch, right? You want to hit it square on the jaw. You don't want a glancing blow that just sort of grazes, right? That's the most effective way to move the boat. And Huron, wow.
great image, Chris, here is we have Huron crossing the 500-meter mark there. You get a nice close-up of the ladies in the yellow boat here. See the coxswain laying down in the bow of this boat here. In most of the forest, the coxswain will be laying down their legs and their torso almost below the water line, and just their head popping up. You can see the coxswain's looking off to the left saying, where's the rest of the crews here?
Good problem to have, though,
exactly.
right?
And as we come into the middle portion of the course, you can see the wind is picking up. The waves are getting a little bit choppier. 750-meter mark at that island. Great natural landmark for these rowers.
Yep, they know where they are on the course. They know how much is left, and they know how much is left in their tank. Which is an important part of racing. Like you've got to be able to parse out your power accordingly down the course, right? You got to be able to go really quick, really fast out of the ditch, but still have something in reserve should the occasion arise.
Good push from Cranbrook here. Cranbrook was maybe about a seat down 100 meters ago. They are dead level right now, probably taking some higher strokes as we move into the second half of this race here, but they are bow ball to bow ball with Trenton.
Yeah, great race right here. Great race right here.
This is really where the grit comes in, where you're battling the conditions. Side to side, you can hear the other crew. You can hear that other coxswain shouting, the splashes, the clunking from the oars and the oar locks. What's going through your mind, Chris, in a position like this, where you're the buoys are going by, we're running out of race course. What do you think?
You know that with both these crews, they're giving everything they have, and you're just hoping that everything you have is enough. Because if you're giving all that you've got, it's going to come down to a point where either somebody blinks and backs off because it's just too much. It's a fact of racing. Or somebody catches some tricky water, tricky strokes, and gets thrown off their rhythm, and the window of opportunity opens for that other crew to surge ahead. But it is absolutely, you cannot blink sort of situation. It is a game of chicken right now between Cranbrook and Trenton, and it looks like Cranbrook may have edged out, I'd say maybe a deck and a seat. Or maybe just a deck.
And I think that's just from that 500-meter to go buoy. They were pretty much dead even right there. That must have been the point where they had in their race plan that they were going to lift the stroke rating.
Yeah, or just you take a technical focus, something that you've learned through practice. A particular crew executes really well, and it helps your hull speed. A 10 for length, a 10 for big shoulders to bow, a 10 for just keeping the hands flat, right? Whatever it may be. All of those things, all of those technical aspects, help your bottom line. Oh, don't look now. Here comes Trenton.
Yep.
They've got answers of their own here. This is going to be a dandy coming into the final few hundred meters.
Looks like Trenton has lifted their stroke rating. They are rowing at a higher stroke rating than Cranbrook, and it looks like that may be pushing through here. They've decided we have to go now if we're going to do this.
Yep. You can't stand on ceremony. Nobody's going to invite you.
Out to about a bow deck, about the length of the boat between the bow ball and where the coxswain is.
And if Cranbrook can just keep their blades in the water, get a good lock and a good send, they might just be able to respond to this push from Trenton.
You can see as we come into the final portion of the course here by the finish line, by the awards dock.
Some of the trickiest water.
It's really tricky there. We can see these boats bouncing around quite a bit.
Yeah, really tough to get that lock and get that send because the water's just so inconsistent.
Trenton doing a good job of locking on there. Now out to about 2/3 of a boat length over Cranbrook as we come across the finish line.
Strokes to go. Looks like they'll hang on.
There we go. Trenton, second place. Cranbrook in third place of Heat 1 of the Women's 2V Junior 4. We're now looking for the rest of the pack here.
Oh, here we are.
Celine separated out.
Oh, what a good race back there.
Yeah, Rockford and Groseal locked into a battle here. And you can see these are just brutal conditions for these oarswomen.
Staying long and staying clean wins the day. Aside from bringing the rate up and things like that, like that's secondary. The first thing that all of these athletes have to focus on is getting that blade out of the water cleanly and getting back in as cleanly as they can.
And crossing the line here, Scrow Seal. We now move to Heat 2. As you can see, the wind is considerably lighter at the starting line. It looks like it's almost two different race courses here.
Placid up there. Yeah, it really is. I mean, it really is. That's a 100% accurate point. You have to really take advantage of these first few hundred meters, build your rhythm, build your speed, hopefully build a lead, because you know that things are going to get a bit more uncertain and a bit more inconsistent as the race continues.
So Heat 2 is off. From the bottom of your screen moving up, we have Forest Hills Northern in the white boat, lane 6. Forest Hills Eastern in the red and white boat. East Grand Rapids yellow boat. Forest Hills Central in the green boat. Wyandotte in lane 2. And at the top of your screen, Riverview in the red boat.
Strong rhythm from FHC so far.
Mm-hmm.
You know, not super high, but long, right? And again, those good clear puddles indicating a good lock from FHC.
It's a great view to be able to see how consistent the blades are, timing, seeing if the angles match up when the blades enter the water, when they're extracting the blades together. And yeah, we have, it just seems like there's some nice poise out of that Forest Hill Central boat there.
Right. Again, just like you want the recovery to look relaxed, to look effortless, to make it look like, yeah, they could keep on at this cadence for quite a long time. I mean, like watching anyone do anything at a very high level, they make it look easy, right? And the girls from Forest Hill Central right now really making this 30-32 look effortless. That is some efficient boat movement. Long, fluid, dynamic. We'll see. Doesn't look like Wyandotte's going anywhere.
Mm-hmm. So we have an update from the women's varsity singles that we saw earlier. Looks like winning that was Skyline with a time of 6:42.18. So she was able to pull off the win. Second, Celine, 6:43.82. So a very close finish between the two of them. And then third place, Orchard Lake St. Mary's, 6:48. Coming out into the rougher water in the middle of the race course. Still see Forest Hills Central.
Still out there, but it definitely looks like they're getting some challenge from the conditions here. Taking a couple of tricky strokes. I mean, they're in a comfortable position, right? Like, look, you're up a length in a little bit of open water, right? You're in command. You can breathe a little bit. Not to say that you can relax, but like, it's, hey, sustain the rhythm. Keep on keeping on here. Keep ourselves in a good spot. We can absorb a tricky stroke here or there because we have some cushion. But at the same time, the uncertainty of what's happening in those other semis is still in the back of your mind.
Yeah.
So it's not like you're relaxing per se, but it is a situation that has a little larger margin for error.
Got about a boat length of open water between Central and Wyandotte. And then Forest Hills Northern at the bottom of your screen, lane 6, has been fighting it out here, trying to break free from East Grand Rapids and Forest Hills Eastern there that are about dead level.
Yeah,
maybe the Eastern crew has a little bit of a lead over the East Grand Rapids crew. Riverview in the red boat, lane 1.
And again, you're going to be getting the best out of these crews down here, Northern, Eastern, and East Grand Rapids, with the situation being what it is, so much uncertainty. Every one of those ladies is giving 100%, an absolute 100%. This is the kind of situation that you really hope for as a coach, as an athlete. You want to be in these tight races.
So it looks like the East Grand Rapids crew pulling up dead level with Forest Hills Eastern. I think the East Grand Rapids crew is probably understroking the Eastern crew there, trying to rely on their technique. They still have 500 meters to go here. It is anybody's race here for third place.
Central still looking strong. I feel like they've expanded that lead a bit over that second 500.
Definitely. But remember, we have to compare the times from this heat to the times from the other heat.
Looks like they're starting to bring up their cadence. That's definitely a more aggressive, more assertive rhythm that they are bringing down the course right now, the ladies from FHC. Really strong send. The bodies, shoulders moving really well, powerfully to bow.
You got really nice synchronization from the stern pair in particular. It looks like they are just mirror images of each other.
Yeah. Would have liked to have seen them in the pair event. They probably could have done pretty well.
You can see a good view there. The coxswain steering. There's a bar right in front in the coxswain's lap there that's connected to long wires that run to the back of the boat that connect to the rudder. Easy to oversteer these smaller boats here.
I mean, they're not like a Porsche. They don't respond right away. How long does it take for these boats to respond to your work?
It can take, in a 4 like this, it can take 2 or 3 strokes before the boat actually starts moving. And then once it starts moving, it'll take 2 or 3 strokes to stop moving. So think about that as you're driving down the highway and you want to make a lane change. You got to turn and then get into another lane and then turn back before you even gotten to where you want to go. It's not an easy task.
Quite a bit of touch, I imagine.
Close race here between Northern and East Grand Rapids. Yeah, East Grand Rapids is pushing hard. We will see. Finish line.
Ooh.
Close from Northern, I think.
Yeah, I think Northern by maybe half a deck.
Eastern crossing. Still in contact with East Grand Rapids there. And Riverview pushing through in these challenging conditions here. Maple Beach on the background of your screen. We've got a nice crowd out here for the Michigan State Championship. And that'll round out Heat 2 of the Women's 2V/Junior 4. We now move to Heat 3 of the Women's 2V Junior 4.
Oh boy.
In lane 1 at the top of your screen, Pioneer, Orchard Lake, St. Mary's in lane 2, maybe out to a bit of a lead there. Lane 3, Northville. 4 in the darker boat, Lowell. Traverse City Central in lane 5. And at the bottom of your screen, Grand Haven, challenging Orchard Lake, maybe about a quarter of a boat length behind Orchard Lake.
Grand Haven. Wow. Like, small club. And relatively new, but rowing really, really well. Like, nice rhythm with the arms coming away. Big thing here for them is just going to be staying poised and calm as the second 500 begins, so that, again, like we were talking earlier, they can keep something in reserve to maybe ask some questions of those ladies from Orchard Lake on down the line.
Northville pushing in contact still with Orchard Lake here. Now, these rowers will have known what's gone on so far today, and they know that, hey, we're in a little bit of a lead in the points, and so this is crucial that we pull up. If you're in Northville, Orchard Lake saying we need to push back on Northville here.
Yeah, no, for St. Mary's, you know, some second places to start the day, which I know St. Mary's did not want to be there, but it is what it is, right? You can't sit there and feel bad about the result. The result is the result. You've got races ahead, and you've got to have a short memory, right?
Yep.
Be the goldfish. Be the goldfish, and get out after that next opportunity to be the best teammate you can be for your team today. And man, this is impressive from Grand Haven. Still hanging around with
Yeah.
some crews like on the women's side. I mean, I know St. Mary's hasn't been around forever on the ladies' side, but you know they've showed some speed in their years around. And Northville definitely has showed some speed. They've won the state championship on the women's side before. And Grand Haven, out of lane 6 here,
Yeah.
still up in it. Really impressive from them.
Really good, keeping contact, and it is hard when you're a full 3 lanes over from the other crews that you're
Yeah.
battling against. That may be an advantage because it's able to keep you focused in your own crew, and on a day like today, technical execution matters. But it's always nice to have somebody right next to you pushing yourself along and get a little bit more adrenaline push.
Oh, 100%. Again, you know, that sense of urgency, the immediacy of the situation, just omnipresent. That is something that definitely helps you get the best out of yourself, the circumstances.
As we move into the second half of the race here, we see that Orchard Lake, St. Mary's, and Northville have raised their rate, it looks a bit.
And staying long.
Yeah.
And staying long. A good connection up there from both those crews, locking on behind them, and a strong send through to the bow. The ladies really driving the shoulders past the hips, staying locked onto the water, and really pushing those boats forward.
500 meters to go here. Orchard Lake St. Mary's out to a 1 boat length lead over Northville, followed by Grand Haven. Bottom of your screen, Pioneer in lane 1, crossing the 500 meter to go mark now, still in contact with Grand Haven. You can see in this close-up here, the gusts picking up the blades here, making it very challenging for these women.
Yeah, particularly in these lanes out on the other side, lane 6, lane 7, lane 8, just the direction that the wind is coming from. Unfortunately, that's going to be the more challenging side of the lake today. But again, a lot of these crews row in some rough stuff.
Yeah.
And they are quite familiar with rowing in choppy water. And again, I think that's something as an athlete you really have to revel in, because you don't get to choose the conditions on the day. You get to just row in the conditions on the day.
Northville making a strong charge here.
Oh, yeah.
When we've seen this
Bring
out of
it
a lot
up.
of the Northville crews today, that they've had a really strong sprint here. Orchard Lake St. Mary's stepping it up, not wanting to give a single inch to Northville here.
Oh, Northville is pushing. Oh, caught a little tricky finish there. Got to get their rhythm back, and that all starts on the drive. Get locked on, get sent through, and find that length, that rhythm once again. The challenge of the conditions here today is absolutely present.
Distinct change there from the Orchard Lake St. Mary's crew, stepping it up in the last 20 or so strokes here, trying to break free of contact from Northville there.
Northville pushing back in,
Yeah.
despite kind of catching a small little crab there at the finish, still pushing back into St. Mary's. That's, boy, oh boy. We will have to wait and see what the finish holds for this event, but that was a heck of a race. And here comes Grand Haven.
Good, strong push here from Grand Haven. Pioneer challenging in the last few strokes of the race, but it looks like Grand Haven is going to take it across the line for the 3rd place in this Heat 3. Pioneer crossing right now. Lowell and Traverse City Central battling it out in the last couple 100 meters here. Now we have 3 heats, so we are going to be comparing times from Heat 1, Heat 2, Heat 3 to determine the eventual winners of this event. Normally we would be having heats, and the winners and second places and from the heats would go on to finals. But today, given the weather conditions, forecasted winds to pick up in the afternoon, racing conditions just might not be safe enough. So we have moved to an abbreviated schedule where the multiple heats and semifinals get combined to determine who wins the event. And Traverse City Central crossing the line. Those ladies are spent. Moving on to the quads. So we have 4 rowers, no coxswain, 4 blades, Bottom of your screen there, Celine out to an early lead in lane 7. Orchard Lake St. Mary's, lane 6, right above them on the screen. Looks like they are in second place. Riverview, lane 5. Rockford in second place. Black Boat, Orange Blades. And then we have Northville in lane 3, Lighter Boat. And in lane 2, Carlson.
Celine matching really, really well right now out there in lane 7. Hands coming in and out of the finish smoothly and cleanly, which again, on a day like today, that is so critical to be able to sustain some consistency around the back end. Let the blade get out, let the boat run, do so in a smooth fashion. Celine really looking slick with that.
I know they're not yet out in the lead, but I would say the blade work from the Orchard Lake St. Mary's crew does look good too. They are matching nicely, trying to eat back into Rockford. Rockford making contact with Celine. Rockford in the dark boat there with the orange blades looking very sharp as the conditions will start to get windy coming by that point here at 500 meters down.
Yeah, and like we were saying with the last race, like Celine's got their work cut out for them here because their lane is going to be less advantageous than Rockford's lane. So potentially Rockford might be able to make a push here in the second 500, close that gap, maybe see them push up a little bit and see if that maybe makes Celine tight, or do they sustain their rhythm, stay focused on what they're doing, and continue to push ahead.
Well, Rockford has picked up their stroke rating, and it looks like they are rowing slightly higher than Celine. Celine responding through the 750 meter mark here in lane 7. Northville and Orchard Lake battling it out.
Yeah, boy, oh boy. I'd give the advantage to Northville right now, but Orchard Lake's not out of it.
Nope. Orchard Lake's been making some steering corrections there. Anytime you have to touch the tow rudder there, it does adjust. It does slow you down a bit. Hopefully that won't be too much for the ladies there. But Northville, really consistent, putting the blades in the water.
Yep.
At the top of your screen. Rockford getting good run out of their boat. But Celine has said, no, we don't want to play with you right now. We want to pull ahead in the 500 meter to go.
It does seem like Celine took a bit of a rate shift here, a little bit on the early side, just a couple of beats, a little bit higher to make sure that they're sustaining the position that they have. But Rockford's got room to go. I mean, gee whiz, Rockford must be at like a 28 right now. You know, which again, like, hey, like each crew is going to have their most efficient method for speeding up the boat. But, you know, it's kind of good news for Rockford because if they choose to bring it up and if they've got the skill to bring it up, they've got a lot of room to go and might be able to run down Celine here in the final 400 meters.
Yes. Yeah, more strokes per minute doesn't necessarily mean faster down the race course.
No. Speed and rate are more often than not mutually exclusive.
But good composure from Celine here. Bottom of your screen, lane 7 in the white and yellow blades. In the red buoys here, 250 meters to go. Typically at this stage of the race, crew's going to sit up a little bit taller, be a little bit punchier from the legs, a little bit less backswing, more legs and arms, as you can get in more strokes there.
And really just emphasizing what moves the boat the most, right? The legs. The legs feed the beast, right? Herb Brooks said it. He's 100% accurate. The legs feed the beast. And right now, these final few hundred meters, you've got to rely on those legs to do the dirty work and get that bow ball across the line ahead of everybody else.
Celine stroke really setting down a strong rhythm from the stern of the boat here. Rockford still fighting strong, knowing that we've got a couple semifinals here. They need to push through. They do not have second place locked in because we still have another semifinal.
Yeah, got to wait and see. Got to play the waiting game. That's kind of one of the tough things about today.
And it looks like Northville will finish about a boat length and ahead of Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Northville taking third in the semi. Orchard Lake St. Mary's crossing here in fourth place. We move to semifinal 2 of the men's 2V junior quad. Top of your screen, Forest Hill Central, Skyline, Lane 2, Yellow Boat, East Grand Rapids out to an early lead here, coming up to the 500-meter mark, followed by Spring Lake in Lane 4 and Green Hills in Lane 5.
Really strong rhythm from East right now. A bit on the high side, a bit on the high side to be fair, but again, like, it is so consistent. You take a look at the timing right now, the timing of the blades, the timing of the bodies to bow, the speed of the arms in and out of the bow. Yeah, it's a bit high, but they've got the skill to sustain it here, and they also know that this is a situation where they can't play safe. Right?
Yeah.
You can't be coy with a circumstance like this. You got to lay it down, and looking really, really good from EGR insofar as just putting down something certain.
Yeah, they can tell that, you know, where they stand up compared to Skyline, Forest Hill Central, Green Hills here, but they don't know where they are compared to the other semi.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and these crews have raced each other all spring long. Like this isn't their first rodeo, you know, literally and figuratively. They know who's got speed in this event. They know their speed relative to their competition. And thusly, they know what they need to do in this circumstance. Green Hills not going away. East is watching them. That stroke seat's taking peeks over there. You can see the bow ball.
And Skyline and Green Hills, they practice together at the same race site. So these guys know each other, and they definitely know where they should stack up. Bow to stern between East Grand Rapids and Skyline. Coming into the second half of the course where it gets rougher. Now we've seen East Grand Rapids has had a gutsy first half here, rowing higher. And are they going to be able to sustain that momentum and that peak speed in the second half?
I got to say, yeah. You take a look at the way they're sending the boat right now, how powerfully and quickly those shoulders are going to bow. I don't see that falling off. That looks just too consistent, too composed, too uniform for that to completely fall apart. Now, the steering is making me a little nervous. I'm not going to lie. Like, you are over the buoy lines there, my guy, and you don't want to find yourself in a situation where you're grabbing onto one of those buoys right at the finish and potentially having something unfortunate happen. But great correction there, great course correction, opening up some water, building that speed. They're taking it up even more before we even get to the red buoys here, Jim.
Yes, and obviously you want to stay between the two buoy lines. When we saw that we'd crossed there, it doesn't necessarily be a disqualification or anything, but you want to get back into your buoy lines, because if there is sort of any interference with the crew in another lane, then that could get you excluded from the event.
There could be a protest if you are impeding a crew's progress. That is not legal. Rubbing is not racing in rowing. Might work in NASCAR. It doesn't work here.
Into the red buoys, last 250 meters to go, and it looks like East Grand Rapids, they did not go out too hard, because it looks like they have even stepped it up further in the last 150 meters. Strong sprint.
Yep, just got to stay clean here. Stay clean, keep that rhythm coming, clean strokes, clean releases.
Taking about a boat length and a half over Skyline in the last 300 meters.
Really impressive, just decisive. Again, like seeing a crew take the race to the race and throw down some speed to see if anybody else wants to come along. And in this heat, it does not look like anybody is going to be able to get close to EGR.
Skyline crossing the line second. And then we have Central in lane 1. Green Hills also, and Spring Lake coming on the closer side of your screen towards the bottom in lanes 4 and 5. Central taking third in that semifinal. We now move to the men's varsity quad, semifinal 1.
Oh, boy.
Orchard Lake St. Mary's, lane 3, out to an early lead, followed by Green Hills in lane 2. And it looks like Spring Lake and East Grand Rapids. Spring Lake at the bottom of your screen, East Grand Rapids at the top of your screen. East Grand Rapids maybe have pulled ahead. Then we've got Riverview, lane 5. Forest Hills Eastern in lane 4. Dead across.
Yeah.
First, second, third. East Grand Rapids, Green Hills, Orchard Lake, St. Mary's.
And this is a familiar fight right here, a backyard brawl. These 3 crews raced last week at the Midwest Championships in the final, and we saw a really, really tight race there. It was an instant classic, bow ball for bow ball, nearly all the way down the course, and it seems as though this is going to be another real brawl. Rating quite high from St. Mary's. Again, look, that's what works best for this crew. They're going to tap it along. They're going to move a little bit more quickly with a little bit more finesse on that front end to keep their boat moving. Whereas you can see Green Hills a little bit lower and a little bit longer with their push into bow to get their boat going. Man, oh man, this is tight stuff here.
It looks like East Grand Rapids maybe has taken a little bit of a move before that island, thinking maybe the other crews are going to move at the island.
Absolutely.
Let's try to break free.
Yep.
They have now pulled up about 2 seats, bow deck, on the other crews, but it is still anybody's race here as we move into the second half between these 3 crews. Looks like there's been a good push from Green Hills in lane 2. Orchard Lake St. Mary's, they've got to move now, right?
Yeah, this is knife fight in a phone booth right here, whereby things are just so close and so personal. You have got to be precise and decisive with the moves that you're going to make. As you can see, East Grand Rapids moving, Green Hills moving. St. Mary's needs to maintain their length and push back in, stroke by stroke. You know you're not going to do it one stroke all together. You know you're going to have to stack them up here and just keep taking good strokes and keep yourself in a position to get that bow ball in front.
And it looks like East Grand Rapids, with 500 meters to go, has pushed in a good push.
Yep.
Green Hills
Not
refusing to let them go.
Not letting them go. Maybe a half a length lead there for East Grand Rapids, but it's not insurmountable.
Green Hills considerably understroking the East Grand Rapids crew, staying really long. East Grand Rapids saying in these tailwind conditions, we want to try to get in as many strokes as possible. We'll see which one's going to be more effective.
I think Green Hills heard you, because here comes that rating from Green Hills. They're starting to make their push early here and see if they can gain some momentum coming into the final few hundred meters of the race course here. Again, you got to ask some questions of your competition. Make a move. Take a risk. It might just get rewarded.
Yeah, last thing you want to have happen here is to get across the finish line and say, gee, I could have pushed a little bit further.
Right. We could have started that sooner. East has responded, seems to have absorbed that move from Green Hills here, and it looks as though they've gained a little bit of open water coming into the red buoys.
A little bit of a steering correction there coming from East.
Really sharp releases from East. You look how uniform those blades are coming out of the water. There's just no slowdown in that hull.
Getting good clearance between each set of puddles.
Yes, right. Even spacing. That's impressive and effective for so many reasons.
You can see as we get into the rougher water at the finish there, handling it well. Green Hills coming across second. Orchard Lake St. Mary's pushing in third place. First semifinal of men's varsity quad. Oh, and those guys, they did not hold back.
No. The issue was so clear in the early going. People were going to have to really ask some questions early on to see who had the stuffing. And that second 500 was just absolutely a fist fight.
Riverview looks like it will take fourth place.
Oof, that was a close one.
Followed by Eastern. Tangling up with the buoy there and the finish line. And Excuse me, Eastern's crossing now.
Now, here they are. Okay, so something important to note here. So with some of our varsity events, the varsity men's 8, varsity women's 8, varsity men's and women's quads, we've had these events seeded today.
Okay.
So we've given the advantage of lanes to the top seeds, and that's all been determined based on these crews' performance throughout the spring, particularly last week at the Midwest Championships. So right now you've got crews 1, 2, and 3 seeds just ran in the last semi, and seeds 4, 5, and 6 are going to be in lanes 1, 2, 3 here.
Gotcha.
So as again, to give the crews that have really proven themselves so far to be the best in the region, to be the best in the state, the advantage of being in the cleaner water today.
And is it much of a difference today, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, if you're asking me, do I want to be in lane 1 or do I want to be in lane 8? I want to be in lane 1.
Okay.
It is what it is. Like, look, it's not to say that you couldn't win from lane 8, but how many races have we seen so far that have been determined by tenths of a second?
Yeah.
You know, like, look, that's the boat falling over to port or falling over to the star once along the 1,500 meter course. That's really what it kind of boils down to. So, you know, crews that have sort of just demonstrated themselves to be fast this spring are rewarded with being in the more advantageous lanes.
So we have an update on the women's 2V Junior 4. Those where we had, remember, 3 heats of that. We have very, very, very close times here. It looks like Forest Hill Central has taken it with a time of 6:01.73, followed by Orchard Lake St. Mary's 6:01.97. So less than 0.2 of a second between these crews. Huron at a time of 6:02.82, taking 3rd place.
Yeah, what did we just get done saying?
Yeah.
You know. Skyline pushing hard, taking advantage of the good water there in the early going. Really looking sharp, precise, powerful, good-looking crew.
And from the men's 2V junior quads, with a time of 5:13, East Grand Rapids took that one. 2nd place, Saline with a time of 5:18.97. 3rd place, Skyline, 5:20.
And you can kind of see it playing out too, right? Like the top 3 seeds in this heat are making a push right now and are kind of commanding the race so far. It's not to say that Northville and Carlson down here don't have a shot to push on Northville and TC Central, but there's a reason why they're in lanes 1, 2, and 3, because they're pretty quick.
And you can see just how the conditions as it opens up here, the waves get a little bit rougher, particularly on the close side of the screen.
You get between like this peninsula and the island coming up here, and it does open up, and you really feel that on you. You really feel the force of the wind on you on the course, and again, just makes for less consistent blade work, less consistent strokes.
Coming up to the island, the halfway point, Skyline in the lead, followed by Northview in lane 2, Traverse City Central, lane 3, Carlson, lane 6, Northville still in contact, and Forest Hill Central.
Yeah, Skyline hammering here, hammering. They know who was in the lane before, or the race before them, and they are absolutely pressing to make sure that they are in consideration for a medal in this one.
Absolutely. One thing that's really impressive about these guys from Skyline, everything is so horizontal.
Yeah.
You know, there's just forward movement and then recovery, less vertical up and down, swinging back and forth.
That's a great point. So if you're watching these races, you know, you couldn't make it out here for the weekend or what have you, like, it's not a coincidence that the crews that are in the lead do the least.
Yes.
Right? There's no extra. The heads aren't bouncing all over the place. The shoulders aren't moving up and down. It's really compact. It's really precise, because all you want to move is what you have to move. And that's the best way to accelerate the boat here.
Really, really consistent timing here. No rush.
Nope. Loose, light, relaxed on the recovery. Quick peek over the shoulder. Make sure we're staying where we need to stay lane-wise. And hammer, hammer, hammer.
Probably also looking, saying, where's that finish
Yeah,
line?
right. Right.
You want to get into the grub tent there and get some pancakes. If you are on shore in the grandstands, you should be up on your feet cheering for these crews as they come up by Maple Beach. Skyline in the lead by about three and a half boat lengths.
Boy, Carlson must have heard me talking about them, because they have now pushed back up and are on top of TC Central right now. They're like, yo, we can win in the dirty water, Czar. We can win in the dirty water. We're familiar with that.
And just look at those white caps out there. I mean, you can see them on your screen.
Oh, I should just keep my fool mouth shut. I tell you, I swear. But again, Carlson rows down on the Detroit River, and I rowed for the Wyandotte Boat Club in the summers while I was in college, and it can get rough. You don't get white caps, you get these rollers, right, that are really, really tough to deal with. So those young men are absolutely well versed with rough conditions.
Traverse City Central capitalizing on that little rough condition here, but they still need to fight everybody in the other semifinal. Northville winding up. And good push from Carlson there.
Yeah.
You know, it's a shame that we had that little bobble there in there, because they had a really good.
They were surging. They were absolutely surging. And again, like, that's just one of the challenges of the day today, is just being able to stay consistent despite the conditions.
We are now into semifinal 1 of the women's freshman 4 with Coxon. Top of your screen, Northville, Forest Hills Eastern, lane 2, Cranbrook in lane 3, Huron in the yellow boat, lane 4, Grosse Ile in 5, and at the bottom of your screen, Northview. Coming to the point, about 350 meters into the race, we have Forest Hills Eastern out to an early start. Conditions starting to get worse as we move further down the race course. We have a strong tailwind today, making for some screaming fast times, but rough water. Eastern out to about a boat length and a half. And then between Northville, Cranbrook, and Huron, tight race here for second place of the first of the semifinals. Typically, we would run semifinals in the morning, finals in the afternoon, but because of the race conditions and the winds expected to pick up in the afternoon, we've moved to an abbreviated schedule where the 2 semifinals will run, and then the top times from each semifinal will be combined to determine the winner of the event. You can see coming into the 500-meter mark there, the pink buoy really being blown by this strong tailwind here. Forest Hills Eastern responding with that strong first third of the race here, 1,500 meters at Kensington Metro Park here. Northville with the orange and black blades. Second place, refusing to let the Forest Hills Eastern crew move out. Northville has had some very impressive second halves of the race courses here today. They're in the slightly favored lane, lane 1, slightly more sheltered. Can they eat back into the distance that Eastern has put in the first half of this course here? Looking at the yellow boat from Huron in third place of the heat, of the semi, and then Cranbrook in lane 3. Island signifies the halfway point of this race course here, and it looks like Eastern has decided to take a little bit of a push there at this halfway point. You can see these women are really battling these winds here. The tent that I'm in is almost blowing over. It is that strong of a wind here. Seeing how Northville responds to that wind in the second half here. Eastern has had a nice strong lead from the start. Huron making a good push here. But you can see these are freshmen. This is their first state championship race. It is challenging conditions. We've seen the varsity, we've seen the JV, we've seen some mistakes from some folks in some of the rough waters here. So it's going to be a big challenge for the freshmen who this is their first year rowing in this event to handle these rough conditions.
Oh, I think youthful exuberance is going to win the day. You can't challenge that. I mean, these athletes, they've heard from the elder statesmen within their teams about what a great event this is. And I know that it's been something that they've all had marked on the calendar for months. The opportunity to come here as a freshman. Like that's one of the things that's so unique about our sport here in Michigan, that as a freshman, you can represent your team, your school, become a state champion. You know, I know at our school, should an athlete medal at this event as a freshman, they've earned their varsity letter, and that's a big thing. Like that's a really big thing. So for these athletes, like this is absolutely the pinnacle of the season for them.
So we have an update from the men's varsity quads that we saw. Looks like East Grand Rapids took the event with a time of 4:54.77, and then we have a close battle between Green Hills and Skyline, and it looks like Green Hills has taken it with a time of 458.2 over Skyline 458.41. So
Wow.
0.2 of a second there between those crews. Coming back to the women's freshman 4 that we're seeing here, semifinal 1. These crews are battling it out in this rougher water. You can see the Whitecaps rolling here in the final 250 meters, orange zone, red zone of the race course here.
And again, like it's not just the crews that are your adversary today. It is very much the washing machine water here in the final couple hundred meters. Ooh, good recovery, good recovery. It's going to happen to everyone today. You're going to have a stroke that you didn't want to take, but just have to deal with. That was an excellent recovery there from the young lady from Forest Hills Eastern.
And Eastern crossing the line now. Northville going to take second place to the first of the semifinals, back 2 boat lengths.
And now how many do we just got the 2 semifinals?
Just 2 semifinals.
Okay. So they're going to go into the dock and play the waiting game to see if what they did was enough to get themselves a medal from this championship.
Huron crossing the line here, looking to stay sharp in this rough water. When you have rollers like this, you need to be tapping down at the finish really cleanly.
Yeah.
Getting the blade fully out of the water before you feather. Otherwise, that blade can just get caught there and pull you around, catch a crab. Got Grosse Ile and Northview.
Yep.
Grueling race for these freshman women here.
I just love the team concept of what we offer here with the state championship for rowing for these athletes. That there's a spot for everybody within your team to be represented and have a hand in what the team achieves on the day. That just sort of that buy-in that it takes from everybody is just rare. You don't see it elsewhere in high school sports where everybody within the team is part of the thing, right? You've got events that are specifically for your freshmen. You've got events that are specifically for your JV athletes, and then obviously events specifically for your varsity athletes. That is unique to what we do, and I think really a highlight, a real benefit.
You're right.
Here we go.
It's semifinal 2 here of the women's freshman 4. Far right of your screen, lane 1, Central. Lane 2, Skyline. Lane 3, Pioneer. Out to the lead, Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Carlson in the blue boat. In lane 5, Rockford at the bottom of your screen. The black boat with the orange blades. Lane 6. Rockford rowing a bucket rig here in the 4.
Yeah.
Where we have 2 oars on the same side. So the 2 starboard oars here are in seats 2 and 3, whereas the bow and the stroke are on the port side.
Yeah, lots of reasons for doing that, Jim. Sometimes it can be a strength issue within the team whereby you've got stronger rowers on one side than the other, or sometimes it can be a scenario where one of your rowers is maybe super strong, super long, but their timing is a challenge. And just having that oar in front of you, just being able to follow that person in front of you, sometimes just makes it a little bit more seamless, a little bit easier to stay consistent with that. And part of this game, such a big part of this game, is being able to stay in time. Like, it really doesn't matter how big or strong you are. If you're not putting the blade in time,
Sure.
You're not a real value add to your crew.
Orchard Lake St. Mary's still holding their lead at the 500-meter mark, fending off a challenge from Skyline in lane 2. Third place, battle between Central at the top of your screen and Rockford at the bottom. But as we move out from that point there, Rockford's going to hit the rougher water first, and we can see that that's really posing a challenge for these freshman ladies.
Yeah, to your point about being able to tap down, right? Like when you finish the stroke on any regular day. You want to make sure that handle is finishing up in your ribs so that you have space to push down on the handle to let the blade release the water. Today, it is critical, absolutely critical, that you are staying tall and finishing high so that you have a chance to release the water cleanly and let the boat accelerate. Real aggressive here from St. Mary's. They are really getting after it here in this second 500. And again, like, you're going to see all sorts of varieties insofar as approaches or strategies to the race. Some crews prefer to be a little bit lower because they find that to be most effective. Some crews prefer to be a little bit higher because they find that most effective. Lots of ways to skin a cat here, as they say. But you know, at the end of the day, you've got to just do what you do, but keep yourself in a position to really go for it as the race comes to its close in the final few hundred meters. And Skyline's, you know, they're not out of it, but at the same time, like, you're kind of getting down to it. So if you're going to make some moves, you got to go. Right, exactly. As you said earlier, you know, you don't want to finish the race and say, you know what, I bet we could have started our lift, you know, 10, 15 strokes sooner and been able to hang on.
Because I'm not going to ask you to reveal any trade secrets here, but it seemed like the crew from Orchard Lake St. Mary's at that halfway point, they found another gear to move up, and where they were close with Skyline, they seemed to be pulling maybe about 3 inches each stroke, just inching away here. And as we move into the last 500, this is some great poise from these freshman women in this event here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, first off, you're rowing a 4, which, you know, is going to be a smaller hull, which is going to require more precision, more feel, all of those things. That obviously these ladies have had practice in this equipment, but nonetheless, like, a 4 on a day like today is more challenging, right? You've got to really be very technically proficient, technically sound, and consistent with what you're doing to get the best out of this. And boy, oh boy, are we seeing some scary conditions there insofar as just, like, you know, you're going to get some bad strokes, right? Like, it's safe for rowing. I'm not saying that it's not safe. I'm just saying, like, it's tough to be consistent as you're coming into the close here, and you want to be consistent as you're coming into the close so that you can shore up your efforts and cross the finish line first.
Really aggressive stroke seat from that Orchard Lake St. Mary's crew. She is just like, we are going to go. I do not want to mess around with Skyline here at all. Let's walk away. We're also fighting everybody in the other semi. Yeah.
Oh, they got to hold on to some water here. You don't want to see that all that splashing, right? You want to see yourself just lock on, send it through. Lock on, send it through. Skyline doing a nice job of that. Look how clean they are. Really nice job from Skyline.
Skyline crossing second in semifinal 2. Forest Hill Central, lane 1, crossing third. Rockford at the bottom of your screen, coming in fourth. Pioneer in the lighter boat, and Carlson in the blue boat. From this view here, you can just see the wind screaming down the course. Pretty much a direct tailwind here. Probably a little bit more pleasant than rowing in if it was spun around 180 degrees.
Yeah, no, if this were a headwind today, boy, oh boy. You know, you're talking races that are probably 30, 45 seconds longer as a result of that, as you just have that wind pushing against you.
Moving on to the women's 2V junior double semifinal 1. So this is a double. We've seen the pairs already on the ladies' side. Double is 2 rowers, 4 blades. Top of your screen in the yellow boat, East Grand Rapids. Second lane, Skyline, out to a strong lead at the halfway point. Lane 3, Forest Hills Eastern. Lane 4, Riverview. Northville with the black and orange blades, lane 5, and Green Hills, bottom of your screen, lane 6.
You know, we've said it before of crews from the school today, and you know, Skyline just really looking composed, long, powerful. I mean, you just watch the blades along the recovery. You watch the blades at the finish, slipping out with certainty and speed, right? Just how matched up they are. That's some impressive stuff, and room to go too, right?
Sure.
Like I mean, it might not look like they're killing themselves. I can promise you they are killing themselves. They're absolutely throwing down, but they've got room to bring that rate up and find another gear here as they get closer to it.
Now, we see different schools have different strategies of where they're going to put sort of their strongest rowers, which events here.
Yeah.
You know, Skyline has been historically more of a sculling program than a sweep program. You tend to favor more of the sweep rowing, right? But
what we've made a pretty big investment in our sculling. I really think that getting good at sculling makes you a better rower, period. You know, as we said of the ladies that were in the varsity single, like, you can put them in any boat and they will improve the quality of rowing in that boat. Yeah, like erg score is one thing, right? That notwithstanding, if we're just talking rowing skill, like, being in a sculling boat is going to make you better. And any opportunity that a young rower has to get in a sculling boat is something that they absolutely have to jump on and take advantage of, because the improvements that you make from rowing one of these boats that is so small, so sensitive, just can't be matched.
that Skyline crew, very impressive, the synchronicity between those two oarswomen there, particularly on the starboard side. Those two blades are identical.
Yeah. Speed out of the water, just the rhythm coming away from the finish, speed of the hands away, how they're approaching the catch. Got to stay composed here, though, right? We're getting into the tough stuff. Got to stay composed.
Now, sculling, oftentimes, scullers like to drag the blades on the water. That is going to be a challenge. That's going to be a bad strategy today, I think.
Yeah, inadvisable. I would file that under inadvisable. You know, obviously you're going to catch some water on the recovery. You're not going to row this race 100% clean, but you have to try to row this race 100% clean, because, you know, if you catch a white cap because you're just not getting enough weight onto the handles and being flat enough along the recovery, right, that could be detrimental. I mean, as we saw, the gal from Skyline in the single, right?
Yep.
Catching a sticky one there just ahead of the finish.
East Grand Rapids crossing the line second. Eastern, Northville, Green Hills, and Riverview. Laying down some speed in the first semi of the women's junior double. That Skyline time is going to be a challenge to beat in the second semifinal.
Yeah.
We'll see if the ladies from Saline can do it in lane 1, or Grand Haven 2, Lowell in 3, Central in lane 4, and Huron in lane 5.
Seems to be Huron taking advantage of the early pleasant conditions, along with Saline. Pretty tight there, maybe a half length advantage to Huron in the early going. Pushing hard here. Oh, almost got it to a full length and a little bit of open.
Yeah, it looks like we got Grand Haven over into Saline was a scratch.
Okay. Well, if I'm Huron, I know where I'm at, I know what lane I'm in, and I'm trying to take advantage of this decent water as best I can and build that lead.
Yeah.
Doing a nice job, though, from Huron, right? Like, really sending the shoulders to bow here. You know, everybody's kind of got a little different style. Some crews will sit a little bit more upright, like if you've ever seen Michigan's men row, you know, a very upright style, compact. You know, one might say punchy insofar as the way they take the stroke. Bit more of a send through here with the shoulders. Maybe not quite Canada, circa early 2000s, the Spracklin boys, but
Yep.
Nonetheless, like a real strong push with the shoulders through the bow here, or into the bow rather, to keep those blades connected to the water, to keep the handles accelerating. Again, length is going to win the day today. Staying long in the water.
And Huron responding well to, looks like some wake
Yeah,
in the
some
water
wake
there.
Yeah. Got to get those bass. Those bass aren't going to catch themselves.
Coming up to the halfway point here at the island. Huron, lane 5 in the lead. Grand Haven, lane 2, about a boat length and a half back.
Not going away. Not going away.
So we have an update from the women's freshman 4. First place, Orchard Lake St. Mary's with a time of 6:07.96.
There we go. Got it back.
Commanding over Skyline, second place, 6:14 even. Third place, Forest Hills Eastern with a time of 6:22.
Yeah, congratulations to those athletes. That's a big moment for them. Come here, medal at the state championship regatta. That's huge.
By 7 seconds. That's a good margin.
Yeah, no, that's convincing. That's open water. Huron caught a couple of tricky strokes there, but have recovered and still just a great long rhythm, right? Getting forward, getting locked on, and sending it through. That's got to be what they're thinking about right now, right? Like these are experienced rowers. They've rowed in this sort of stuff before. They know that, like, look, you might want to bring the rate up, but the most important thing you got to do from this point forward is keep the boat moving fast. So get locked on, send through, be clean as you can on the recovery here, and not worry so much about the number that the stroke coach is telling you as just being fast with that blade through the water.
So now you mentioned the stroke coach. So what kind of instrumentation do these crews have here, Chris? They have GPS, or what do they use?
Oh yeah, gone are the days of a stopwatch and knocks against the gunnel, right? This is definitely not boys in the boat here. They have, you know, a stroke coach there that'll have GPS, that'll be tracking the meters traveled, that'll be tracking the time elapsed, that'll be tracking the speed. They will get a 500-meter split, like you would see on the ergometer.
Okay.
On that unit, so they'll be aware of all these things kind of going into and during this piece, right? That piece of equipment can be pretty useful, especially for the coaches during practice and things like that, insofar as just tracking data, keeping track of practice pieces and things like that. On the day-to-day, certainly helpful for them to sort of know where they're at insofar as the numbers that they're hitting with their rate, the numbers that they're hitting with their split. But I think, honestly, like, that stuff's all well and good. Taking good strokes and making sure you are in front is probably more salient,
Sure,
one might say, in these circumstances.
Yeah, it's more important to get the boat moving well,
Yeah.
having a good consistent rhythm than just sort
Be
of
worried
some
about your
arbitrary
stroke rate.
numbers on
Yeah.
there.
Because look, if 34 is where you wanted to be and 34 doesn't feel good, well, you knock it down and you make it feel good.
Yeah. On a day like today, it's not going to feel great.
Good in quotation marks, 100%.
Yeah.
They're almost through it here. They're almost through it.
And they are tired, the women from Huron. Crossing the finish line, Grand Haven, second place.
Yeah, good for them. Again, another good show from the crews from Grand Haven here. You know, small team that's just kind of getting started. Would love to see them continue to grow and enter more events at the state championship.
Now, do the rowers compete in more than one event today?
Yeah,
How does it work?
you can compete in two, max 2 events. You can compete in.
And when you're building out your matrix of who's going to be in what crew, what do you consider? You know, some events are worth more, some events are worth less. Does that play into your decision making at all?
It certainly does. It depends on your team. It depends on your team size. You know, I think that the bigger teams have the ability to prioritize, you know, all of the 8s. Some of the smaller teams, maybe it's like, hey, you know, we've got a really sharp novice 8. We're going to put them in the 3rd varsity novice 8 this year and see how they do. Or maybe it's a junior 8 that you're putting in there. You know, I think at the end of the day, you want to make sure that you are putting your team in events that they have the best chance at winning, so that you can be the closest to, if not winning, the men's points trophy, the women's points trophy for sweep, for sculling, or the combined points trophy. Because that is, again, a real proud achievement for everybody within your program to say, hey, like, look at our efforts right here. Look what we were able to achieve. Look what we were able to bring home.
To give you an update on the overall points, Northville is in the lead with 69.4 points. Orchard Lake St. Mary's hot on their tail with 65.2. Skyline in 3rd place. So I apologize, actually, those point totals may not be accurate right now, as our timing system is adjusting to the shift from semifinals in the morning, finals in the afternoon, to semifinals times being determining the outcome.
Undoubtedly, our IT department is diligently working on getting this sorted. I mean, look, this is, you know, Kit said it at the C&C meeting this morning, like, look, we will cover the points and all of that. We will get that addressed. That's going to be the first thing that we're going to talk about at the meeting. Because, like, honestly, that is what matters most to all of these teams. Like, where do we stand in the standings at any given point? Yeah, they want to win their individual events, but it's about how the team does.
And we are off in semifinal 1 of the women's varsity double. Bottom of your screen, Yellowboat, East Grand Rapids, lane 7. Skyline pulling out to an early lead in lane 6. Rockford, lane 5, the dark boat with the orange blades. Pioneer in the middle, lane 4. Then looking at Northview, lane 3. Saline in lane 2. And at the top of your screen, Northville.
And Skyline starting to lengthen out now after an absolutely powerful start. Like, shot out of a cannon kind of start. That was some impressive work from those young ladies. And in a commanding lead right now, very early into the race.
Now, I'd expect the Skyline crew to just continue barreling down the course. They commanded a victory at Midwest last week.
Yeah.
That was very decisive.
Talented group, really talented group of oars women over at Skyline this year. Top to bottom, really, really solid. And aggressive, right? You can see here, Jim, they are just not taking the foot off the gas. A very aggressive rhythm that they are laying down here in the early going, maybe 400 meters in to this piece, and a good bit of distance between them and second place.
Yeah, these women are tough as nails. They are not going to let the challenges of today's conditions get the best of them. Coming through the 500-meter mark here, Skyline, first place. Northville out in lane 1, second place. And then Northview, lane 3, third place.
Yeah.
Celine and East Grand Rapids, pretty much bow ball to bow ball, looking for 4th place. Maybe I'd give a slight advantage to Celine.
Good push here from Northville, breaking free of Northview. Got a little bit of open water between the two, maybe half a length. So in a real strong position there. Don't know that Northville's creeped back into Skyline yet. There's at least a length, maybe length and a half of open water between them right now. But nonetheless, they are asserting themselves strongly and firmly in 2nd place here.
Got some wakes in the course there. The ladies handling it nicely.
Good finishes here from the ladies at Skyline, right? Strong push to bow, snappy, a real snappy exit of the water there from these ladies. Crisp, right? Like you could create that certainty, right? Create that certainty on the drive, get that boat moving so that there's just, less guesswork along the recovery. I mean, it's very much like, we talk about it at practice that the faster the boat's moving, the more certain it is, the easier it is to set. Imagine trying to balance a bicycle if you're just sitting on it versus if you're going downhill, right? Like the same principle applies. The faster these boats are moving, the easier it is to keep things clean along the recovery. And these ladies just really making sure that there's no slowdown in those handles as they finish the stroke and let those blades exit the water cleanly. Look how clean. I mean, like, for real here, like some rough water, and
you couldn't tell. You couldn't tell it from the way they're rowing.
100%. You wouldn't know it.
The bow seat there, really aggressive catches.
Yeah.
In a tailwind like this, it's often very easy to spin your wheels and just sort of like let the boat bobble along and really only catch it in the middle of the stroke. But these guys, they are locking in. They are propelling the boat with each stroke that they take. As we move into the final portion of the course here, you'll see those buoys change from yellow to red when we hit the last 250 meters to go.
And good point about the tailwind. You really got to make hay the first quarter of that drive because that wind is pushing you. It is advantageous, but you've got to make sure you still feel that blade connect. You feel yourself unweight the seat. You've got yourself leveraged against the footboard, against the handles, and you are picking up that boat every single stroke.
Coming into Maple Beach here. Last 20 or so strokes for the ladies reaching for that finish line. Conditions considerably rougher.
Here they go. Building some more speed into what they're doing here. Just got to emphasize staying clean as you do it. And again, like you're doing something that's going to take more exertion. And then the counterpoint to that is that you have to relax more, right? Like once you get locked on, you feel that tension, that resistance. But then once the blade releases, it's like everything's just got to loosen up. Your face, your shoulders, your arms, your hands. Today maybe you've got a little bit more of a grip on the handle just because things are a bit more inconsistent. But, you can't have a death grip out there. Your forearms will be burned out by 400 meters in.
Yeah, and it's going to be how do you stay relaxed in these conditions where you're going to get a gust of wind.
Yeah.
You want to be really responsive. You want to make sure you can just sort of shake it off and move on, take that next stroke. So it looks like we have Northville, second place in the heat. Northview.
Was East able to eke that one out?
I think so. I think he's just got him at the end there. Good push from East over Celine. Looking now at semifinal 2 of the women's varsity double. Top of your screen, lane 1, Traverse City West. Lane 2, Green Hills, Lowell. Then Traverse City Central out to the lead. Lane 5, Trenton. At the bottom of your screen, Spring Lake. Now, this is the state championship. So, how has the training plan changed over the past couple weeks? Do you change? Do you start tapering down for this event, or what do you do?
Some teams may have that opportunity. I think just given the way that the spring season kind of stacks up, you kind of don't really get a chance to have a taper. Like, okay, maybe like Friday's a lighter workload, right? For us, it was a couple of guts out pieces where, you practice your 1,500 meter race plan. You do the first bit of it, the start and your shift off of the high stuff, and then you take a 20 for the middle 500 and practice the things that you're trying to work on there, and then you practice your base speed to your sprint for the final 5, and you hit a couple of those and you bring it in. But like, every week, man, like, it starts with Midwest and then it's states, and then for the crews who've qualified, you're moving on to the SRA championship out in New Jersey. Like there is no rest for the wicked. You just have to keep on it and hope that you've really done the work and have developed your fitness enough that you can sustain this kind of workload.
And it looks like the women from Traverse City Central have put in that time to get out
Absolutely.
to the nice commanding lead here in semifinal 2.
Right. That doesn't happen by accident right there. That is absolutely a result of all the training, all the preparation that these ladies have put in. Months in the making. Yeah. Months in the making.
Now, they are out to a strong lead in this semifinal, but remember, we had Skyline out to a strong lead in the prior one. So they cannot sit on their laurels here.
No, they can't. No, they can't. Certainly doesn't look like they are. Really firm entries here, really getting on it. You can see that the rate has certainly not come down at all. These ladies are likely around 30 strokes, 31 strokes a minute, maybe even 32. In some conditions that, like we've been saying all day, are going to challenge you. But they've got the skill to be able to maintain it here as they're making their final push through the last 400 meters of the course.
Got Green Hills in second place there, battling over these winds. You can see the streaks of wind on the water there. You can see the waves picking up. I don't know if you can even hear our tent blowing around here.
Yeah.
We're fortunately staked down, but it is a rough day.
Breezy. It's breezy. It's breezy. It's a breezy day. Good day for flying a kite.
Yes.
There you go.
Traverse City Central still out to a good lead here, pushing through as we enter into the red zone here of the last 250 meters.
Ladies from TC Central's doing a really nice job staying connected. Again, some things that we pointed out on the broadcast today, like get the blade in, clear dark puddles through the drive. And we can see that from these ladies, right? They're really effectively moving the boat, getting locked on well to the water, and a powerful drive through it.
Now, Green Hills, I don't think they've got enough race course to catch up, but they have found some more speed here in these last couple hundred meters.
Yeah. Again, you just kind of take a look, the contrast the styles here. They're a bit more upright, a bit more of a punchy stroke, really emphasizing the front end, the legs, the quads, to leverage the boat.
Yeah, it seems like Traverse City Central is doing more of a body swing type approach, which can be effective. There's no one right way to row the boat.
Like a boat full of 2 people, 4 people, 8 people who match one another uniformly is always going to be faster than a boat full of prima donnas who think that they're God's gifts and you just follow me or I'll just do my own thing. No thanks. No thanks to that. I'd rather take the cogs in the machine. It'll always be faster.
So Green Hill is taking second place. Crosstown rivals Traverse City West, third place. In the second semi of the women's varsity double. And we move on to the men's varsity 4 with Coxon. Semifinal 1. Top of your screen, Gross Eel in the red boat. Riverview, lane 2. Wyandotte, lane 3. Northview in the middle, lane 4. Trenton, lane 5. Pioneer, lane 6. Orchard Lake St. Mary's out to a lead in lane 7. Grand Haven, bottom of your screen, lane 8. First race that we've seen today of all 8 lanes occupied. Great to see 8 lanes of racing here at the Kathryn Bennett Racecourse. Really strong start here from Orchard Lake St. Mary's. See, that's they are making a move right now. They are considerably overstroking the Pioneer crew that's behind them in second place. Probably by maybe 2 strokes a minute more. And they are pulling away half a boat length of open as we come out to the 500-meter mark.
Yeah, they're doing a nice job grabbing the water behind them. You see the way the blades splash when they connect with the water, and you want to see that the blades, connect with the water as they travel to the bow so that you are maximizing your length in the water. Again, it's true of any race, but particularly where you have conditions that create a situation that's less consistent, you really want to make sure you're maximizing that length in the water. So far, so good with St. Mary's being able to do that in a uniform fashion.
I really like the rhythm that your stroke is putting down here. Really clean catches. You see a nice little bit of backsplash there. Good entry, and then aggressive, jumping right off that foot stretcher, putting that impulse to the front of the stroke. Oftentimes that can be very helpful in a tailwind condition here where the boat speed is up, and we just see the boys from OLSM pulling away from the rest of the pack. Pioneers fending off a challenge from Wyandotte.
Yeah, Wyandotte's still on their stern deck here. Certainly not going anywhere. As we said, Pioneer rowing a little bit lower. They've got some room to go. It could be potential for a mid-race move. Maybe you take a little bit of a pop, big push with the legs there. The rate climbs a couple of beats to make that difference maker kind of move in the middle of the race and keep yourself in contention here for what could come based on the next semifinal of this.
Really nice rowing coming out of the Orchard Lake crew in first place, currently by about 3 boat lengths. Pioneer, good overlap with Wyandotte, fighting for second place. Semifinal 1 of the men's varsity 4. This event determines a fair number of points in the overall points trophies, men's sweep. So this is an important event for you.
Yeah, so for the day, all of the varsity events are the top point earners, right? The varsity 8, the varsity quad, the varsity 4, and then your JV events are a bit less, and then your freshman or third varsity events are a bit less. So if you're going to do something on the day, you've got to do it in the premier events. Mm-hmm. And I don't think anybody would have it any other way, right? Like you want to put your best on somebody else's best to see who is the best. And right now, St. Mary's throwing down an impressive piece, and we'll see where it lands them at the end of the day here. As we're getting into the rougher stuff, they're maintaining good length, good control, body's still moving really well and long.
Yeah.
Long.
Look at how just the length of the stern pair really getting all the way out there, pivoting around the pin, getting good compression. And then oftentimes when you get a compression like that, you miss the first part of the stroke because the rowers will go for a little bit of a dip.
Yeah.
But really impressed with that stern pair, just locking on. Bow pair's no slouch either.
But big thing for all these crews here, it's just keeping the handle flat, right? Mm-hmm. Like just not allowing any up and down with the handle as you're moving into the stern, particularly as you're squaring the blade. Just keep the handle flat as you square it so that you have consistency there, that last bit of the recovery just ahead of locking on. You want to feel that things are calm, that there's no rush, no antsiness to get to the end of the recovery and lock on. Everybody can calmly lock on and then quickly and assertively speed that boat up.
Some fast times here.
Good push from Pioneer there to really create some distance. Man, oh man, they closed the door on Wyandotte there.
Yeah, they said, okay, we're done playing. Let's walk away here. Wyandotte taking third place here. Looks like Northview will take fourth in the first semi. Trenton edging out Gross Eel. Grand Haven and Riverview.
Well, it looks like the wind might have shifted a little bit. Are you seeing that right?
Yeah, it looks like a little more quarterly.
Quartering tailwind, which is going to add its own challenges. I was never a fan of the crosswind. Never. I don't know that anybody is, per se, but that is just the worst. I mean, headwind, fine. Tailwind, fine. The wind coming across, it really affects the way that the crew can keep the boat set, because the boat is just going to get pushed over to the other side, the leeward side of the wind, and it really makes things quite challenging.
Well, it also makes it very challenging to steer. So these boats here have a coxswain in there. The coxswain is sitting typically in the fore in the front of the boat. So they're a bit separated from the crew. They don't get the same feedback. They see what's in front of them, not what's behind them. The tendency to oversteer, and what we may see as we get a more of a quartering tailwind here is the boats getting blown towards lane 8. And so we'll see how these coxswains respond to that steering challenge.
Yeah, you're going to have to use more rudder, which, is more drag. Nobody wants to be steering more, but at the same time, like, you've got to keep yourself in your lane and try to make sure you are taking the straightest course possible.
Yeah, you'll actually want to aim a little bit left here of where you want to go, and the wind will sort of keep pushing you to the right. But it can be challenging, and it's also challenging when you're in the front of the boat because you don't see your oars.
Yeah.
And so, it may look like, I'm far enough away from those buoys, but your oars may be close. They might be touching the buoys. And so when you're in the back of the boat, you can actually see the oars.
How much of that could you feel when you were up there?
You can feel a lot.
Yeah.
The boat moves in a rhythmic pattern. It's not just steady forward momentum. You hear things going on. So you hear the clunk of the oar in the oar lock. You hear the splash of the blade entering the water, clean release, and all these auditory clues and the kinesthesiology. You just feel everything there. So it can make up for it. And, when we're talking about, a varsity coxswain here, this will be probably one of the top coxswains in the, in the crew.
Absolutely.
They've had some experience here.
Yeah.
They put in a lot of miles, and so they're going to be keen into all those sensory inputs.
Yeah. And for those reasons, too, like, you have to have one of your very best coxswains in these boats, because you don't have the advantage of being able to see the oars and provide that feedback. You have to rely on what you feel, and that the only way to achieve that is just miles and miles and miles and miles of experience.
So we have an update from the women's varsity doubles. So winner of the event was Skyline with a time of 5:49. Screaming fast time here. Second place, Northville. And then third place, Northview. So Northville had a time of 6:01. Northview had a time of 6:12.79. Traverse City Central was in fourth place. So the first three places, the medal finishers, were from semifinal 1 of that women's varsity double event. Lining up here for the second semi of the men's varsity 4. Far right of your screen, Forest Hills Northern, Cranbrook, lane 2, Forest Hills Central in lane 3, Saline in lane 4, Rockford, lane 5, darker boat, Northville in lane 6, and in lane 7, Huron. Now you can see these crews are getting their points. So the wind is pushing them all off to the right there, and you can see the crews responding by having their starboard side pinch the boat around. It's kind of an interesting maneuver how you don't want to take full strokes when you're locked onto the stake boat, or you'll just pull off. So you actually take the oar and pass it up to the person in front of you if you're the furthest one on the starboard side, and that person will take short, choppy strokes to the side of the boat. You can see in that Huron crew there, they did that, where the bow has passed up his oar to the 2 seat to make a correction.
Yeah, it's a stressful situation because you literally do not have your oar, and yet you are sitting at the start and they're about ready to start you. It's a lot of trust, right? It's a lot of trust that you're going to get it sorted, and you're also going to trust the starting official that he's not going to just drop the flag while you've got somebody else's oar in your hand.
Exactly. Off to a quick start. Looks like Forest Hills Northern has the early jump in lane 1. Northville, lane 6, pushing out probably second place, but very close from Cranbrook, Forest Hills Central, lanes 2 and 3.
Yeah, and I think as the crews begin to come off the high stuff here, the rubber's going to meet the road insofar who really has the stuffing to sustain this cadence, this rhythm for the duration. But boy, oh boy, it's close. Mm-hmm. It is close. FHN, is that FHC as well? I think.
Yeah. Northville is not sitting comfortably.
No,
that lead.
And if I may, it's early, but a little bit surprised. This is showing some speed there from FHN. Not seen them too many times this season. They're over from the west side of the state, but it's impressive to see them pushing up in there and then early on demonstrating some speed.
A little bit of wake on the course. Northville handling it well as we come up to the 500-meter mark. Northville crossing just ahead of Forest Hills Central, but Northern is making a strong push there.
Wow.
They are moving in.
Made a decision. Hey, we get to that 500-meter buoy, boys, we're going for it for 10. Don't worry about stroke 11. Just lay down what you got for 10, and we'll sort that one out when we get there. That is officially a later us problem.
And it seems to have paid
still
off for
in
them.
Contact here. Look at this. The top 3 crews right now still in contact with each other.
I think we have Northville in first place, followed by Forest Hills Northern, lane 1, Forest Hills Central, lane 3, as we come up to the halfway point here.
Northville making a push right now. Northville making a push as they get to the island here, and it looks like they've achieved some open water.
Central's also responding, saying, okay, we saw your move.
Yeah.
We're going to counter now. Yeah. They are dead even right now.
Boy, yeah, that is a real tight race there with Central and Northern. But I'd say as those Centrals probably edged ahead, maybe a deck and a seat. We'll see if Northern can counter here.
Yeah, a lot in rowing is on momentum.
Yeah.
You know, I can remember being in a situation where, another crew is pulling away. You have to stop that forward progress.
Right.
See if we can stop. We can hold them, and if you can hold them, then you want to start walking back in.
Oh, that's a morale killer too. Mm-hmm. Like when you start moving and you can see out of the corner of your eye, you're moving up. You've made it a couple of seats, and then you stop.
Yep.
Oh, that's tough, man. That is tough. But on the converse side, if you see a crew starting to move and then you respond and you absorb it, oh, you got their number, kid.
Exactly.
You got their number. They're not going anywhere. You got them. Northville here looks like they're pulling away. I'd say we've probably got some open by now. Half length? What do you think?
I think so. Almost a full length. You got the rougher water here.
Mm-hmm.
You can see with the extra space between the bow and the stroke seat and the bucket rig here, easier to see just the extent of those rollers here.
Yeah.
That stroke, doing a good job of getting the blade out cleanly, but every once in a while it just hits one of those rollers because it is so rough out there today. Coxswain's going to get wet today.
Yep.
Definitely a lot of splash. Just hope that wave doesn't roll over the side of the boat.
You know, all these crews in Michigan experience rowing in rough water, and again, I think that is, absolutely advantageous. I don't think that rowing in absolutely sheltered circumstances is going to do you any favors. Like, you've got to be prepared for every contingency on race day, and rough water is always going to be one of those contingencies that you're going to have to deal with. You've got to be able to row anywhere in anything.
Good sprint here from
Here
Northville.
comes Central.
Yeah.
Here comes Central.
They're pushing.
I don't know if they got enough course left or
I don't
not,
think
but
so.
they're making a real effort here.
Still a big overlap as we cross the finish
boy.
line there.
Good work by those boys.
Northern crossing third of semifinal 2 of a men's varsity 4. Strong first, second, third finish. Looking now for 4th. Cranbrook pushing on Huron. Going to cross ahead of Huron. Huron crossing 5th. Rockford and Saline coming through.
And now we play the waiting game.
Moving on to the women's varsity 4, semifinal 1. Lining up, 7 boats across. Far right of your screen, or the top of your screen, Wyandotte. Pioneer in lane 2. Huron in the yellow boat. Cranbrook, lane 4. Grosse Ile in the red boat. Orchard Lake St. Mary's, lane 6. And Northville, lane 7. Orchard Lake St. Mary's and Pioneer off to quick starts here. Lots of speed coming from the ladies from OLSM.
Just, I mean, again, like any crew, right? You just take a look at the boat juxtaposed to shore, and what you want to see is just constant speed, right? You just don't want to see the boat slowing down. No real ebb and flow to the hull itself. Like, the hull is just constantly moving, and the best crews will just have that constant surge, right? There's very little difference between, speed of recovery and speed of drive, right? You just don't see a big discrepancy there. And so far, so good for the ladies from St. Mary's. Nice surge, staying long. Let's see if they can sustain it.
And as we move out into the latter part of the course here, we get the rougher conditions. Can we continue this momentum coming from Orchard Lake St. Mary's out to about 2 boat lengths of lead over Pioneer? Wyandotte, 3rd place. Close race developing for 4th. Huron in the yellow boat. Cranbrook in the darker boat. Grosse Ile in the red boat. Pretty much right across. Huron out to maybe 2 seats of a lead over Grosse Ile. Cranbrook, bow ball to bow ball with Grosse Ile.
Oh, yeah. Tight pack back there, tight back. But again, like we've seen in a number of other events, like, hey, you might just be in the fast heat or the fast semi, right?
Yes.
Like, it's just kind of the way it goes, anticipating that we were going to be able to race finals, and the heats were just sort of randomly filled, and it may just so be that all of the top crews are in your heat or your semi, which, honestly, I've always found that to be an advantage. Like, for me as a coach and as a rower, like, I want to be in with the fast crews, because that's going to create the circumstance that is going to get the best out of the athletes that I work with.
One thing that I'm very impressed about by the rhythm that this OLSM crew is putting down is they're getting their hands out from the finish quite quick, getting ready to take the next stroke. They're being patient on the wheels, patient on the recovery, letting the boat glide up, not putting check in, and then burying that blade and just taking the next stroke right off the foot stretcher.
Yeah.
Good impulse off the toes.
And clean. Like, again, like we've talked about, like being able to get out of the water with your blade and keep the blade above the water and take clean strokes. Like, that is just so critical today. Because if you're clean on the recovery, your catch can be consistent, your length can be consistent, less variety, slow down between strokes. Like, that is just what is going to win the day for you.
About 900 meters down into this 1,500-meter race course here. Kensington Metro Parks. Lake Kensington.
I will say we've gotten some gusts, but it seems as though the wind has been pretty consistent this morning. We haven't seen a huge uptick in the speeds, knock on wood. Hopefully that continues here, and we can make sure that we get all of the racing in order.
Pioneer crossing the 500-meter to go mark here, but OLSM out to a comfortable lead here. But they can't be comfortable given that they have that second semi.
They're comfortable being uncomfortable with the uncertainty of the current circumstances here. They know that they got to keep their foot on the gas, and there's certainly not going to be any let up from anybody in any of these heats or semis here, because this is your race. Right?
And we got some strong crews in the second semi.
Yeah.
Those of you on the beach here can start seeing the crews coming into your sights. Orchard Lake St. Mary's out to a lead of about 5 boat lengths. Pioneer and Wyandotte battling through this rough water there.
Yep.
You can see this is a slog.
Yeah, it is. But again, you focus on the technical aspects that are going to help you get through this, right? Keeping yourself tall, keeping your eyes up, your chin flat to the water, and driving those shoulders to bow assertively so that you have space to finish that stroke off, that handle hits you up in the ribs, and that you're staying connected with the water and can be clean all the way through. Again, like, pretty impressive here from the gals from St. Mary's insofar as how cleanly they are rowing right now.
Yeah, squaring up consistently together, getting a nice early square up so that they can just drop the blade in, jump off of it as they cross the line. Fast times for a women's 4.
Yeah, cooking.
Pioneer making a good push there at the end. And then we see Wyandotte, lane 1, battling off Huron in the yellow boat, lane 3. Tight finish here between Cranbrook and Grosse Ile. And it looks
hold
like...
on to it.
Ooh. I think Grosse Ile may have just nabbed it at the end.
Again, you just... staying clean, just doing your very best to stay clean.
Northville finishing in heat is semifinal 1 of the women's varsity 4. Boats lining up. Boy, it looks like just a completely different race course at the start there. Things look quiet, relaxed. How are these crews going to be adjusting as they make it their way down the course here? Six crews here, starting left to right. East Grand Rapids making some steering adjustments there, getting their point in lane 6. Forest Hills Northern, lane 5. Carlson in the bluer boat, lane 4. Trenton, lane 3. Rockford, lane 2. Northview, lane 1. Now these crews, they're locked in. They're getting their final points, getting ready to go. The starter will be up in that tower that you can see there. And when the time comes for the event, we don't go early, we'll say, attention, raise a flag, and then go. And the flag will drop. And when the flag drops, everybody goes. First 150 meters there of buoys are red. And then we move into the main meat of the course.
And again, I think that all these crews are certainly going to try and take advantage of this nice clean water in the early going, build that rhythm, build that speed, and hopefully build that lead that will give them the advantage to row from during the rest of the course, the rest of the piece. So critical, just so critical on a day like today, you get out in front.
So an update on the men's varsity 4 with a time of 5:11.54 Northville. OLSM second place with a time of 5:12.87. Third place Forest Hills Central 5:13.05.
Razor thin margins today.
Yeah.
Absolutely razor thin margins there.
Really challenging because Orchard Lake St. Mary's was well out in the lead of their semi, but unfortunately they were, for them, they were not in the fast semi.
Yeah, but again, like these are the top end athletes. It might be something that a novice or freshman athlete might be lulled into the complacency of circumstance and feeling good about themselves, like, oh, look how far up we are. But athletes that have done the racing quite a bit are well versed in the fact that you have to treat this like a final, and that your intensity and focus has to be 100%, regardless of the circumstance you find yourself in. Here we go. It looks clean.
Nice view of the spacing between the sets of puddles there.
Yeah.
Good jump out from Rockford out to about half a boat length of lead over Northview and Trenton. Carlson right in there, maybe a seat behind.
Yeah, Rockford rowing that bucket-rigged boat there and taking advantage of that again.
Now, that can be challenging when we get to the rougher water, though, having those two blades so close together.
Yeah. You got to be slick around the back end there. I guess in my experience, I've found that bucket rigs maybe a little bit harder to set, a little bit harder to keep clean, just because of those two rowers being right next to each other there.
Really need to have a super clean finish if you are in the two-seat.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to send back any sort of splash that the blade from the three-seat could hit.
Yeah.
Carlson,
you'll hear it too, right? You'll hear it. Oh my God.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Carlson making a good push here. Has now pulled out ahead of Trenton by about a third of a boat length. Still has contact, but just barely on Rockford.
Yeah, if I'm Rockford here, I'm thinking I probably make a push sooner as opposed to later.
Yeah.
We know what the circumstances are today with the racing, and if you've got this sort of lead, one, you want to make sure that you fend off any challenges from anybody else in your heat, but at the same time, you have to make sure that what you're throwing down is absolutely aggressive, and that you are not holding back, so that you can make sure that your time is faster than the semi ahead of you. Well, from my lips to their ears, there they go. Tell you what. Good push there from Rockford, opening up some space between them and Carlson. Carlson really trying to separate themselves as well. 600 meters into this one.
I think what's really helping Rockford is their catches are sharp here. They're getting those blades in, and they're really just accelerating the boat, not rowing the blade into the water.
Right. Yeah, yeah.
Maximizing the length of leverage on each stroke here as they come
Force
through that.
applied over a distance, right?
And they seem to have been making a move here as they move into the second half of the course, pulling out to now a boat length and a half of open water, almost 2.
Yeah.
Over Carlson. Carlson trying to break free of the rest of the pack. Northview and Trenton dead even, coming through the halfway point, right on the stern of Carlson.
Rockford just tapping it along there with really, really consistent blade work, particularly on the starboard side here. You watch how those blades are squaring together and directly down to the water together on the recovery as well, mind you, to make sure that they're maximizing that length. That's good stuff from them. Carlson pushing hard here. Looks like they're trying to break open.
And I think they have.
Yeah.
I think they've just got about a seat of open water on Northview. Northview pulling out to about maybe a seat over Trenton in the lighter boat. And as you can see, we're coming into the 500 meter to go mark. Starting to get a little bit more fatigue in the rougher water. This is where the forearms start burning.
Yeah, particularly that inside forearm on
Yeah.
a day like today, where you're having to try and keep that blade squared, right? Get it prepped, get it ready, and you're hitting water along the way that's not allowing that to happen as smoothly as you like. Let's just say that.
Trenton's made a good push. Seems to have now pulled
Yeah,
up
yep.
a little bit on
Give
another
him a
seat.
Give him a seat.
Yep.
But Rockford, gone. Real aggressive here from Rockford as they are just getting after it to make sure that whatever they're throwing down is enough to get ahead of the semi ahead of them.
And we'll see, though, how that stacks up to that really fast Orchard Lake crew in the other heat.
The waiting game.
See Carlson doing a good job to battle those conditions here. Blades are starting to get blown around, picked up at the catch there.
Yeah.
And that can be really challenging.
Again, that's where your forearms really start to feel
Yeah.
it as you're trying to keep things flat despite circumstances that would suggest otherwise. There goes Rockford lifting the cadence, lifting the rhythm here, really looking to just bring that whole speed up through their entries. That's nice work right there. Well-coached crew.
Putting on a good show as they come by the beach for the fans. Coming into the finish line, Rockford crossing right now. And we've got maybe about 6 boat lengths of distance opened up between them and Carlson. We'll see if it's enough for Rockford compared to the first semi.
Well, they're hoping so because they threw down a pretty impressive piece. I mean, stem to stern, things were sharp, really, really sharp. Consistent, long, powerful. I think that the ladies from Rockford, regardless of the result, have got to be feeling really proud of that effort, that execution.
And we move on to the men's varsity pair. This is a final. So this is one race. Winner of this race takes home the gold. We have at the bottom of your screen, Carlson. Then Celine in the white and yellow. Orchard Lake St. Mary's, currently in second place. Pioneer, lane 4, lane 3, Northville, Huron, and East Grand Rapids in lane 1. You'd see as we come into the halfway point here, conditions getting tough. This is probably the most challenging boat to be rowing in today. In these gusty winds, rough waters, only have 2 blades, one of the tippiest boats out there. These men need to be locked in together, applying pressure together, entering the water, exiting together. Good first half of the race from Carlson here. Orchard Lake St. Mary's back by boat length and a half of open water. Understroking Carlson a bit. Carlson moving on an earlier push here. We'll see if that's too early of a push or if it was a gutsy move that will pay off as they move into the quick waters at the end of this course. 500 meters to go here at the Kathryn Bennett Racecourse here, Kensington Metro Parks, Milford, Michigan. Orchard Lake St. Mary's, second place, a little close to the buoy line here. Make a steering correction. Got a good push for third place here between Northville in the orange and black and Celine. As we pan out here, you can see those boats are pretty much dead level. Coming in, battling for the bronze here. Carlson has a strong lead coming into the finish, but remember, we've seen that the rough water in the last 200 meters of this race course has not been favorable for some crews. So Carlson cannot be comfortable with this lead. They need to push. And it seems like OLSM has decided, no, we're not going to settle yet for second. We're going to push hard. They're battling through the wake there. They have contact as we come into the red buoys here. On your feet, please, on the beach here, cheering for these men's varsity pairs as they come through close to the finish line. Tight battle for third as well between Northville and Celine. And Carlson stepping it up here as they come by the awards dock, closing in on that finish line. Strong showing as they finish. About 2 boat lengths ahead of Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Orchard Lake St. Mary's coming in second. Northville breaking free of Celine here, cinching the bronze. 4th place from Celine. So just an update from the women's varsity 4. First place with a time of 5:48.68 was Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Rockford, second place with a time of 5:59.83. Third place, Pioneer, 6:05.34. So that Rockford crew commanding lead in the second of the semis, but not quite enough to capture it from Orchard Lake St. Mary's in the first of the 2 semis. Up ahead, we have singles, followed by some quads, freshman 4s on the men's side, junior 4s, junior doubles, and continuing on to 8s. So again, we are at the Michigan State Championship here, Kensington Metro Parks in Milford, Michigan. I'm Jim O'Mardian. I'm joined by Chris Sarnecki. I had to step away for just a moment here to tend to some other duties. But we're really happy to have you here on this day. So we've moved to a modified schedule where instead of having semifinals and heats in the morning, we are moving straight to finals. So we have 2 semifinals or 3 heats in an event, and the top 3 times from those semifinals will be combined to determine who the winner is of the event, rather than having a progression to finals. We're doing that because of the weather today. It is windy if you are not here. A strong tailwind to quartering tailwind on the course, which is causing some rough conditions in the second half. We've seen whitecaps today. It's still safe to row, but everybody's handling the conditions very well. But it is posing a challenge for these rowers, and so we want to make sure that as the wind is forecasted to pick up this afternoon, we are keeping everybody safe and getting the racing in the morning. Getting back to you in Heat 1 of the men's varsity single. Orchard Lake St. Mary's out to a lead with 500 meters to go. Riverview in the red boat, bottom of your screen, second place. And then we have a fight for third between Skyline and WTMC. Strong wind conditions here, making it very challenging for these men's varsity singles. There was some debate about whether we were going to have the singles races today, but fortunately the wind died down a bit and we're able to run them. Push from WTMC on the far side. Attacking through. Dead even with Riverview here at the bottom of your screen. And you can see on the screen there the strong quartering tailwind pushing these gentlemen towards the finish line, but over towards lane 6 as well. Fighting back, we have Orchard Lake St. Mary's in first place coming up to the finish line, followed by WTMC, Riverview in third. And the Orchard Lake St. Mary's gentlemen crossing the finish line there. WTMC crossing second. Riverview third. Skyline crossing fourth place. This is Heat 1 of the men's varsity singles. So remember, we have multiple heats of this event. We'll be combining the times to determine the winners. Moving on to Heat 2 of the men's varsity single. Top of your screen, East Grand Rapids. Spring Lake, lane 2. Trenton, lane 3. Traverse City West, lane 4. Lowell in 5 and Northville in the lead at the bottom of your screen in lane 6. Through the first 500 meters of this race where it's more sheltered, and these rowers will experience progressively rougher conditions as they come down the race course. With 500 meters down, Northville in the lead, followed by Trenton, then Lowell. Traverse City West and Spring Lake dead even at fourth place. East Grand Rapids in fifth. As you can see, after the 500 meter mark, the lake really opens up here. We're no longer getting the shelter of the quartering tailwind from the lane 1 shore. It starts opening up, and you'll see the water get progressively rougher, but this rower from Northville really handling it well, taking advantage of the flatter water in the first part of the course to put in some distance between him and the others. But he's not only racing the 5 other gentlemen in this heat, but there's the heat before and the heat after. Island marks the 750 meters to go mark in the men's varsity single heat 2. Good consistent strokes here coming from Northville. Lowell making a slight correction there. Trying to stamp away from Spring Lake and Traverse City West. Trenton in a good push. Excuse me. Northville out in the lead and Trenton in second place. Lowell's trying to push off from Spring Lake and Traverse City West. East Grand Rapids still having contact. Trying to eat into that distance from Traverse City West. And he may have done that right now. Looks like we're dead even between East Grand Rapids and Traverse City West. Spring Lake trying to break free from those guys. And 1, 2, 3, we are looking at Northville, Trenton, and then Lowell coming in with 500 meters to go. The pink triangular pyramid buoy marks 500 meters to go. Last third of this course, and as you can see, the water is real rough. The waves are crashing over the bow deck here, but these rowers are handling it beautifully. Requires a lot of poise to keep these conditions, to keep rowing and making forward progress in these conditions. And Northville is holding on to their lead, but Trenton is making a strong push. They have pulled now half a boat length in, almost bow ball to bow ball. Let's zoom in here to see the attack through these different conditions. It's a completely different race course down here than what we saw at the start. And we see the gentleman from Trenton has really responded well, is attacking this sprint, and has pulled ahead, bow to stern, staying long in these rough conditions. Thinking about attacking each stroke here. And I want to bring your attention to the Trenton catches here. Those catches are perfect in this type of conditions here. Placing the blade and just jumping off the foot stretcher here. Really grueling mental work here from the Trenton oarsman. Northville locked on, still holding on, not wanting to cede anything else. But it looks like Trenton will have pulled ahead in Heat 2 here of the men's varsity single. Coming up to the awards dock, just about 5-10 strokes to go. We cross that finish line. And cross from Trenton. Northville coming back about 2.5 boat lengths behind Trenton. And then a dogfight for third place here. East Grand Rapids on the far side of your screen. Spring Lake also right in there. But it looks like Traverse City West is going to snatch third place in this second heat. Good push from East Grand Rapids. Spring Lake just behind. Third heat of the men's varsity single. Top of your screen, Huron. Lane 2, Northview. Celine in the darker boat with the white blades. Lane 3, out to a strong lead. Traverse City Central, Crestwood in lane 5. Coming through the 500-meter mark, we have Traverse City Central out to a strong lead. In some rough waters there, you can see some roll, maybe some boat traffic. The waves are picking up as the rowers get out from the shelter of the shore here. A nice close-up here of real textbook rowing in the single from this Traverse City Central oarsman. Looks so effortless here. But I'll tell you, that is not easy work. One of the things that we think about with rowing is we oftentimes talk about pulling. Well, one thing that you can really see from this rower here from Traverse City Central is he's doing a good job of suspending, really hanging on the oar and pushing the feet out to propel the boat up to bow. At the 750-meter mark, we're getting into rougher water. But Traverse City Central just commanding a lead away from the other crews. Northview in second place, and then dead even for third between Huron and Saline, lanes 1 and lane 3. As we close in here in that dogfight for third place between Huron and Saline. Saline out to maybe about up canvas, maybe the length from the bow ball to where the rower is, to almost a full boat length here. And as you can see, we're coming in closer to the finish line here. Rougher water. Saline rower is handling it nicely. 500 meters to go for Northview. But Traverse City Central out to a commanding lead. Again, we are having 3 heats of this men's varsity single event. And so we're going to combine the times from the first heat, the second heat, and the third heat to determine who the winner is of the event. Ideally, we would have had the heats and progressions, first 2 from each heat, progress to the finals. But the wind conditions are deteriorating here at Kensington Metro Parks in Milford, Michigan, at the Kathryn Bennett Racecourse. And so to keep everybody safe, particularly in these small boats that can get blown around a bit, we've moved to a modified schedule where we are determining the victory from times based on the heats or semifinals of the event. Really long strokes coming from this Traverse City Central oarsman. Nice clean recovery here. You're getting a little bit of splash on the water. That's going to be unavoidable in conditions like this, where you see that the waves are just big, throwing this boat around. But this gentleman is handling it beautifully into the red buoys here towards the finish line. A race like this requires tons of mental toughness, not only to just be in your boat by yourself, but you're competing against the field you see and the field you don't see in the other heats. My hat's off to this gentleman from Traverse City Central and all of the guys rowing in this men's varsity single event. He's got to be happy with that row. Good, solid rowing here. Northview closing in on the finish line. Handling it well, stepping it up, being good and punchy. Strong fight here for third. Right now, Saline out to about 3/4 of a boat length to a full boat length on Huron. Good aggressive catches from the Saline boat here as he closes in on the finish line. And Huron, strong push over the line. And we'll now be in the waiting game to see who won the men's varsity single. Lining up at the starting line is the women's 2V/junior quad semifinal 1. So we are in quads here, no coxswain, 4 rowers. Each rower has 2 oars, 2 blades. They are doing both the feathering and squaring of the blade, moving it from being parallel to the water to being perpendicular to the water and back, and pulling with the same hand. So locked in on lane 1, and you're right, is a yellow boat from East Grand Rapids. We see Orchard Lake St. Mary and Skyline getting ready to pull into lanes 2 and 3. Backing into lane 4, looks like Grand Haven. Rockford's already in the black boat. Don't see Central there. Northville is in lane 7. Now this is a 2V junior event. So what this means is there's 2 ways for a team to enter into this event. They can either have no senior oarsmen in this event. So everybody juniors, sophomores, or freshmen. Or they can enter a varsity quad, and then the second entry would go into this event. So this would be either no seniors in your boat or the second fastest boat coming from the school. Still waiting to hear on times from the men's varsity single. Officials here at Kensington Metro Parks at the Kathryn Bennett Racecourse are doing a fantastic job of keeping this regatta moving along, given the challenges of the day. We are right now pretty much right on time, and that is no small feat with an event of this magnitude, Michigan State Championships. And here we go. That Forest Hill Central crew making its way across to lane 6. No coxswain in this event. These are just rowers. So each rower in this boat has a different job. Oftentimes, it'll be the bow seat that's responsible for steering because they can turn around their head and see what's ahead of them. But sometimes for a sprint race like this, where you're just staying and you got to stay straight and staying in your course, sometimes they'll move the steering actually down to the stroke seat because the stroke seat has the clearest view of where they've been and can sort of make sure that their line is going straight. So it depends on what the coach has decided based on the skills of the rowers in the boat, where they're going to steer from. Oftentimes, the 2 seat will be the person who's sort of the captain of the crew here, telling the others in the boat when they're going to make their move, what their stroke rating is, when we're going to go up, etc. And Central is backing in to its stake boat. Now, for those of you who weren't here earlier when I was talking about this, those stake boats have a diving board essentially on there. And there is a person whose job it is to hold on to the boat as it backs in. And when we're getting the boats lined up, the officials on shore will say, pull it back a little bit or push it forward because not all these boats are the same length. But we want to make sure that all the bow balls are lined up because the bow balls crossing the finish line is what determines the finish. So we want to make sure that everybody rows the same distance of 1,500 meters here. Everybody's locked in. The starting official up in the tower there will be telling the crews to get ready. They'll start pulling the crews from left to right and say, attention, and row, and then they will be off. You can see the crews making small adjustments here to get their point. Semifinal 1 of the women's 2V junior quad. Now, it's a bit windy down here at the Kathryn Bennett Racecourse, but it is a great day of racing. We've had a fantastic series of races here this season. Had 3 mitten race series earlier in the season. Last week we had the Midwest Championships. This week we've got the Michigan State Championships rounding out the racing season here at the Kathryn Bennett Racecourse. So if you are interested in rowing and you are in Southeast Michigan, now is your last chance to see a regatta on this beautiful racecourse here. And it is a great day. We've got a great crowd here, a great vibe going on. It's just a little windy. You can see these rowers are getting their points here, trying to avoid pulling off the stake boats. It's much more sheltered at the start. You can see the road running behind the starting line there, and we're off. Quick start from Skyline, quick start from Northville in the quads. Skyline in lane 3, Northville lane 7. Each off the starting blocks very fast here as we move out of the breakage zone and into the white buoys. Skyline at maybe about a seat or 2 of lead over Northville. And Northville making some steering corrections here. As you can see, the wind is pushing all these boats towards lane 7, towards the bottom of your screen, and it is very challenging to steer. Rockford making an adjustment there as they pull ahead, but Skyline coming out to a sharp lead of about a boat length and a half, 350 meters into the race. Really consistent rowing from the Skyline crew here. You can see the angles of when the blades are entering the water together are very consistent. The timing is sharp, and they are taking advantage of the clear water here at the start of the course. Second place, dead even between Orchard Lake St. Mary's and Northville. Behind them, battling for 4th place, East Grand Rapids in the yellow boat at the top of your screen, closely followed by Rockford in the black boat, orange blades. Forest Hill Central, the green boat, right on their tails, bow to stern. Grand Haven still has contact. Got great racing here in semifinal 1 of the women's 2V junior quad. Over the 500-meter mark here. Pink buoy at 500. And we can see the wind conditions are really making it challenging to keep these boats straight here. Forest Hill Central making an adjustment. But there's no risk of contact here between these crews. Northville 2nd place. Skyline out to a lead. But it's becoming more challenging for Skyline to maintain the crisp catches and clean finishes as the water gets rougher. Up. You see we've got a crab there from Skyline. They're going to get it back. And it looks like the 2-seat in Skyline is having a little bit of trouble with that left starboard side blade, but they've gotten it back. Let's see them pull their rhythm back. As I said before, rough conditions here. Hard to stay straight, hard to keep the blades clean off the water. But these ladies have gotten it back nicely here in the Skyline crew. East Grand Rapids challenging Orchard Lake St. Mary's for that 2nd place. East Grand Rapids putting in a strong push over the halfway point here. A strong move here. They have lifted their stroke rating a bit. Orchard Lake St. Mary's responding. Do not rule out Northville down at the bottom of your screen on the other side of the race course. Looks like East Grand Rapids is out to about 3/4 of a boat length lead over Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Northville following behind by about two or three seats. Rockford's still in striking distance. Wind is blowing these ladies around on this race course, but they are responding admirably to the challenge. Good recovery here from Skyline. We'd seen that earlier crab, but they got it back and are attacking through and have pulled out to maybe 4 or 5 boat lengths of lead over East Grand Rapids. Now has broken free, clear water over Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Orchard Lake St. Mary's pretty much dead even with Northville, though Northville is getting the brunt of that wind and rough water. You can see the white caps as we're moving down in the second half of this course here. See a little bit of a challenge to steer the boat straight and stay in your lane and not recover. These ladies are trying to battle each other, but they're also battling the conditions, both in terms of just keeping the blades from getting caught in the waves, but also keeping the boat going straight down the course. These gusts, 1 minute, pick up and just push the bow across that lane. So they need to be right on their points. Skyline still out to a strong lead here in semifinal 1, but they are fighting. In addition to the field here in semifinal 1, the crews in semifinal 2. East Grand Rapids made an impressive push away from Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Orchard Lake St. Mary's trying to break contact from that Northville crew. Northville crew had a really strong start here, but they are feeling the brunt of the waves there over in lane 7. Slight advantage to being closer to shore there. You're slightly more sheltered, have slightly flatter water, make it a little bit easier to row. Not a big advantage, but it's something. East Grand Rapids crossing the line. And then Orchard Lake just nabbing it from Northville. 2 close boats here coming in. Hopefully we don't have any interference from the Rockford quad here and the Central quad. May just have been the angle that we were watching here from as they cross the finish line. Grand Haven finishing strong across the line. We are still awaiting results from the men's varsity single that had run before. And they just came through. And it looks like with a time of 6 minutes flat, 0.82 of a second, is Traverse City Central. Second place with a time of 6:14.7, Trenton. And in third place, very close for third place, Northview takes it with a time of 6:20.13. Hot on their heels is Northville at 6:20.24. And then Orchard Lake St. Mary's with 6:21.26. We now are looking at the second semi of the women's 2V junior quads. Going from bottom to top, we have Forest Hills Eastern out in the lead in lane 6. Lane 5, Traverse City West. Traverse City Central in lane 4. Lane 3, Green Hills, just in second place, just behind Forest Hills Eastern, or maybe actually have poked through at this point from this angle. Saline in lane 2, and Riverview in lane 1 at the top of your screen. So we've got some strong rowing here from Green Hills, locked in this women's 2V junior quad. And one thing to think about in this Green Hills crew is they are not rushed at all. They're very patient here. They're taking advantage of the calm water while they still have the protection from the shore and sort of laying down inches of distance, putting them ahead of the crews behind them. Green Hills crossing the 500-meter mark first. Looks like Forest Hills Eastern next at the bottom of your screen, followed by Saline with the yellow and white boat. Eastern not giving up any distance, though, not making it easy for Green Hills, still maintaining contact. As they are locked in lane 6. Coming up to the halfway point at the island, it looks like Green Hills has decided to take their stroke rating up, make a little bit of a move before the island here, which marks 750 meters to go. Now, on a race like this, the third quarter of the race is the most mentally taxing on a normal day. But on a day like today, where the conditions get worse, it's even more grueling. And so we're going to see where these women are going to step up. Who can be tough here as their hands start burning? Tend to get a little bit tense in rough conditions like this. And tension just starts adding in the fatigue quicker. But staying really horizontal from that Green Hills crew out in front. No rush. They are letting the boat come up to them and then locking on, prying the boat past, sending it to the bow ball. Eastern trying to keep clean here in the rougher water as we come in with 500 meters to go. Last third of this race here. Start to see the Whitecaps building. They're moving with the rowers, so that's a little bit easier than if it were a headwind and the waves were crashing against your back. But it is still very hard to row in conditions like this. Moving in to about 400 meters to go. Green Hills out to the lead over Forest Hills Eastern. Saline in third place. Saline doing a nice job of lifting the rate, staying punchy, sitting up tall, working the legs. A good swing coming from Forest Hills Eastern. Out in the wind here. But Green Hills adding a little bit of distance with each stroke here, opening up their lead. And remember, they're fighting not just the crews in this semi, but also the crews in the other semi. Coming by Maple Beach here. These women can hear you in the boats from the shore. So make sure you are on your feet. You are cheering on these women, battling each other, battling the conditions. We've lifted the stroke rate here in the Green Hills crew. And Green Hills will cross the line at the time of about 5:55. And they are spent. It was a nice row from those ladies from Green Hills. And the fatigue is setting in here. as we cross the finish line. You can see on your screen just the wind gusts. You can see them from the veining on the water here. The wind just pushing these crews across the race course, making it really, really challenging to steer straight. Really, really challenging to stay the consistent timing here. Battling it over the line. Now moving to the women's varsity quad. And we're off. Traverse City Central in lane 3 and Northville in lane 2 have an early jump. Skyline in lane 1. Right there, Northview and Wyandotte dead even with each other in lanes 4 and 5 respectively. And we have, looks like a crab from Wyandotte. They are fighting to get it back. So where the buoys change colors at the beginning is considered the breakage zone. So if something breaks on your boat during that time period, they'll stop the race and restart it. But a crab or a jump seat doesn't count as breakage. It has to be something like physically breaking, like your oar snaps or the oar lock breaks. And so we're not going to restart this race. Northview coming a little bit out of their lane, going to be warned by the official from behind to move back into lane 4. Far enough ahead of Wyandotte that it's not really impeding the progress here, but they need to get back into their lane. Northville out to a boat length lead with about 400 meters down over Skyline. Skyline out to about a length lead over Traverse City Central. In the flatter water up at the start, but conditions are going to change. And so we'll have to see if Northville is able to keep up this sort of boat speed when the rowing gets rougher. Pink triangular buoy there marks the 500-meter mark, a third of the way through the course. Northville out now to a length and a half over Skyline, length and a half over Traverse City Central. And Central locking in here. They make a small correction on their steering. Bring them back towards the center of the lane here. This is a very challenging thing to be doing here in these race conditions because it is gusty here today. One point, within seconds, it can make your bow move from going straight down the line to pointing into another lane. Over the halfway point, Northville now out to a 2-boat length lead over Skyline. But remember, Northville fighting also not only Skyline, but also fighting the Green Hills from the prior heat. Excuse me, sorry. Oh, sorry, no, this is the varsity semi. They're gonna be fighting the semi afterwards. Really good compression coming from the Northville crew. So they're able to use that entire length of their stroke. As you can see, the blades are really coming up, staying long and locking in. Doing a really nice job. Really impressed with the stroke here. The catches are very sharp from her. Just propelling that crew forward here. And they are taking inches from Skyline with each one of those strokes. Skyline is not quite as long, I think, as Northville here. And, you know, on a day like today, that can make the difference.
The length of stroke seat is just almost unfathomable from Northville. I mean, how far back she is pinning those blades nearly against the gunnel. And two, having that in stroke seat for everyone behind her to follow and try to emulate is really something.
And one other thing to think about is oftentimes somebody gets that kind of length into the stern, they'll miss the catch because they'll overextend.
Yeah.
She is not doing that. She's getting those blades right in, just a little bit of backsplash, just what you want to see.
Yep.
And it's very impressive.
Letting the hands reach out, connecting with the water while her handles are outside of the gunnels. Great leverage. Really, really good leverage.
Coming into the last portion of the course here, we are in the red zone. Locked and go.
Again, just Northville just staying long, staying fluid, right? Kind of tapping it along, certainly as best as anybody can tap it along on a day like today.
Yeah.
But, making it not look labored, making it look sharp, smooth.
I think they're staying nice and relaxed too, which is it enables you to
Critical.
sort of
Yeah.
rebound from these bounces that you're going to get from the
Yeah.
waves. It looks like we got a little crab here from Skyline, but they're going to try to fight to get it back here.
Oh boy.
Get across the
Oh, boy.
line.
Oh boy, come on, ladies. Bow seats on it. Yeah, not the way you draw it up. Not the way you draw it up, and I'm sure that she could have it back, she would, but that's racing. On days like today, that's racing.
Yeah. We're now looking at semifinal 2 of the women's varsity quad. Up at the top, East Grand Rapids in the yellow boat. Orchard Lake St. Mary's right next to them in lane 2. Forest Hill Central, lane 3. Early lead from Traverse City West in lane 4. Lowell in 5. Black Boat Trenton in 6. Now, Traverse City West, they had a good start here, but it looks like East Grand Rapids and Orchard Lake are not going to make it easy for them.
No, they're trying to throw down a cadence that's punishing. Got to just dial in on those blades here and make sure that they are executing uniformly, right? One square, one entry. Just keep it simple. On days like today, I mean, again, and truthfully, I think on race day too, it's best not to complicate things. Have your focuses, 2-3 things that really help you row your very, very best, and just emphasize executing those things consistently at a high level. Oh boy, wow.
This East Grand Rapids boat is pushing hard here. Coming up with a challenge.
Oh yeah.
One thing that I'm impressed about with that East Grand Rapids, that yellow boat that we're seeing at the top of the screen, is the speed is just so constant. You don't see a lot of, check in the boat. They're just entering cleanly, accelerating, and now they've brought it into first place, just ahead at Traverse City West.
Just ahead there. And a real battle between OLSM and FHC as well. Like, this is a tight pack here. And with EGR being able to sustain speed between strokes, like, the money's going to get made in this second 500 here with that sort of execution. They're going to have some left in the tank here, though. It looks like Traverse City not going quietly. Looks like they're trying to make a push and bring their bow ball back to the fore.
Nor is Orchard Lake.
Oh wow, yeah.
They're making a big move here. I don't know if you. I'm not going to ask you any secrets, but it seems like Orchard Lake has consistently made some moves right before these islands here, and we'll see.
I think everybody wants to make a move somewhere around there, because that's kind of the last of the good water.
Yeah.
Because after that you're definitely into the to the mixer. So like, take advantage of some good water. Really try to establish good rhythm, good speed, moving into the second half of the race.
It looks like Orchard Lake is about 6 feet ahead at Traverse City West.
Ahead of Traverse City there, and still in contact with East. Still in contact. Haven't let them go either.
maybe about a quarter of a boat length, half a boat length of overlap there. East has stepped up their stroke rating, certainly. They are rowing at a higher stroke per minute than we saw earlier. And, I mean, just look at that buoy, how much the wind is blowing it over. You can see these are going to be very fast times today.
Thank God that thing is attached, right? It'd be airborne by now. Yep, big push here from East. Been able to establish some separation. St. Mary's keeping it a little bit lower. Hopefully that's an indication of some more juice left in the tank here from the ladies from St. Mary's. Because, again, Traverse City, aggressive here. Still coming after it on that front end. Big push from the legs of the ladies from Traverse City. St. Mary's, we'll see here. Do they have an answer for that? Can they push back into East Grand Rapids here with a bit of a lift on the rating?
One thing that you see out of the yellow boat, the East Grand Rapids, is just the catches are very direct. They're getting the blades in and jumping off. And that just couple inches of length in the water at the start of the stroke, that's really important in a tailwind like this.
Oh, it adds up too, right? You just compile that over the course of the 160, 180 strokes that you're taking down this course, and it all adds up. Of course, certainly posing some challenges here to them, though, as they're getting into that rough water, man. Boy, oh boy.
Absolutely. Traverse City's fighting in, trying to get contact with OLSM. I think OLSM is going to have them. I think they're going to run out of race course here.
And just like East is going to have OLSM, I don't see that getting made up with the distance we have left.
But we have seen a number of boats. When we get into this rough water here, I mean, you could see how these women are battling these waves here. There's white caps on virtually every one of these waves here.
Right. Just staying clean and emphasizing speed through the water. That is the soup du jour, if you will, for getting through the final 300 meters here at Kensington today.
Central coming in fourth.
So would you say that the water is as rough today as you saw on the Thames with some of the races there?
Not quite. On the Thames, we sometimes had to put up extra guards on the side of the boat to prevent the waves rolling over.
Right.
But these are not easy conditions.
No.
And
two, with the river, you have the current to contend.
Oh
with,
yeah.
And the wind versus the current. That can make things really tricky.
Yeah, one of the nice things about racing 8 across here is that we are, I mean, this is a dammed river, but it's essentially a flat water situation.
Yeah.
So no lane has an advantage water-wise. It's just a matter of maybe one is more sheltered than the other in high winds. Matters how you respond to
Absolutely.
These little crabs, because they are going to happen on days like today.
They are going to happen, yeah. No, this is not going to be clean from start to finish. You gotta anticipate that. Something we talked about with our crews sort of all week long. Seeing what the forecast was going to be and knowing, like, look, you've just got to stay resilient, stay persistent, be present in each stroke. Know that there's going to be some strokes that aren't as optimal as you would like, but you can't sweat it. That's the beauty of rowing. There's always another stroke coming up after the one you finished.
And we are off in semifinal 1 of the men's freshman 4. Top of your screen, Pioneer. Lane 2, Skyline. Looks like Forest Hill Central is a scratch from this event. And Grosse Ile, Cranbrook. Cranbrook out to the lead. East Grand Rapids, Yellow Boat at the bottom.
Yeah, strong start for Cranbrook there. Right? Long, clean.
But a lot can happen in this race.
Skyline's not going anywhere.
No.
Skyline's not going anywhere.
Skyline is putting in a strong set of high strokes here, settling into their rhythm right there. They've taken that stride stroke there to try to lengthen out into their base cadence that they're going to have across the entire race. Looks like they are out to about a boat length lead at about 250 meters down over Cranbrook.
Yeah, again, a great opportunity here for our freshman athletes to be a part of this event and have something that is theirs, that they can make their own, take ownership over, and contribute to the success of the team here. Like, again, just a great opportunity. Can't stress that enough for our sport and for these athletes.
Now you can see these streaks on the water here of the wind blowing from the quartering tailwind here. Basically, that's the direction that these guys are facing. Obviously, it helps to be pushed along, but the quartering makes it really challenging because particularly if there's a gust, it'll blow the boat down to the starboard side there, and you're going to probably be seeing more of the starboard blades hitting the water on the recoveries here.
So again, knowing the conditions here, you've got to communicate to your crews here that, hey, guys,
getting back there. Looks like we're going to have those.
Yep. You got to communicate to your crews, particularly on starboard. You got to support your side. Finish that stroke off up in the ribs. Make sure that you are doing your very best to get a tall, flat finish so that the boat is flat, level when you release the water. Boy, Skyline really laying down a piece here.
Yeah, but we'll see. I mean, they're moving out of the sheltered water here. It's really anything could happen, as we've seen in a couple of these races. So they don't want to be comfortable. Plus, they're also fighting against the freshmen in the second semi. That's yet to come.
Yep. An attacking rhythm, though. Definitely getting after it there. They're leaving nothing to chance here for Skyline.
Now, Pioneer's making a strong push here at the halfway point in contact with Cranbrook. We'll see how Cranbrook responds.
Often with that too, like you got to stay composed, right? Like you see somebody moving up, like you yourself can't make that shift, can't make that change. You got to wait for the calls from the coxswain here to get everybody on the same page and moving at the same time, right? Particularly in these fours where the coxswain can't necessarily see, right? Like it can be pretty tricky, and the crew might even communicate that, right? Hey, so-and-so's moving. We got to do something here, and the coxswain makes the call to make it happen.
Well, and you mentioned before about taking 10. We'll worry about the 11th stroke when we get there. Yeah. Sometimes that works. Sometimes, you work really hard in that 10, and then that's all you had.
Yeah,
and so
that can happen too. But I think with racing, you've got to be willing to take a risk. Like nothing is guaranteed, nothing is promised, everything is uncertain. And sometimes you can surprise yourself and you can hang on. And sometimes, you meet the other end of the deal. But, you had the courage to ask the question.
Yeah.
Right?
And with these freshmen, they don't have a lot of racing experience,
No.
and so they're pushing that boundary
Yeah,
here
yeah.
and discovering new heights that they can get to.
Absolutely. You know, what's inside themselves, right? Do they have the gumption to really throw down, and when the issue is absolutely in doubt, to keep going? That's so much of what this is. It's just the determination, the tenacity to just hang on. Just keep at it, keep at it, keep at it. Don't remind yourself how uncomfortable you are, how much this hurts, how tired you are. I mean, none of that really matters. The only thing that does matter is where your bow ball is. And boy, oh boy, big push.
Yeah. Skyline pulling off. It might be the central crew that maybe wasn't able to start.
Yeah.
But still a battle coming up between Cranbrook and Pioneer here. Still contact between those two crews.
Sense of urgency there from the boys from Skyline. Urgent. They know they've got to get through this thing as fast as possible, and there is no quarter for those oar handles there.
No. And they look tired. Cranbrook fighting those conditions here. You can see how big those waves are. The Whitecaps.
They're familiar with it, though. They row on Orchard Lake. They know about bumpy water. That is nothing new to them. Good for those guys. Good to see them hold off the boys from Pioneer here for that last bit.
And we're starting to get a little bit of rain here.
Maybe that. Why not? Why not? Right? Why not?
East Grand Rapids crossing the line. And Grosse Ile. Oh, that'll have it for semifinal 1 of the men's freshman 4. Locking on to the stake boats is semifinal 2.
Getting situated here. And again, with these conditions, with freshman athletes and coxswains and everything, you can only imagine like how stressful this has got to be for everybody involved up at the start.
I mean, they're thinking about this is the state championship race.
Yeah.
It is not just my boat that I'm worried about. I am worried about also my contribution to the team trophies. So there's a lot of stress here. Handling it at the start, you know, the officials are doing a great job of keeping things under control and moving along, but it is hard to lock into the stake boats when you have a windy situation here and to keep your points.
Yeah.
And be ready to go.
Yeah. But to their credit here, the crews look like they're in a good spot. You know, maybe lane 1's got a couple of adjustments they got to make, but everybody else really looking pretty sharp.
We have all the crews locked on here. From left to right, Carlson in the blue boat, Orchard Lake St. Mary's, Northville, Huron in the yellow boat, Rockford in lane 1. Fast start here from Huron and Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Orchard Lake St. Mary's settling into some nice high strokes here. Nice and crisp. Trying to put some distance between them and the other crews. And they've done that, getting out to about a half a boat length in the high strokes.
Yeah, I mean, like we've seen all day, I'm sure every coach of every crew here is like, fellas, you got to make it happen in the first 500 meters, because if you can build that lead through the first bit of the race here, you've really made it difficult for the other crews to climb back through, which isn't to say we haven't seen that happen.
Yeah.
Which isn't to say we haven't seen that happen. We have. But I know where you wanted your crews at Eastern Sprints.
Yeah, you always want to be out ahead.
You know, you wanted to be, you know, coming through the 5 in the lead looking back at Dartmouth, looking back at Brown, and saying, "Yeah, no, we got your number.
Yep.
We're going to just hold tight right here."
I will say, for obviously the Orchard Lake crew is out to a boat length lead here. For freshman men's rowing, this is a very impressive blade work coming from these guys here. These are folks that have only been rowing at the high school level 1 year.
Yeah.
And to row this well, have catches like that, is very impressive.
You know, I mean, it's a testament to the sport, right? Like you've got to be good at this. You've got to do it a lot. Like you really have to push in and take a lot of strokes to really get adept at this. And it looks like Northville wants to make some pushes here coming into the second 500. Ask some questions of St. Mary's and see if they got it. St. Mary's aggressive right now.
Yeah.
Aggressive.
They're responding to that push. But Northville knows that in a couple of tight races between Orchard Lake and Northville today, Northville's been able to sprint through. And so these guys are saying, come on, we've got to keep up this pattern. We still have contact. There's still a push here that we can make in the second half.
No one is comfortable right now. No one is comfortable. Tight situation here. I'd say Northville has pushed back up into some contact here. And that's got to be giving that crew some confidence, saying, hey, man, we've got back into them. Let's just keep plugging away here, stroke by stroke, see if we can inch back into these guys. St. Mary's rowing with some real urgency here.
Now, the St.
Know
Mary's...
what's on the line.
Yeah, and the St. Mary's guys can see the Northville guys. The Northville guys can't see the St. Mary guys, but they can probably hear them at this stage, and certainly the coxswain can see them.
Oh, boy. That could be a difference maker there.
Yeah.
That's a couple of seats right there.
Mm-hmm.
Got to see if they can find a rhythm again, regain the rhythm, but stay composed, right? You still got a lot of race ahead of you, and you got to be able to stay composed, take long strokes, and be effective. Oh, wow. Is this a knife fight in a phone booth? An absolute fist fight going on right now between Northville and St. Mary's. Coming into the final 5 here. Oh, boy.
Maybe Northville by a bow ball right now.
Yeah.
St. Mary's looking over there, saying, how are we going to respond here?
Yep.
Lock it in and pull, guys.
Building the rate. Northville's building the rate. St. Mary's has got to respond.
Got to go now, or they're going to run out of race course here.
Yep. That is a big push from Northville. A real big push from Northville. They've taken half a length here. St. Mary's not out of real estate, but they've got to find a gear that can challenge this move from Northville and push back in.
As we were talking about before, momentum is such a big thing,
Yeah.
particularly at the freshman level here. Now, can OLSM switch this momentum now?
Yeah.
It seems like they have arrested the move from
they
Northville and are starting to inch in.
Yep.
The bow ball is moving up inches each stroke. Are they going to have enough distance
That's
here?
the
Because we are in the
question,
red
Jim.
zone.
That is the question here. Both crews are going to be lifting. Both crews are going to be emptying the tank, throwing everything out there against it to see if what they have is in fact enough. Barn burner here. Northville lifting, seeming to be gaining a little bit more momentum here as they pull away. St. Mary's trying to answer, trying to hang on.
Gutsy rowing for these freshmen.
Yeah.
Only 10 strokes or so to go here. And Northville has stepped up their stroke rating more. Looks like they've just lifted it just a little bit higher.
Yeah, it looks like
And they're
Northville's going to take it.
Nab the semi.
I'll have to wait and see where that finishes things.
That's very impressive racing for
Yeah.
freshmen there.
Yeah. Boy, that might sort of be an indication of where this is going to shake out, just given how far back the other crews were from this semi.
Yeah. Well, Northville and Orchard Lake, they see each other a lot during the season, right?
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Throughout the fall, we're at the same races. Throughout the spring, throughout the winter, it's a constant reminder of where you stand in the pecking order.
And some rivalries have developed over time, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Particularly when you have a child that rows at one place and you coach at another. It can make things interesting.
And we'll wait for the results from that freshman 4. Lining up at the start is the men's 2V junior 4, heat 1. We have 3 heats.
Oh boy, yeah, a lot of entries here.
So got a total of, it looks like 17 entries in the men's 2V junior 4. So all the rowers, either everybody here, junior or below, or there's already a 1V entered, and so this will be the second boat for the team. Running from right to left, Forest Hills Northern in lane 1, East Grand Rapids in their yellow boat lane 2, Trenton lane 3, Central lane 4, Rockford in 5, Wyandotte in lane 6. And as we're getting our final points and getting everybody aligned, getting the officials in place to start this race here, you can see the second boats here. And quick start here from Forest Hills Central.
Yeah.
Nice and clean off the line.
Rockford wants to go with them.
Mm-hmm. Very high stroke rating from Central there.
Yeah.
I don't have a watch with me to figure it out, but I'd guess that's probably mid-40s.
Yeah. I mean, at some point here, they're going to lengthen out, one would think. But then again, you know, we've seen different approaches to rowing and racing so far today, and here they go, bringing the rating down to something a bit more sustainable. But still, for a 4, I'd say particularly on the higher side.
Pretty much dead even for second place between East Grand Rapids and Rockford. And we have, from the freshman 4, we have the official results. And it looks like, with a time of 5:34.19, Northville. Second place, Skyline, 5:36.14. Third place, Orchard Lake St. Mary's, 5:37.65.
Very close racing.
Very close racing. Central out to a strong lead here.
Commanding.
Over the 500-meter mark. They've rowed very well, high strokes in the flatter water. We'll see if they're able to continue that when it gets a little bit rougher. Very hard to row that many strokes per minute and be clean.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's so contingent upon your ability to relax, stay loose on the recovery, and move fluidly and smoothly. And obviously, like, you're going to have interruptions to that today, given the conditions. But you know, this is something that everybody's prepared for and had to go with. I don't doubt it. And they seem to be handling this quite well. No complaints from them.
It's a good move here from Wyandotte. They seem to be sliding into Rockford a bit here.
And have room to go too, right? Have room to go. It doesn't
They just seem
like
very relaxed.
They're, you know, I mean, geez, high 20s, maybe 30 out of Wyandotte. Like, if they choose, they have got
They have
Years to go.
Have to make the choice though here, because it looks like Rockford has said, no, we're not.
Yeah.
We're done letting you play around with us here. Broken free.
Yeah.
You got East Grand Rapids over on the far side of the course there, pretty much dead even with Wyandotte. And you can see the wind picking up in the second half of the course here.
Yeah. Oof. Yep. No sooner, right?
Yep. And I think Rockford may be eating in to that lead that Central put in the early part of the course here. We've got 500 meters to go here in Heat 1 of the men's 2V Junior 4.
Yeah, I mean, likely the damage is done for Rockford here, but you know, again, we've got 3 heats of this, right? So they're going to just keep after it and keep throwing everything they have against it here. And if they've found another gear and been able to eat up some of that distance between them and Central, hey, tip of the cap to you, right?
Yeah.
But you know, Central is also well aware of the circumstances here, and they're certainly not going to be bringing the rate down anytime soon.
No, because they know that even if we win this heat, it doesn't mean that we're even necessarily even a medalist, because we've got 2 more heats to go in this race. Still pretty much dead even between Wyandotte and East Grand Rapids. Fighting for 3rd place here in this heat.
Yeah, just got to stay clean, boys. Just got to stay clean. Get in, hold on to the water, get out efficiently. Now, I did not have the genetics for coxing, but if I did, I'd be saying to my crews, tall boys, chins up, eyes up, send those shoulders through the hips so that you are maximizing that space at the finish to get that blade out without any sort of resistance here.
Yeah, I would, on a day like today, in this type of conditions, at this point of the race, I'm talking about shape at the finish. Drawing it in high, tapping it down, getting the blade out of the water on the square, and then feathering once you're out of the water.
Right.
This is not a day to have a lazy finish.
No, rolling out of the water, you're going to find out about the business end of the oar. You try that trick.
Crossing the line right here is Central.
Central was able to sustain there. They did not let Rockford close any further.
No. Rockford finishing about 2.5 boat lengths back, and then
it's like
close finish.
Going to
Wyandotte
maybe get it here on East Grand Rapids.
Just barely.
Oh, yeah.
Wyandotte crossing about half a boat length back East Grand Rapids. Trenton and Northern rounding out the pack. Well, I learned that I didn't have the genetics to be a rower in high school, so I made the switch over to that. But what are you thinking on a day like today when you're, at the end of this race course here? It's fast, but it's rough conditions. How do you deal with the fact that it's just not? It doesn't feel like a beautiful row.
I mean, it's funny. Like, I can remember coaching some crews years ago, whereby coach, it didn't feel good. But then you look at the stroke coach or the cox box and whatever, and it's like, it didn't feel good, but over this distance you were 7 seconds faster. So I don't really care how it feels, so long as it's faster, because this isn't a feels competition, it's a racing competition. And yeah, I understand that boat feel's absolutely part of the deal, but at the same time, like, you getting on it, you getting through it, and being aggressive might just be a new feel, right? That might be a different approach than maybe what you've had previously. And at the end of the day, right, it's just get the boat to go as fast as it can and do whatever you got to do to make that happen.
Second heat off of the men's 2V Junior 4. And we've got rain coming into the picture here. These crews. Northville out to a lead in lane 3. Darker boat, followed by Skyline, lane 4. Pioneer, lane 5. Saline in 6. And Riverview in 1. Spring Lake in 2.
Yeah, strong rhythm from Northville, excuse me, right now. Long, connected, suspending well, finishing cleanly, in a commanding position right now. Gotta like where they're at 400 meters in.
Coming through the 500-meter mark here. Northville out to a length and a half lead over Skyline. Skyline, half a length lead over Pioneer. Pioneer making a strong push here. But Skyline responding. As they come up to the halfway point here. Northville out to about a 2-boat length lead over Skyline.
Yeah.
Skyline, quarter of a boat length over
It
Pioneer.
looks like Pioneer's moving back into Skyline, though they're understroking them, right? Like,
yes.
If they can just clean some things up a little bit, build that rate up, they will have Skyline's number. But Skyline does not seem to be relenting all the way here, holding on to a good half-length lead.
Anything can happen in the second half here of this race. Conditions have gotten worse. It is very windy here. It is rainy. There are some strong gusts.
Yes, anything's possible.
And I think it was a smart decision from the race officials to move to the modified schedule here.
Oh, 100%, 100%. Like, nobody sees a world where this relents today.
Yes.
Right, and you've got to get the racing in today. There's so many other things that go into making regattas happen. So many, logistical issues that have to get taken care of and buttoned up months, weeks in advance. You can't just pivot, heel turn, and say, "Hey, we'll see you all tomorrow." Right? You got today, and today's the day that it's getting done.
Crossing the 1,000-meter mark, 500 meters to go. Northville out to a lead of about 4 boat lengths. Skyline, second place, 1 boat length up on Pioneer. And they are locked in, battling it out in these rougher conditions towards the end. Looks like Pioneer's trying to make a push here. Skyline responding, though. They see them.
Gotta stay clean. They gotta stay clean there. The Skyline boys.
That Skyline coxswain sitting up, trying to get a peek of where that Pioneer crew is out behind. Very hard for the bow coxswain here to see and try to strategize.
And try to do all that while not disrupting the boat, right?
Yeah.
I mean, as a coxswain, you want to remain stock still, I would imagine.
Exactly. Good aggressive fight here from the crosstown Ann Arbor rivals, Skyline and Pioneer.
Again, familiar, right? I think it adds a little spiciness to it when you know the guys that you're racing, right?
Absolutely. Coming in to the last 200 meters here of the race. Northville will cinch it up, coming by the awards dock. Then it's still a fight between Skyline and Pioneer. Skyline out to about a boat length and maybe a half over Pioneer. But a lot can happen. We've seen crabs at the last couple strokes of these races here, and that you want to get that bow ball across the line.
Yeah, it's not done till you hear the horn, right?
Yep. Some good catches there. There's tough conditions here from Skyline. They've lifted it up, started to unwind now. 2 boat lengths over Pioneer. And Pioneer crossing the line third. This is heat 2 of a 3-heat men's 2V junior 4 event.
Yeah, we got the last one coming up here in a moment. I mean, it's a deep event. Nearly every school can field one of these, a junior four, you know, a four comprised of sophomores and juniors, or your second varsity four. So it's always a well-entered event.
Mm-hmm. Lining up is Heat 3. Orchard Lake in lane 1, Cranbrook in 2, Grosse Ile in the red boat in the middle, Northview in lane 4, and with the yellow boat Huron in lane 5.
And we're off.
It looks like Northview is making a steering correction here. Boyd pulling into Huron as they come out of the starting blocks. Strong start from Orchard Lake, popping out to an early lead of about a bow deck. Into the high strokes here over Grosse Ile.
Grosse Ile maybe about a deck over Cranbrook here in the early going. But we'll really get a clearer picture here over the next 150 meters as the crews begin to come off their high strokes and establish that cadence that they're going to try and execute for the duration of the piece. You really get a feel for a crew's speed at that point.
Really nice length from Orchard Lake. You know, they're being very direct at the catch, and that's paying off with inches with each stroke. Pulling away from Grosse Ile, we now have probably about half a boat length of open water between Orchard Lake and Grosse Ile. Grosse Ile is pretty much dead level with Cranbrook. At this angle, it looks like they're probably dead even.
There'll be a battle there for sure. I think Huron would like to get up into that conversation. It's not for a lack of trying.
No.
It's not for a lack of trying. They are pushing.
No, they still have contact there with Cranbrook.
Yeah.
And right now, Grosse Ile and Cranbrook are probably focusing on each other, and that Huron coxswain is saying, no, we want to be in on this race. They're sneaking in. You know, I've oftentimes seen races where you have two crews that are next to each other, they're battling it out, and then somebody else on the outside is sort of the sleeper, and so do not count them out yet. But Orchard Lake St. Mary's has now pulled out to about 2.5 boat lengths lead, coming at around 600 meters. Orchard Lake St. Mary's rowing that bucket rig here with bow on the starboard side, and on the then 2 and 3 both on the port side.
Boy, I think
Huron on the starboard.
Huron and Grosse Ile, I think, are about level now.
I think you're right. It's hard to tell from these angles.
You try to line up on those buoys, but you got to figure out the right line on the
exactly.
right angle on the course, right?
Through the halfway point, Orchard Lake, 3 boat lengths over, I think, Grosse Ile, and then Cranbrook. Huron still in the thick of it, though.
St. Mary's established its lead here, but the other crews have not just let them run away, right? It's not just been St. Mary's off and running. They're hanging around.
And Grosse Ile seems to be making a move here, trying to pull away from Cranbrook, trying to eat into the Orchard Lake lead, because that lead has not opened up at all from the island. If anything, Grosse Ile has pulled in a little bit. 500 meters to go here. Heat 3 of the Junior 4. You can see now the coxswain in Grosse Ile looking over there saying, come on.
Where are we?
Trying to break free. Looks like they're about bow to stern. Still, though, Orchard Lake St. Mary's about 2 boat lengths of open water, but they're now starting to move out now. It looks like they've decided to lift up the stroke rating here, and that's starting to push some distance between them and the rest of the pack. Huron still connected with Cranbrook. Grosse Ile about 1 length ahead of Cranbrook.
And here's where the crews really have to dial in on all those details that help them move a boat, right? The final moments when everything has already been taxed and you're in the roughest water of the day here. You really, really, really have to trust those details that they are going to deliver the hull speed you're looking for.
Big move from Huron here. Trying to charge in to Cranbrook. In the red zone here. Last few meters. Leaving it all out there.
Boy, Cranbrook, or rather Grosse Ile pulling away here.
Yeah.
Open water now.
And I think Huron may be almost level with Cranbrook, if not level already. We pan around here. They look pretty much dead level to me. Hard to tell, though, from this angle. These guys can hear you from shore, so be sure you're out cheering for them as they battle through. Things have flattened out a little bit. We don't see as many white caps, but still challenging. And it's going to be a barn burner here between Huron and Cranbrook.
Ooh, Huron's
just going to get it.
Yep.
Nice composure from Huron there.
Hung around, and were able to put themselves in a good situation.
Now we move on to the men's 2V junior double, semifinal 1. At the top of your screen in the dark boat with the orange blades, Rockford, Saline, lane 2. Forest Hills Eastern in lane 3. And I'm not sure, it looks like Pioneer is a scratch here. Lowell in lane 5, Green Hills out in the lead in lane 6, and Huron closest to the bottom in lane 7. Waiting on the times for the men's 2V junior 4. Only a few events left.
Yeah, we're getting
today.
down to it. Getting down to it. We got the big 8s on the ladies' side here. We've already seen the men's varsity 8s head down. We'll have the ladies 1, 2, and 3V here to end the day.
A lot of points at play.
Yeah. No, I mean, insofar as the women's side of the program, this is where the decisions get made insofar as who's going to be hoisting that trophy.
So at about 600 meters into the race course here, we have Green Hills out to a lead by about 2-3 lengths. Celine in second place.
And really, Green Hills just sustaining that length, right?
Yeah.
Reaching out, locking on, doing a nice job of just controlling the handles when the blades are out of the water.
As of right now, third place, Forest Hills Eastern, Rockford, then Lowell and Huron. Through the halfway point, Green Hills continuing to stay long. Using more of a backswing than some of the other crews that we've seen here today.
Just keeping that handle accelerating, right? Like once you lock on, suspend off the oar handle, suspend off the foot stretcher, and keep the speed of the handle coming, right? No slow down with that. Just so you feel like at the very last moment as you're slipping the blade out, that's when the handle's moving its fastest.
And that pink Dorito buoy makes 500 meters to go here. We've got Green Hills out to 3 to 4 boat length lead. Celine, second place. And then a battle for third. Rockford, Eastern. And Lowell and Huron fighting behind them. Still waiting to see on the times for the men's 2V event that just finished.
Boy, again, another situation where I don't think you can get lulled into where you are with this race, given that there's another semi following this, right? Like, once again, could be a scenario whereby you've got the fast cruise in your semi, and maybe the semi after you isn't as deep, and you've just got to keep after it here and not really concern yourself too much with where you are place-wise, so much as what you're doing with your piece and how fast you're getting your boat to go, you know?
And just looking at the entries in the next semifinal is going to be fast too.
Oh,
So, yeah. So if you're Green Hills here, you have to think,
Yeah.
I need to keep my foot on the gas.
Yep.
There is no letting up here. A nice crowd on the beach here, cheering on the ladies from, the men from Green Hills.
They're building it here. They're building it the right way, on the front end with the legs. Now the real challenge just comes in, is just allowing yourself to stay loose and stay long through the rough stuff here. Celine doing a nice job, composed, long up there. Maybe we're able to eat into that lead a little bit.
And we have some official results now from the men's 2V event from before. First place, Orchard Lake St. Mary's at a time of 5:18.18. Second place, Northville, 5:18.72. Third place, Forest Hill Central, 5:30.02. So very close finish between Orchard Lake and Northville.
Oy vey. I mean, this has been the story of the day, Jim. Like,
Yeah.
you know, St. Mary's and Northville just throwing haymakers at each other. Like, I mean, honestly, like, yeah, I know I'm the coach and yada yada, but like, no partisanship here. Like, every one of those races has been so close.
Yes.
So close, tenths of a second. Like, I'm sure that Coach Bix over at Northville and myself, we're just going to print off the results from this and post them in the erg room. Next time you're getting tired, take a look. You're training for that 0.2 a second. You're training for that 1/10 of a second.
Yeah.
That is got to be the thing that helps you stay disciplined and keep on the gas.
Second heat of the men's 2V junior doubles. We've got at the top of your screen, Carlson. Northville is in lane 2. Lane 3, Cranbrook in the darker shell. Lane 4, Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Skyline out to a lead. Traverse City Central next, and then at the bottom of your screen, Forest Hill Central. Coming up to the halfway point, Skyline is out to maybe half a boat length lead, but that's not very comfortable on a day like today.
No, it is not.
And we just saw some fast racing in the other heat, the other semi. Get a nice close-up of the guys from Skyline. Even some nice slow-mo work there.
There you go.
Yeah.
Really see the entries and the releases there. More of a compact stroke here, right?
Yep.
Not a big send through with the bodies, big emphasis on reaching out with the arms, letting those thumbs follow the path of the handle, and press, big press as the thighs push away from the chest off the front end here.
Yeah, you can see these guys having to battle those waves here, trying to keep everything horizontal, trying to make sure that the blade doesn't bounce up and down on the recovery there. As this is a small boat, it's not very stable.
No, the antithesis of stable, yeah.
Skyline fighting off Cranbrook.
But nonetheless, like, speaks to the skill level of these athletes to
Yeah.
be able to take a boat that is so narrow. And I mean, 18, 20 inches across for a double, right? Like, now obviously having the blades in there makes it a little bit more stable, but nonetheless, like, it's a round bottom boat in water, folks.
Yeah.
That's not exactly the epitome of stable. And yet they can handle it. They can handle the conditions. They can handle the rating.
Well, and you could just see the rock that you're getting from bow to stern from the waves here. You know, normally we'd think about, well, okay, you want to keep the boat moving flat. Well, that's all waves here. That's not necessarily check.
Yeah.
Good long strokes from Cranbrook here. I think they're going to run out of race course, though, in order to try to challenge Skyline.
Yeah. Forest Hills Central, though, thinking that they might be able to grab Cranbrook.
Yeah.
Again, one of those situations, you just kind of lose sight of people, right? You know, you got your race going, you're dialed in on your race, and somebody on the other side of the earth today, it seems like, is creeping up on you.
They're only one set of buoys behind, but I think they're going to run out of race course.
Yeah.
Close, though.
Yeah.
Really good push from Central. Carlson crossing the line. Good fight here from these crews here. Northville crossing over. And Traverse City Central just spent there. So that was semifinal 2 of the JV/junior double. This is the varsity double, semifinal 1. Top of your screen, Saline, Forest Hills Central, 2nd. Yellow Boat, East Grand Rapids. Skyline in lane 4. 5, Northview. 6, Pioneer. And 7, Traverse City West. Early lead from Forest Hills Central, East Grand Rapids, and then Skyline. Through 500 meters. Good sharp rowing for these men's varsity doubles. And we have the event that we just saw, the men's 2V junior doubles. First place goes to Skyline with a time of 5:39.42. Second place, Green Hills, 5:48.73. Third place, Cranbrook, 5:49.93. At the island.
Oh, boy.
We have Forest Hills Central out to a length lead over a dead even East Grand Rapids, Skyline, and Northview.
Yeah, not much separating
No.
those crews for second place in this semi.
Traverse City West battling the rougher water over in lane 7.
Northview is making a push right now.
Yeah, they are.
Northview is making a real push right now to try and force the issue here. And it seems like Skyline's going with them. East Grand Rapids continuing to hammer on those front end catches. And I feel as though that pack has closed some gap there on FHC.
Definitely.
Over this last 100 meters or so.
Yeah. Forest Hill Central can't be comfortable with where they're sitting in this event here. Skyline making a push here with 500 meters to go. Broken out a bow deck of distance over East Grand Rapids, maybe. Might just be the angle.
I don't know. Just got to find the right buoy line, right?
Yeah. Still going to be close here, regardless. And East Grand Rapids making a push here. They've made a concerted change here.
A little more juice with the front end, carrying that momentum through the back end. You can see the hands coming away a little bit faster here. Got to just keep themselves upright so that they can smoothly make that turn around the finish and maintain that hull speed. That's what's so critical at coming into the closing moments of a race. The back half of the race is sustaining the hull speed that you're creating. Like at this point in the game, you're feeling it, right?
Yeah.
You're feeling it. You're able to sustain because you've done the training. You've put yourself in the situation before, but at the same time, you know that you have to be efficient with your movements.
Northview making a strong push here against Skyline. Is it going to be enough?
Who can be cleanest? Who can be the most direct here for the final 200 meters?
Central saying, where is that finish line?
Yeah, right.
I'm done. East Grand Rapids wanting there to be more race course so they can just keep eating into Central, but I don't think they're going to be able to do it. Central is going to take it first in this heat. East Grand Rapids second. Skyline is able to fend off Northview.
Yeah.
One more heat of doubles, and then just eights. Got four.
Certainly not getting spoiled today with the weather, eh,
No,
Jim?
no.
Boy, I tell you. Wouldn't want anybody to enjoy being out of doors in Michigan in the spring.
Well, fortunately, everybody here today has experienced.
Yeah.
We have no guests from out of state,
No,
so everybody knows
no.
what Michigan's like in
Yeah,
the spring.
Yep.
Had some good weather last week, but a little bit more typical spring weather. 4 boat classes left. So we've got the second semi of the double, and then we have the 3V novice 8 on the women's side, 2V junior 8, and then the varsity 8s. So a lot of points still at play on the women's side in the sweep.
As well as the overall standings too. Here.
Yeah.
I mean, there could be some juggling there if things go one way or go a different way. We'll have to wait and see what the ladies determine for their teams.
So as of now, I'm not sure if these are fully up to date, but as of now, the overall is going to Orchard Lake St. Mary's with 180.6 points. Northville 171.4, but that is still anybody's game, given how much points are at stake in those 8s.
There we go.
Quick starts from Orchard Lake in lane 4 and Carlson in lane 8 in the second semi of the men's varsity double. Green Hills, lane 2, holding on the pack there. Dead even with Orchard Lake St. Mary's.
Probably give the edge to Carlson right now.
I think so. I think Carlson has about half a boat length on Green Hills.
Maybe not. Maybe I'm seeing that wrong here. It might be Green Hills with the advantage. Parallax can be tricky.
Yeah.
Right? You know, watching races here, you know, I feel like so-and-so is up. And then as the thing sort of flattens out and straightens out in front of you, you're like, oh, man, not accurate.
As we're looking here, Green Hills maybe out to about a half a bolt length over Carlson. Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Then dead even between Forest Hills Eastern and Lowell. Not far behind, Northville, Rockford, and Trenton, duking it out behind them. Carlson's taking an aggressive push here.
Hit a little bit of a bump here early on, see if they can build some rate, change the rhythm a little bit, increase the hull speed. Now the question from here on in is, you know, can we sustain it? So long as you can be efficient, you betcha. Absolutely.
Orchard Lake staying a little bit lower in their stroke rating. Not wanting to get too frantic too early. There's still a lot of racing to go in this piece.
There is. But sometimes you find a situation where, you know, maybe somebody got out to that lead, but you can take a bit of a bump in rating and rhythm here and push back in and create a circumstance where all of a sudden the crew in front of you gets a little bit tight.
Yep.
Their rhythm changes, they shorten up a little bit, and next thing you know, like, oh, we have contact, and then next thing you know, oh, we're halfway down, and then next thing you know, the bow balls are trading spots, right? And that can be a real tricky moment to handle.
Well, and you know, Carlson has had this gutsy move here. They are right now probably about a half a boat length of open water between them and Green Hills.
Well, you got to keep an eye on St. Mary's here, who has not gone away. It still has contact and room to go if they choose it with the rating, right? Staying long and controlled there, St. Mary's. Trying to manage the conditions as best they can, I'm assuming. But at some point here, you're going to have to take a risk.
Yeah. Probably about half a boat length between St. Mary's and Carlson. Long rowing from the stroke seat in St. Mary's here. Trying to lay down that long rhythm. Only 500 meters to go, though. So now's the time they're going to have to make a choice. Still windy here.
Carlson here. No relent. I think they just picked it up another couple beats just now. Just passing the 500-meter buoy.
The stroke seat of that Carlson boat, he is a fighter. I mean,
yeah. Gutsy, to put it mildly.
But the poise from Orchard Lake St. Mary's boat.
Yeah, it's calm. But back to the point of it feeling good versus it going fast. Sometimes it's not going to feel good and it's going to be fast, and we're kind of getting down to those moments in the race here where you're going to have to really start pushing things. And yeah, the wheels might start to shake a little bit. You might take some sticky strokes here or there, but like you got to be about that business end on the front, right? It's got to be about that, because it looks like Lowell is moving into position here, maybe even pulling up level with Carlson.
Yeah, they've decided to make a move here. Carlson battling those waves out over on lane 8. And it looks like Green Hills will take the second of the semis here as they come by the awards dock. Carlson still duking it out, knowing that it's not just this field, but also folks in the other semi.
Yeah. Carlson's not licked yet, though.
No.
Man. Find another gear. Just find another gear. Find another gear. Keep fighting. How do you, boys?
There we go. Some well-earned rest from the Carlson crew. Looks like Lowell and then Orchard Lake. Forest Hills Eastern crossing the line. Northville, Trenton, and Rockford. Rounding out the last of the small boats here at the Michigan State Champions. Moving on to the women's 3V novice 8, semifinal 1. Skyline in lane 1. Huron, second from the right. Yellow boat, lane 2. Orchard Lake, lane 3. Northville, lane 4, and they're off. And it looks like we've got some separation in the tracks that lanes 3 and 4 are taking, but they're converging back in. Challenging to get lined up in these 8s at the start, being windy like that. But it looks like Orchard Lake out to an early lead over Huron. Huron pretty much dead even with Skyline. Northville behind.
But really tight so far. Really tight so far. Hunker down here, ladies. This is going to be a long one. A lot of race ahead here, and taking advantage of what you would call quote-unquote clean water in the early going is going to have to be the order of the day. And again, as we've seen before here, what kind of cadence are these crews going to shift down into so as to be able to sustain their speed for this piece? Get a real clear picture between here and the 500-meter buoy insofar as what a crew is looking to do. And St. Mary's is throwing it against it. Everything they got, it looks as though they are throwing it down right now, trying to get to a full length ahead of the field.
And they very well may do that by the 500-meter mark. We only have a little bit of overlap between Orchard Lake St. Mary's and Huron.
Yeah, rowing like their hair's on fire and the water's at the finish line right now. They are getting after it. Oh, to be 15 again. Gee whiz.
Well, there's some things I'd rather not.
Yeah, 100%. Like being told what to do. Yeah, you'll pass on that.
Big push here from Orchard Lake, breaking free at the 500-meter mark now. About a quarter of a boat length of open water between Orchard Lake and Huron. Huron, 2 seats on Skyline. Skyline, 2-3 seats on Northville. Still anybody's race here. Lots of distance to go, 1,000 meters to go here in semifinal 1 of the women's 3V novice 8. These are all going to be oarswomen who have not had a lot of experience in, multi-boat racing here, certainly at the championship level, and so a lot could happen here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, some of these crews might be 100% novice crews, or maybe these crews are composed of a combination of some novice athletes with maybe some sophomore athletes, who are really just kind of getting their rowing careers started here. But a great opportunity, again, to be a part of this thing for your team, to fill out this event, go race it, get after it, and earn some points for your squad.
Skyline crew has now pulled into second place over Huron. Orchard Lake St. Mary still trying to build out more distance between them, really pushing the hands out away from the finish quickly, getting up to that next stroke. We'll see if they can sustain it.
Yeah, gotta be technically sound here through this middle 5 to sustain the speed that you've built and sustain the lead or position that you've built. Skyline looking confident and strong right now with the strokes that they're taking, trying to build up that lead over Huron here. And again, it's all front end, right?
Yep.
It's all front end with these big boats. You got to get in, get that handle turned around, and start speeding that boat up again.
500 meters to go. Orchard Lake St. Mary's out to a comfortable 3.5 boat lengths over Skyline. Skyline, 3/4 of a boat length over Huron. Huron, a boat length over Northville. Maybe not quite a boat length. We have the 4 crews here in this semifinal. We got crews in the second semifinal. So winning this event here winning this semi does not necessarily mean you're going to win the event.
Well, St. Mary's looks as though they've shifted up with the cadence here. Would look like as though they're definitely mid-upper 30s as they're coming into the red buoys. Skyline looking like they've broken open there on Huron, and maybe Northville and Huron.
Looks like maybe Huron is
closer than we think.
Yeah, looks like maybe Huron is trying to adjust their line a little bit there. Northville trying to take advantage of that.
Yeah, again, that's just some of the trickiness of the day. Like one side catches a tricky stroke, kind of washes out or something. Next thing you know, your line is off, and you're going to have to make some adjustments.
Really strong sprint here from Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Strong send off of each finish there. Boats just surging forward with each stroke.
Yeah, not a lot of slowdown there. I mean, they certainly have some things that they're going to want to continue to work on and clean up. But like, if you're bringing that kind of gusto to every drive, and these other things will iron themselves out.
Yeah, and these are athletes that have room to grow, right?
Oh,
Many of them are novices or being in the 3V.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like a little bit of a bobble there from the Skyline crew. Northville is trying to charge. I think they're going to run out of race course, though.
We're able to push through Huron, though.
So the finish order in semifinal 1 will be Orchard Lake St. Mary's, followed by Skyline, Northville, and then Huron. And a recap of the results from the men's varsity doubles. So Forest Hill Central had won that with a time of 5:25. East Grand Rapids, second place, time of 5:28.78. And third place, Skyline, 5:31. Second semi of the women's 3V Novice 8. Pioneer, Cranbrook, Forest Hill Central, Rockford, and Forest Hills Eastern. Rockford getting their point, as is Forest Hills Eastern.
Yeah, real kudos to the coxswains, the athletes, and the starters up there today. Being able to get these things off in a timely, orderly fashion. Can attest, having raced in conditions like this today, that is no small feat.
No, and particularly for the coxswains in this event are not your most experienced coxswains.
No.
They may have only been doing this their first season. This may be third, fourth race, backing into stake boats, getting into position, and having challenging weather conditions like today. Real good work.
Well, they're looking pretty good here.
Mm-hmm. We have 4 more semis to go, or three more semis and a final to go of today's racing. So this is the second semifinal of the women's 3V Novice 8. We have 2 semifinals of the women's 2V Junior 8, and then 1 final, 8 boats across, of the women's Varsity 8. Early lead off the start from Forest Hill to Eastern. Yeah. Pioneer, though, settling into a nice rhythm over in lane 1.
Real tight there between Pioneer and Eastern. Eastern looks clean, long strokes there, uniform blade work. Really, really nice effort from this crew.
Yeah, that's really from Eastern. That's very impressive rowing for at the women's 3V novice 8
Yeah,
level.
yeah.
And Rockford's pushing on Pioneer now. May have inched ahead, or just shy, but they are making a hard charge here on Pioneer. Eastern starting to pull out more of a lead. Rockford now having just gotten a bow ball ahead of Pioneer, and they have momentum. Pioneer is fending off Cranbrook. Central still in contact with Cranbrook.
Oh, nice length from the Eastern crew right here, right? You see them getting those blades in the water behind them, right? This is something that they're going to want to really emphasize and sustain through the rest of this piece, regardless of what the race course is going to throw at them here. And looks as though they've gained another seat or two on Rockford, inching closer and closer towards a full length. That length with rowing kills, right? You talk about speed kills and some other sports, it is that length. If you've got the ability to stay relaxed and stay smooth and fluid along the recovery and allow some things to happen, oh man.
Rockford now having pulled out about half a length over Pioneer. Rockford still in contact with Forest Hills Eastern. And Forest Hills Eastern's considerably overstroking the Rockford crew, saying, let's break free of them now and make our lives easier in the second half. Rockford trying to hold on here and making it challenging for the Eastern crew.
Yeah, I mean, again, could be a situation here. You let a crew hang around. You let a crew hang around. You don't get to that sort of decisive sort of move and lead, and you could find yourself in a situation that you wish you would have been able to avoid. Ultimately, down to both crews, right?
Yep.
You know, somebody's got to be willing to make the choice to choose the speed that they're trying to achieve here.
Yeah, this is the time where if you're Eastern, you want to inflict the fatal blow right now.
Yeah.
Because the longer you let Rockford hang around, the more they're going to feel a momentum shifting to their favor, and it's just a matter of who has enough race course left.
Right.
Because Rockford now has put the bow ball even with the 7 seat of the Eastern crew, closing the gap here with just over 500 meters to go.
Man, if Rockford can just stack up some clean strokes here in these tricky conditions, boy, oh boy, they could make a move. And again, yeah, they've gotten it to 7 seat, and it's like next thing you know, they're at 6 seat.
Yep.
Right? So Eastern's just got to keep on that length, keep trusting that length, getting the blade in behind you, and suspending off the handle and footboard.
Eastern has arrested that move with the bow ball even at 6 seat here. Rockford still not letting up, but Eastern's pushing off. Is it going to be enough?
Now Rockford, again, understroking. They've got the opportunity to lift the rate here in the next 100 meters or so as we're getting into the final bit of the race course. Let's see if they got the gearing. Right? A lot of splashing going on over there. They got to really make sure that they're clean so that they can build that speed to build that rate.
Bow ball is about even with the 5 seat, 4 seat, at half a boat length for Rockford to make up here. 250 meters to go. Will they have enough distance? They are now shifted to another gear. Bow ball is even on 3 seat. Fighting, getting those blades in. Lock and push. Bow ball is almost to the 2 seat here.
Got to stay loose, got to stay relaxed. Got to stay loose, got to stay relaxed.
Eastern fighting to get those blades in the water.
Oh boy, here comes Rockford.
Rockford's bow ball is even with the bow seat here. Probably only about 10 strokes to go here. This is going to be a close finish.
But Eastern finding a gear. Eastern's finding a gear. They're not just going to lay down.
No.
No.
Bow ball to bow
Giving
ball
more
here.
giving more. Boy, oh boy, yeah.
And
Good
Rockford
question. I think Rockford got
nabbing it.
Yeah,
I think by about 3 feet there.
yeah, not much. Not much. Oh yeah, laying down in the boat there.
Hard fight here for third, though.
It's like Central gonna hang on.
Just barely. Cranbrook fighting that tailwind here across the line. And lining up. First semifinal, the women's 2V Junior 8. Lane 1, Skyline. 2, Forest Hills Northern. 3, Northville. 4, Cranbrook. 5, Pioneer. 3 more races to go, folks, here at the Michigan State Championships at the Kathryn Bennett Racecourse, Kensington Metro Parks, Milford, Michigan. Windy day, a little bit of rain here and there, but a good day for racing. Great day for rowing here in Southeast Michigan at the Scholastic level. In the women's 3V Novice 8, coming in first with a time of 5:40.39 is Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Second, with a time of 5:53.21, Rockford. Close on their heels, 5:53.67, Forest Hills Eastern. We are off now in the women's 2V Junior 8. Slight lead from Pioneer off the high strokes in the lane closest to the bottom of the screen, lane 5, but very close here with Skyline over in lane 1, Northville in the middle, pretty much dead across here in the first semi. Northern and Cranbrook dead even in the second wave. Big push here from Northville, trying to open up and break free from the Ann Arbor crews of Skyline and Pioneer. Pioneer responding, pulling up dead even now with Skyline just behind Northville. These are the exciting races here that you want to see. You want to see tight races, good commitment from these ladies. Our key events of the day. Northfield making a push now. They've stepped up their stroke rating. Skyline appears to be responding as they come up to the 500-meter mark. At Northville, Coxon leaning into the boat there, extorting her crew to push it along. She has about 2 seats on the Skyline crew in lane 1. Skyline has maybe 2 seats on the Pioneer crew here over in lane 5. Quite level between now Northville and Skyline, lanes 1 and 3. Exciting racing as we break out into the open wind here. Who's going to handle these conditions better? This is Northville's home course. They practice here, so they know these landmarks. They know this wind, but Skyline has raced here every weekend for the past month. They also know these conditions. They know this race course as well. And Skyline appears to be pushing a big push here at the middle mark here, making an attack, seeing if they can commit to change the momentum here, and they seem to be doing that. Bow ball of the Northville boat is even with the bow seat or the 2 seat in the Skyline crew, and Northville's going to respond. One thing we've seen out of Northville today, they do not roll over easily.
Nope. They They know how to get through the last 300 meters with some real vigor.
Mm-hmm. Moving into the rougher conditions, you can see the whitecaps starting to break here in the second half of this race course. Northville making a push now, has stopped Skyline's move and are eating back into that distance here. Got about half a canvas to Skyline. 500 meters to go here. Half a canvas still, Skyline.
Wow.
Anybody's race here.
Yeah. And still some gearing to go, I feel, for Skyline.
Yeah.
I feel as though they do have another shift up that they can make. Not 100% with Northville, but you know, at the same time, we've seen Northville's crews today consistently be able to manufacture that speed when crunch time really comes on.
Yeah, I'd say the blade work at Skyline is just slightly better than Northville's blade work here, but Northville are getting those strokes in, and we'll see as we move into the final portion of this race course here.
Yeah, maybe a half length right now for Skyline, but at the same time, you know what's coming. You know what is on the way.
And we've seen in race after race here, anything can happen in the rough conditions in the last 250 meters here. You know, there could be a little mini crab. So these crews need to be applying pressure all the way to the end. On top of the fact they're racing not only the crews in this heat, in this semi, but also the semi afterwards.
Once again. Looks like Skyline starting to make their shift here. You can see it. It's just a more assertive push off the front end and really a pickup in boat speed here over the past five strokes.
Yeah, Skyline lifting here as they come into their last 10 strokes here.
Oh boy, there they go.
Really nice direct catches from Skyline. That's something that they've been working on over the course of the season, and I think it's paid off here. They cross the line with about a quarter of a boat length of open water between them and Northville.
Yeah, it was really, I mean, you got almost to the beach there where you can kind of see those people standing, and Skyline just found a gear with just the acceleration right off the front end, just after connection, a drive of the seat to bow that was just so pronounced. Like you could see it over 5 strokes that just the boat just shot out.
Yep. Really good maturity from the Skyline ladies to not get flustered when they were down and Northville was making that big push. They said, we're going to row our race here. We know what we have left here. We can keep it at our rhythm.
Yeah.
And we can just take it at the end, and,
Right,
and they
trust
were
it.
able to.
Right, you got to trust it.
And you can see here the rough conditions that these ladies are facing here as the northern crew pulls into the finish line.
Didn't coming easy for anybody today.
2 events to go in the Michigan State Championships. Second semifinal of the women's 2V Junior 8. Backing in to the stake boats. Orchard Lake St. Mary's at the top of your screen, lane 1. Trenton, lane 2. Just attaching to the stake boat now is Wyandotte in lane 3. And East Grand Rapids in a yellow boat, lane 4. We can see the women's varsity 8s lined up in the cove there, raring to go. They don't want to get cold in the wind. They're saying,
got to keep it moving.
Come on, ladies, move it. We want to get in there.
And that is a real challenge today, right? Like the weather has been anybody's guess at any given moment. You know, you've got to keep yourself warm. You've got to keep yourself moving around. You don't want to just get out there and stiffen up and allow your muscles to get cold, because you are going to be asking quite a lot of them here in just a few moments.
Wyandotte locked on now, just getting their point. Okay, we've got everybody lined up,
There we go.
ready to go.
Still a couple small adjustments there. Again, just though it's sheltered, it's not perfect. Though it looks better than the rest of the course, can confirm it's still tricky water up there.
And one boat may get its point, but trying to get all the boats to
Yeah,
get their points at
yeah.
the same time is actually
Kind of what you need too, right?
East Grand Rapids jumping out to a quick start here in the yellow boat, bottom of your screen. Orchard Lake St. Mary's trying to match them in the high strokes here. We've got in the East Grand Rapids boat, we've got sort of the bucket rig for the stern fore, traditional rig for the bow fore. They are pushing out, have a few seats on Orchard Lake, but Orchard Lake has got some nice boat speed.
Yeah.
They had a good stride stroke there off of the high strokes and have settled into a really nice rhythm.
Both these crews are really nice rhythm, right? Fluid, calm, right? Like moving quickly, but not in a hurry.
Yeah.
Right. There's precisions to the movements that they're making. They really are moving nicely.
And East Grand Rapids has maybe about 2 seats here on the Orchard Lake crew, the angle that we're looking at here. Not a lot of distance between them. It's not a big lead for East Grand Rapids here. They want to start putting in the push here at the 500-meter mark.
Moving well together, EGR. I like the way that the shoulders are rotating around the pin as all 8 of them come towards the catch here. Just allowing their shoulders to follow the arc of the handle and grab that water behind them. Very efficient in their movements. Not a lot of extra. Nothing is forced. Smooth.
And their blade work is very good, too.
Uniform. The way it grabs the water at the last moment of the recovery there. Effective.
Orchard Lake St. Mary's maintaining contact as we come into the halfway point here.
And everybody's got to be aware of the race that was ahead, right? So, again, a circumstance where, regardless of where you are right now, you've got to be aware of the race that was ahead. And you're not out of it until all the racing is done.
Well, at least as of the last update, Orchard Lake St. Mary's is in the lead overall. Northville close behind. So this is an important race for Orchard Lake, huh?
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, like, if you're not first, you really need to be in front of Northville if you want to be able to close out with a state championship for 2025. East Grand Rapids really just pouring it on here. Looking sharp, looking strong.
One thing, super clean finishes here. You know, you look, that's rough water.
Yeah.
And it looks like they're out rowing on a calm day.
Yeah. And two, look at the precision, the legs going down and the shoulders finishing, all 8 of them, right? All 8 of them, legs and shoulders at once. So everyone's arriving at the finish together.
About 400 meters to go here in the second semifinal.
And it's just foot on the gas here for EGR.
Good
Really,
response there.
Yep. trying to put some distance between themselves and St. Mary's.
Being cautious with the blade work here, being careful, and I think it's paying off for them as they're putting in some distance here.
Yeah, and it's kind of a tricky spot to be in, right? Like obviously you've got the lead, but you don't know what happened in the heat previous, the semi previous. You know you've got to give it, but at the same time, like the risks, right? The risks, right? So these athletes, very well trained, can certainly dial it up, as I am sure that these ladies are doing right now. But there's just so much of a challenge as they come into the final few hundred meters here to keep it clean, to keep it long, and just keep that hull cruising.
And East Grand Rapids coming to the finish line now.
Yep.
And we've got Orchard Lake St. Mary's a couple lengths back, crossing the finish line. Strong second half of that race from East Grand Rapids.
Yeah. I mean, a tip of the cap to the athletes, but two to the coach to have the keen eye so as to be able to execute that level of uniformity. I mean, it's not easy, right? It really is not easy to look at something that looks so the same, but be able to peek out the differences.
Yeah.
The minor inefficiencies that when you stack up removing all of those minor inefficiencies, you really find a whole new level of speed. A very composed crew.
Well, and you could tell that there was a lot of thought put into that crew, given the more non-standard rig there. They probably tried out a lot of combinations, try to dial in what works for them.
Yep.
Wyandotte and Trenton slogging against these conditions here. You just see the wind pummeling, waves pounding this crew as they come across the finish line. Trenton finishing strong. So as we await the times from those two semifinals, we move on to our final event of the day. This is a big one, women's varsity 8. Orchard Lake St. Mary's in lane 1, Skyline right next to them in lane 2, Central in lane 3, Huron lane 4, Wyandotte lane 5, East Grand Rapids, Forest Hills Northern, and Grosse Ile in lane 8. We have all 8 lanes active for this final marquee event of the day. So, and we have the times from the women's 2V Junior 8 event. First place, Skyline, with a time of 5:26.89. Second place, Northville, 5:32.05. Third place, East Grand Rapids, 5:32.59. Oh, actually, there may be an adjustment on those times because they just pulled them down. So we'll hold on to that. In the meantime, I'm going to recap the women's 3V novice 8 just to refresh our memory while we're waiting for those other times to recycle. We had Orchard Lake St. Mary's with a time of 5:40 in the women's 3V novice 8, followed by Rockford, 5:53.21, and then Forest Hills Eastern, 5:53.67. Moving now back to the women's 2V Junior 8. Winning crew Skyline, 5:26.89. Second place, looks like it's going to be Northville, the time of 5:32.05. Third place, EGR, 532.59. So I think it was the same order, but maybe just a slightly different change in the times.
And again, like tenths of a second being the difference on the day here.
No, I mean, half a second between the two heats, East Grand Rapids and Northville. Lining up here, getting the final points. Challenging to get 8 boats across, level and all pointed in the same direction, and we are off. Final race of the day. Orchard Lake St. Mary's over on the far right. Clean start, seems to have jumped out to an early lead.
Nobody's got a race after this one, so you know everyone's throwing it down. Not like that's ever been a question at any point during the day, but you know, circumstances being what they are, like this is your very last race of the day. There is no racing after this. So this is an absolute hang them out there, see what you can achieve, be bold, take a risk, and hang on.
Yep. And that's what Orchard Lake seems to be doing right now, pulling out to about 2/3 of a boat length lead over Skyline as we come into the main part of the race here off the high strokes.
Yep, once again, we're going to get the tail of the tape here as these crews begin to make their shift to their base cadence, what they're going to try and sustain. And man, is it aggressive. Does not seem like a massive difference from the high stuff to where they're at right now. These crews really, really going for it.
No, I don't think they lengthened out at all. I think they're just going to try to sprint this whole thing at a 40 or something.
Yep. All gas, no brakes. That's the order of the last race of the day here. And again, like to an extent, you can get away with it in the sense that if you're really efficient on the front end, if you square and get in right at the end of the recovery and instantaneously pick that boat back up, you're not letting it slow down, so your movements are super efficient. But on a day like today, that's a big if, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So Orchard Lake St. Mary's considerably overstroking the Skyline boat here, out to about half a boat length of lead. We'll see if they can hold on to that.
I know that Skyline crew has some strong girls in it, and this might be a situation where you see the power lay in wait until an opportune moment. St. Mary's being bold, taking that rating and rowing efficiently, not allowing this boat to slow down. We'll see if Skyline's got an answer for St. Mary's efficiency thus far.
And we've crossed over the halfway point. Only about a bow deck, maybe a seat on top of that to the Orchard Lake St. Mary's crew as we come into the second half of the course here. Conditions change quite a bit, though, in the second half here.
And it's really down to St. Mary's and Skyline here. Who's got the stuffing? Plainly and simply.
I think we're even.
Yeah. Skyline making a big push. Does not really seem to have changed their cadence per se, but rather just more on the legs, and still even.
Skyline trying to push their nose ahead here at the 1,000-meter mark. 500 meters to go, and Skyline may have poked out ahead by a foot or so. Still understroking the Orchard Lake boat, but Orchard Lake, they're making a move here. They are trying to stop Skyline, and I think they are being effective at it. We are still dead level. Maybe a foot to Skyline here from this angle.
Skyline very efficient with their movements, very efficient with their blade placement, very efficient with their release here, and powerful on the front end. St. Mary's not giving quarter, still attacking with that rhythm.
And Skyline out to about 2 seats of lead. But the fatigue is starting to set in here.
No one feels good. I don't care if you're Skyline or if you're St. Mary's in this situation. None of these ladies feel good at this point. But at the same time, you're doing it for the girl in front of you, the girl behind you. You're throwing down because you're hoping that they're throwing down for you. And it does not seem to be any quarter with any of these girls. Oh, my God, this is close.
This is super close.
Wow.
Here.
Wow. Wow. I think St. Mary's may have inched back into this thing. This looks... Ugh.
Hard to tell from this angle here.
Yeah,
stroke for stroke, each boat here locking it in. Who can get just a couple more strokes in?
Skyline seems to be picking up here and moving a little bit more effectively. They got a little bit more gearing at this point than St. Mary's.
Slightly more. It's all going to come down to who has it at the end here.
Oh, and Skyline's going to hold on.
Nice push from Skyline in the last couple hundred meters of that race. Good, aggressive, gutsy race from Orchard Lake there. Just not quite enough.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, like, days like today, you're not saving it for anything.
No.
Right? You've got to be willing to ask some questions of your competition as well as yourself. Like, do you have the fortitude, the gumption to really go for it and try to make it to the finish line with that level of effort? And, you know, end of the day, the athletes are learning some things about themselves, about their crew, and improving that level of trust.
Third place, Central, Forest Hills Central. Fourth place, Huron. Fifth place, Wyandotte. Forest Hills Northern, Grosse Ile, and then East Grand Rapids will round it out in our women's Varsity 8 final here at the Michigan State Championships. So an exciting day of racing here today, Chris.
Yeah. You know, you saw so many races that came down to tenths of seconds, whether it was the heat or the semi itself between a couple of crews, or even just between heats and semis. Like, things were super tight. And again, I think that just sort of speaks to the level of rowing in Michigan right now. Things are getting elevated. People are really taking steps forward and racing and executing at a very high level. Some impressive stuff today.
Absolutely. Like, just tremendous gumption here from these athletes battling these conditions, battling each other. It's a great harbinger of rowing here in Southeast Michigan.
Absolutely. I mean, we've got this great course here, the Kathryn Bennett race course, which is an absolutely high-level facility. Crews from around the region enjoy this facility. It's been hosting the Midwest Scholastics for years now. And one can only hope that it sees even more premier events on down the line. There you have it, right? I think that's a testament to the level, the quality of this place, of this event, the team that puts all of this on as well. Absolutely top drawer.
We're just waiting for the final official times on the women's Varsity 8, which is going to contribute a lot to the points totals.
Yeah.
We have a tight race across the board, and so we want to make sure that all teams have the opportunity to earn as many points as possible. Just waiting for those times to cycle here. You can see so final time, Skyline 5:26.89, Northville 5:32.05, East Grand Rapids 5:32.59.
Yeah, we want to take a look at the overalls here.
So,
I mean, I don't, but
as of right now, I believe this is the official result here.
Oh, it just changed.
It just changed. Yeah.
All right, I'll look at it now. Okay. I like this one better. I didn't like the last one. I wasn't a fan of the last one.
Well, we still see some shifting around here, so maybe we should
Yeah,
stall for
maybe-
30
maybe we should
seconds
just
here
take a
while
breath.
the
Let's take a breath. I'm gonna go for a walk. I think this is too much for me. Goodness gracious.
So we have 4 categories of discipline. So we have women's sweep, men's scull, and men's scull. And then we have an overall points for the overall team winning the state championship. So let's start off with the sculling events, because the sculling events have been done for a while now. So on the women's side, Skyline taking first place in the women's scull with a point total of 61.0. Northville, second place, 36.2. East Grand Rapids, third place, 33.5.
Tight.
Very tight. On the men's side, East Grand Rapids, first place, 48.0. Skyline, 32.4. And Green Hills, 27.1.
Now, I'd have to check the annals of history here, but I feel as though that might be the first men's sculling points championship for EGR. I'd have to check with Brian and his team over there, but if that's the case, kudos to East Grand Rapids. A great performance today. You saw their men's varsity quad, their men's JV quad, the real 2 prime movers on the sculling side of the scene here insofar as earning points. And both of those crews looking absolutely in command and in control throughout the duration of those races. So tip of the cap to those boys. Really well done.
On the sweep side of things, on the men's side, Northville takes it with 127.2 points, close behind Orchard Lake St. Mary's, 113.2. Skyline, third place, 32.4. On the women's side, we have Orchard Lake St. Mary's, 97.2, Skyline 79.6, Rockford 46.4, for a combined point total, first place to Orchard Lake St. Mary's with 225 points even. Skyline second place, 205.4, Northville just behind at 192.4.
So a lot of variety this year, right? I mean, you're seeing different teams kind of coming up and winning the different points trophies on the men's scull, the women's scull, the men's sweep, the women's sweep. It's not to say that these are new teams, but to see that there is that diversity, the disparity between the different programs, it just shows you like how close this stuff is, how narrow the margins are for success. A second place instead of a third place here and there makes a big difference.
Makes a big difference here, because it's in an eights event. I think the winner takes 30 points. Is it something around that? Mm-hmm. So you can see, first, second place. It makes a big difference when we're talking about margins as tight as we're looking at today.
Yeah.
So hats off to the Orchard Lake St. Mary's team for winning the overall Michigan State Championship points trophy. Close on their tail, Skyline, then Northville. Across the board, we have Orchard Lake St. Mary's winning the women's sweep, Northville the men's sweep, Skyline women's scull, and East Grand Rapids men's scull. So thank you for joining us this beautiful Saturday here at the Kathryn Bennett Racecourse, Kensington Metro Parks, Milford, Michigan. I'm Jim O'Mardian, happy to be with you today.
I'm Chris Zarnecki. Thank you very much.
And we look forward to seeing you at either the SRAAs or another event, certainly in the fall.
Yeah, 100%.
Take care.